Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV. This is your favorite open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot has taken place today, and we wish to hear what you feel and think about the same. Baba in Garissa and on the campaign trail, ensuring that he leaves nothing to chance to see to it that his basket is full on his fifth attempt on the presidential ticket for this great nation called Kenya. What do you feel? What do you think about this? Is Baba doing the right thing or he's misguided? We will want to know what you feel and think about the same. William RUTO on record again. He says he wants to review the operations of KEMSA. He says he wants to remove the monopoly of distribution of drugs in the country so that it becomes open market. What is it with KEMSA that interests one William RUTO and his aspiration to interfere with the operations of the same by removing the monopoly and opening up the operations of KEMSA to other players? Let us also look at it closely and let us know what you think about the same. KABOGO is on a go slow as far as his relationship with Kenya Kwanza is concerned. It looks like it's over and he's on his own and is keen to see to it that he recaptures the Kiambu governor seat in these elections. We'd love to know what you think and feel about the same also. And of course, it's 42 days to the general elections. Are you ready? Are we ready? Is the country set? What is there for every Kenyan at this point in time? Well, thank you so much, those of you that are following. And if you're able to get us, help somebody get us. Invite your family, both locally and in the diaspora. Mtembei TV is unique in such a way that anyone who has connection with the internet will be able to get the broadcast. We want to appreciate every right in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it and then allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this very space for us to discuss the Kenyan politics and the way forward to our country and other issues concerning the welfare of this great country. I want to salute Salome Mbone. Thank you so much. Patel Saboka Manyik, asante sana kwa kujumika nasi. Abdi Ambula, kuna nani huyu? Nyamigori. Wow, thank you so much. Kuna Charles Kasiku, kuna Ronda Boy Kigogo, asante sana. Robert Apilu, karibu kwa show. Kuna Hilary Sigei, asante sana. Bernard Imbai, you're welcome. Maria Kesh, you're welcome. Gloria, asante sana. Nani huyu? Simba Omar Said, asante sana. Sijambo. Kuna nani huyu? Fabian nani Favor Akita, Evelyn Musia, alafu kuna nani huyu? Wilson Baya, of course Mr. Ondigi, Caleb Nyamburi, alafu nani huyu? Bwawak Hajiji, is it Haji or Hajiji? Whichever the case, anasema Baba Tosha. Kuna Mabongo Robert, nani mwingine huyu? Kuna Paul Mwiruri, Geoffrey Nyandiko, Belindo Gweno, kuna Manani Mamit Shabaz, alafu kuna Wilkista Anyango, Kelvin Otieno, Novestas Limo, nani Gideon Kibate, alafu kuna Christine Opio. Thank you so much everyone for coming in. Fast and Furious, this is the opportunity you have to air what you feel and think about our Kenyan politics. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. I want the opportunity for 9 people to get in studio so that we get talking on matters politics. Wherever you are around the world, this is Mtembei TV. We are keen and committed to see to it that no Kenyan is deceived and no Kenyan is taken advantage of by reason of exposing every political stance in their true light, so that everybody gets to make the decision from a point of information and not a point of guesswork and all manner of pull and push that has little or no regard for who wins rightly. Okay, let's start out with these videos.
The challenge we have in Kenya of high food prices is not a national challenge. It is a regional challenge. We have the same problem in Uganda, we have the same problem in Tanzania.
Of the last American election, because I'm saying in Kenya, and Americans may not like this very much, but I do think we are facing a Trump moment where truth is on its head and people actually knowingly associate and want the country to have the type of leadership that it shouldn't have. We don't have angels on earth, but we can try as much as we have to attain the best level of leadership that as a nation we can get. And when I talk of leadership, not just political, it's in our institutions as well. I remember the American elections because I remember reports of President Trump calling the Secretary of State in Georgia, a Republican state, and asking him to find him some 11,000 votes so that he could win. It sounded like somewhere here. And the Secretary of State telling him, if you remember, it was a taped conversation, telling him, Mr. President, I got a job to do. I am waiting for most of our professionals, because you never can get it 100%, to be able to say, for a police officer who is being offered a bribe, to say, I got a job to do. For a presiding officer who is being offered a bribe to mess the elections, or that counting clerk, to look at the person in the eye and tell them, I've got a job to do. It means you have a duty to your country. If all of us were true to our country, we would be free of problem. May I invite you to walk with us as Azimio? I know Sheikh Khalifa has told me that the door is now open. May I, on behalf of Azimio, say we are ready to engage with you, not just because of the vote, but even in governing. I believe you cannot govern a people you are not close to, you do not listen to, you do not reason with. And that, under our constitution, is called participation. If you govern people without participation, you will miss something, and you will not fulfill their wishes.
Tutakuja. Tumeamua kwamba baba lazima akuje kwa mkutano huu. Lakini mimi kama si Barati, wamesema eti wametafuta mitambo ya kuiba kura. Mimi wacha niwaambie, mimi si Barati. I'm a protector of voter, of voting process. I dare anybody who think that you steal from these people of Kisii. If I could do it in Kibra, Kani kaga. Ntagete mwake kura imoti yenyerende. Aba muramulega yegasi ko bande gasi. Nande kwakana tibate wedengaho muri cheza. Besa mutachia kabato koko kuomo. Tinkume chane kibwate chane. I want to assure you, my people, I will take care of your vote. You go and vote. I know how to do it, and I'll do it. Nataka niachie hapo, nipeane mwelekeo. Abantu wame
Okay, that is the starting out of our conversation tonight. We are looking at Raila Odinga and his campaigns in Garissa, KABOGO, and Goslow as far as his relationship with Kenya Kwanza is concerned. We have the 6-piece headache for Azimio and Uda. I'm sure you have been intimated on the same. The push for 6-piece, and then we have the independents. We have these other political parties that are digging in to have their own candidates go all the way to the ballot. And then everybody is looking for how well they can secure their seat. Let's get talking. Where is this Mr. Wanjiru? Mr. Njiru, how are you? Mr. Njiru, yuko kweli? Wananjiru seems to be on the phone. Well, we still expecting you to come in so that we can roll out the conversation. This is one.
Ya mahindi, ya fertilizer, na hii mambo yote imeletwa na Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais na ofisi yake.
Mambo ya mahindi, tusiingize siasa duni ya mashindano.
Mambo ya kuongelea 2022 sisi hatutaki.
Hiyo ni kuwa wazimu.
Tunataka ofisi yake ichunguzwe, wale wote waliimport mahindi kutoka ng'ambo, watuambie mbona waliimport mahindi. Ile fertilizer ambayo mumeleta, mumefuruka bei. Tunajua mabroka ambao walilipwa. Badala ya mkulima kulipwa, wakalipa mabroka.
Wale wanahusika na naibu wa rais. Na hii sisi hatufichi. Tunataka mtu achunguzwe, ofisi yake ichunguzwe, wahusika, wafanyabiashara ambao mara nyingi wanakuwa na naibu wa rais wachunguzwe, kwa sababu kuna taarifa kwamba wao ndio walileta fertilizer ambayo imetuletea hasara.
3,600 is not negotiable. Yes. That is the price that we want. Uchunguzi ifanywe, nyinyi mtuambie, saa hizi mumeelekea mpaka kule Kongo. Mnataka kupanda mahindi zaidi ya ekari 1,500. 500,000 acres mnalima ya mahindi. Alafu mnatuambia avocado.
Trying to do the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is madness.
The rumor has it that the deputy president interferes with the House Business Committee when it comes to the petitions that touches on the issues of the farmers. So we want him to come out clearly. Na kama vile Alfred amesungumzia, yeye majuzi alizuru nchi ya Congo Brazzaville. Tunataka wizara husika ya masuala ya nchi za kigeni itueleze ni makata gani alienda kusign ama ilitiwa sahihi, kwa sababu tuna taarifa ikisema kwamba yeye na wahusika wengine wameanza sasa usalishaji wa mahindi shamba nusu milioni eka.
It is an idea whose time has come.
If you think we are wrong, can you prove us wrong? Na mambo ya lifestyle audit iendelee, watu wafanyiwe, ili msikuja hapa mnatufanyia harambe. Wakulima wa hapa hawataki mambo ya harambe.
Don't look for a scapegoat of an alternative cropping and introduce the issue of
avocado. Lazima ukiambiwa badilisha, unabadilisha. Kwa sababu It is only a fool who doesn't change his mind. Ni mtu tu kumbafu ndiye hawezi kubadilisha mawazo yake.
Mnatengeneza factory ya kutengeneza mambo ya avocado kule Botswana na mnataka kuangaizia ama kukandamiza wakulima.
Kama ni kuonana macho kwa macho, kuulizana maswali, tuko tayari. We will ask you hard questions. Because before you ask for 2022, you must start telling us, for the last 5 years, what have you done? What is there for us to take home? What is the celebration? In fact, the worst county in the country in terms of development is the county where the deputy president is coming from.
Tuko na matatizo na mambo ya...
Na wewe unakwenda kule Kongo, unaenda kupanda mahindi. Ukijua kwamba hapa sisi tutakosa mahindi, wewe uagize mahindi.
Na mahindi haitoki huko Bomet, siku hizi hatupandi. Na nyinyi mnataka iwe 3,000 na mimi nataka iendelee kuwa 1,000.
3,600 is not negotiable. Yes. That is the price that we want.
Governor sasa ndio wanatuambia kwamba wanataka kuweka milling ya kuzaka mahindi. Wamekuwa wapi miaka 4? Wamekuwa wapi miaka 5?
Wale watu wa China hawanunui mahindi, hawanunui miwa. Wanataka avocado.
Wananjiru vipi?
Jema kabisa.
China haitaki mahindi, inataka avocado.
Yeah, you know, leo nimeona umetuanzisha na video karikari za memory. I think you are flashing our memory. Unataka, I think hata tukienda kwa hii kura, kabla tusikilize mambo, we judge with some history. And I think it's very good. So what about you? Habari yako?
Niko fiti. Nashukuru kwa hapa.
Yeah, hata mimi nashukuru. Sasa sijui mtiririko wa kampeni siku ya leo umeonaje? I think Deputy President leo amekutana na wahudumu wa afya. Akaongea mambo mingi huko. Lakini sasa, you know, mimi nikiona Deputy President anaongea wakati wa campaign, kwanza mimi napatwa na kiwewe, sababu tu najua ya kwamba inakuwa tu hiyo ni kama ni mtego wa panya. Panya ingia alafu tumutoe tuende tumutupe ile ngambo ingine. Sasa hiyo ndio ile shida na kuanga nayo. Kupeana promise ni mzuri ndio, politics ni about kupeana promise alafu uingie uende ukadeliver. But sasa unajua sasa tunaweza mtu kama Wajakoya tunaweza msamea kidogo, sababu hajai kuja kutu promise. Hii ndio mara yake ya kwanza anakuja kufanya promise. Lakini wengine wametu promise for over 20 years that maisha yetu itakuwa mzuri, and each and every time wanakuta hiyo promise ijaingiana, wana circumvent a new opportunity ya kutupea other new promises. Sasa hiyo ndio ile challenge mimi nakuwa nayo kidogo kwa wale watu wanatuambilia mambo sana. Na mimi I think kwa mawazo yangu mimi naona saa zingine ni kama mimi sitasikiliza hizi promises sana, sababu I think hizi promises zinaweza deceive, they might deceive. Yes, let's take them as political jargon, but let's not take them as a methodology ile mtu ataenda kugovern nayo. Tunajua ya kwamba hawa watu we never put them into task. Once wamepata serikali, hiyo story inakujanga inaisha, they start their new policies. So mimi nitasikiliza hizo promises zao, but I don't want to keep them too much into the head, because some of them they have been unable to deliver even on very simple and basic things. And it's unfortunate. I've been waiting for the 9 stadiums. I've not seen them. I've been waiting for the laptops. I don't know where they are. Maybe kama kuna wale walipata ni sawa. I've been waiting for a number of things which politicians have committed to bring, and I've not seen them. So at least the only promise which was delivered to us, we had the constitution. I know sometimes it might be difficult to deliver the issues because of the methodology and the circumstance. Kibaki himself had promised us to get a constitution in 100 days. It was not possible. But at least by the end of his term, we were able to get a constitution, and a good one, which is making so many things to be in place. So I think now the promise, we need to be more practical. Nilisikia Matiang'i jana akiongea sana, I think there's a video ilikuwa shared hapa, and I think that video should give us a good reference of what a promise means. Matiang'i amesema, and I think Matiang'i sometimes is a bit sensible. Alisema, somebody says I will give 50 billion here, I will give 100 billion here. And that time, hajaweka into consideration of the operational budgets. Hajatoa pesa ya walimu, hajatoa pesa ya nini, ile pesa itatumika in running the government, which also runs into billion. So unakuta hapo ni kama we are not harmonizing the thing. Na pia naona kuna repetition when we are saying kutakuwa na hii pesa itapewa vijana, watu wengine kama sahi. I still think vijana wamekuwa akipewa pesa. We have been, I think, mimi kulingana na vile naona some of these promises is renaming of a promise, sababu I think we have a youth ministry now, and I think tumekuwa na vijana wamekuwa akipewa pesa. So I think story ya kuallocate sio shida. The only problem which we are having is that ile pesa ina allocatiwa vijana to some extent, saa zingine haipewi vijana. So we are having a problem of governance, and that is what some of these presidential candidates are not willing to handle. So Kenya, shida yetu sio pesa na kugawa. That is the easiest point. Our problem is tukigawa 50, hiyo 50 ndio inafika. That's our problem, and that's what they don't want to handle. And to me, that is a mistake. And I supported the clergy today. Kama mumesikiliza, kuna maklergy nilisikia leo wakiongea, they are saying we look at character, because ukierect mtu ako na character, be assured the issue of governance will be handled. Lakini sasa ikikuwa tu ni tu story ya, because promises anyone can promise. So a promise is not a campaign strategy. A promise is anything, and you can promise anything. So I think Kenyans need to know that. So Bwana Bernard, I think that is what I can comment about easy promises, hawa watu wanatuambia sana. Let's not think about promises. Let's use another gauge, because anyone can promise. Munaona hata Wajakoya ametokezea, he is giving big promise to watu watazalisha nyoka, watu watafanya. So a promise is anyone can come and give a promise, but can we look on the other end of the mirror and ask ourselves, are those promises attainable before we start having issues? Because unajua Wakenya wako na ugonjwa moja. After election, the second day, Wakenya wanaanzia kuregret, na hapa tulifanya nini? So we have this agenda of complaining and regretting immediately after an election. So we have an opportunity to advise each one of us and to do things which are right and justifiable, and we elect people who have a track record, and people who are accountable, and the people who have proven to have done serious things even when they were given small opportunities to do. And some of these people who are vying, I don't think they have that prudence that they have done good things even when we give them small opportunities. We give them small opportunities, we lost millions of money, billions of money, we lost them. And they still say that anti-corruption cannot stop a government from performing. Those are the critical statements we are supposed to analyze. When somebody says that corruption cannot stop a government, it's pathetic, it is awful. And we cannot arouse somebody who doesn't have commitment to fight corruption. Let's not listen to promise. A promise can be anything. Let's listen to the commitment of prudence. And I think Baba and Mother Karoa offer that faith. And to me, that is the reason why I want these people to win this election by round one. Because we cannot give our country for another 10 years to people who cannot commit. And we have too much unemployment, we have too much problems. So you can imagine if we give somebody who doesn't understand or ama mtu wa uongo, you can imagine the amount of unemployed people who we are going to manufacture. Now we are having close to 5-6 million unemployed people. they are going to double that number. And we cannot risk that. We are supposed to give a team which at least should have that number. Let's move that number from 6 to 2 million. But there is a team which will increase the amount of unemployed people in Kenya. And we know them. They will know them, Mr. Promise. So let's not listen to him. Let's listen to another direction. Baba has a solution. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. You can go ahead. I just wanted to...
Okay. Asante sana Wananjiru kwa huu utangulizi. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na masuala yote ambayo umeibua. Tutajibu yale tunaweza, mengine tutachambua. As the show continues, many people will come in and give their views on the matter. Otherwise, Mr. Promise is still giving more promises, but we are now demanding fulfillment of promise. No more promises in terms of I will do. We want it done now. The Kenyans have become impatient on the matter, and so everybody must be vigilant to see to it that you play your role in making this nation what is supposed to be by sharing what is credible with the rest of the Kenyans. Let's have one Livingstone caller as we proceed.
Hello.
Mimi ni mmoja wa wale ambaye alikuwa anaweka break ili baba asiapishwe, ili baba asishike Biblia. Na nilikuwa nikifanya hivyo na wenzangu Kalonzo na wenzangu na huko nje baba inawaka. Sasa mguu imechoka, ile brake pad imekwisha, sasa brake imekatika. Brake pad imekwisha, brake imefanya nini? Brake imefanya nini? Kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaweka brake tukisema tunataka watu wapate fikra, wajue kwamba Kenya inataka haki, lakini inaonekana hawataki kusikia. Kwa hivyo breki imefanya nini? Breki imefanya nini?
Well, wasikilizaji, najua kwamba kuna hali ya taharuki kwa sababu ya yale yalitokea. Mwenzangu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga alienda akapatiwa kiapo Uhuru Park, na mimi kama mgombea mwenza sikuweza kufika kwa sababu ambazo sasa zinaeleweka. Jana usiku tulipokutana, Mheshimiwa Raila alionelea ni vizuri yeye asilale kwake, na mimi nikaona ni lazima nilale nyumbani. Tukapanga hivyo. Lakini asubuhi nadhani wengi wameona kwa runinga vile askari ambao ni walinzi hapa walikuja kuchukuliwa mapema zaidi. Wakachukuliwa wale wako hapa Nairobi, wakachukuliwa wale wako huko nyumbani Sekuru. Ilikuwa ni kama tisho, na hata wale askari ambao kawaida wanao kwa gari wakachukuliwa jana, wakaambiwa kila mtu akionekana hivi ataachishwa kazi, atafutwa kazi. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa mimi peke yangu, na nikakaa hadi saa 5 hivi, na ndio waandishi wa habari wakaja. Na lakini nilipotoka hivi kukawa basi tulikuwa tumepigana simu tukutane na Raila na Wetangula na Mudavadi tuelewane vile tunaenda Uhuru Park, lakini hatukufika. Sisi, mimi na Wetangula na Mudavadi, kwa sababu hatukuwa na bodyguard, tukajipata kwamba tumezuiliwa kwa chumba kimoja, na hayo ndio ambayo ilifanyika. Kwa kifupi, mimi niko tayari vile ndugu Raila alisema, wakati unaofaa tukikubaliana tuende tupate kiapo ili wananchi wajue sisi sio watu wa kurudi nyuma, sisi ni watu ambao kuna msimamo. Asanteni.
Bwana Steven, you can take it.
Yes, Bernard, jambo.
Hali namna gani huko?
Nashukuru huku ni kuzima. Njiru, how are you sir? And Mr. Joshua, jambo. Yeah, I hope sote tuko salama.
Yes, all is well, all is well. Go ahead.
I want to start with the video of Mudavadi. You know, Mudavadi is playing like a hard guy but very soft. Huyo ni Serelak tu venye alikuwa akiambiwa. Maneno mingi lakini action zake namhurumia sana. I don't know where he will be after this election surely. And I really want Raila to ignore him completely. We don't want him anywhere near government. Let him go to the opposition for the rest of his life. Because Bernard, people learn through mistakes. But Mudavadi is not learning through mistakes. Hii yake anafanya ni kama anasema let me punish Raila. But unfortunately, he's punishing himself. And I'm telling you, Bernard, for a fact, after this election 2022, when Ruto loses that election, forget about Mudavadi, forget about Wetangula. Wetangula is at a safe place if he manages to get the seat again, his senatorial seat again. But na yeye akikosa hiyo, unaona venye babu anang'ang'ana kutafuta limelight, itakuwa worst kwa Mudavadi, I'm telling you. And these people should not ignore what the Nyororo guy says. Wanamuita mzee wa manyororo, lakini that old man sees far. Huyo mzee huwa anaona mbali, si urongo. Anaona mbali. Na unajua hata katika Biblia inasema wazee tusiwadharau, wazee wakisema maneno yao huwa ni muhimu ya tuyafatilizie. So Mudavadi alikataa kusikiza mzee Atoli. Just like the way Atoli told Halalwe. He told him openly, you will not be the governor of Kakamega. He told him, what is happening? He will not. He will not. His chance was this election. But after this election, Halalwe also will just go into the dustbin. So Mudavadi has lost it, and whatever he says now is irrelevant. It's irrelevant to him. So huyo tunamweka kwa recycle bin. Yuko kwa recycle bin sahi. Ni ku right click tu na ku empty. Tarehe 9 tuna empty na inaenda hiyo, tunasahau mambo yake. Okay, I saw Garissa was good. Garissa was very good. You know, Bernard, there's this guy who talked like 2 days ago. The guy from who was saying is from Samburu. That guy who was telling us about the Borana things. You know, it's true that these people never vote against the government. I don't know why. They're the most oppressed people, but it's funny when it comes to election, they vote with the government of the day. So I don't see it changing this time around. It will not change. Raila is going to consolidate that region. They are going to vote as a bloc, and that's it. I don't know. You know, the reality on the ground is different from what these people are telling us. Where will Kenya Kwanza get the numbers? Surely Mount Kenya is infiltrated. Where will they get these numbers? Unashangaa Kilifi huku kwetu huku. Wewe enda ongea mambo ya Ruto uone venye utaondolewa mbio. Hawataki kusikia. Unaona? I'm telling you Bernard, watu hawataki kusikia mambo yao huyo mtu. You saw it in Mombasa. They had to stay for 1 hour to wait for people to gang up. Wacha Raila akwambia kuna mkutano tunonoka saa 8, uone hapo mahali saa 3 venye patakuwa pamejaa. Some other day Mike was telling us we pay to go and see Raila. We fuel our vehicles to go and see Raila. It's not the other way around. You see? So it's true. It's true. We don't need mobilization. We go on our own. Hiyo uwanja nakwambia wacha Raila akuje saa 3 Bernard, mkutano iko saa 9, saa 3 hakuna nafasi tononoka. Njia hazipitiki. Wacha hii unaona watu wamevaa marangi mingi. Unapata watu na masuti zao na matai wanapigwa na jua, wamesimama na magazeti zao wanangoja kusikia baba. Si mchezo. Unaona? The guy has stood for this country for many years. Ako na msimamo, anajua anataka nini. He talks what is there. He doesn't speculate. Leo aseme hivi, kesho aseme hivi. Na akifanya makosa anaona, he apologizes. He says I've done this, is wrong. I'm apologizing. But the other guy doesn't care, doesn't apologize. So it's up to them, but the reality on the ground ni mbaya sana. Reality ni mbaya. Sijui namba zao watatoa wapi. Okay, about this 6-piece voting, I think Bernard, I don't know how we are going to solve this issue of 6-piece, but it's good for the parties, but it's bad for democracy. I'll tell you, for example, in my county where I come from, the last election in 2017, only 4 MCAs were not from ODM. The rest were ODM. Only 4 MCAs. All the MPs were ODM. Women rep, ODM. Kilifi County. Only 4 MCAs were not from ODM. What happened? The county assembly was under Kingi. He was controlling it like his toy, you know. So it's good for the parties, for the perception, but it's bad for the democracy. Me as a person, I wouldn't vote for 6 piece. Me as a person, I will vote like the way you say every day. Vote for a person, not for a party. We need to interrogate these candidates. Hata kama ni wa ODM lakini anaonekana atatupa mbao, we just put him in the dustbin. We need our country to move on. If there are people who can't take us that way, we need to get away with them. So mimi Bernard nikiulizwa 6 piece is good for the parties, is good for the perception, but it's bad for democracy, because anytime the governors want to use the county members, they'll do that. The other thing, your opponent can take advantage of that. Let's say many MCAs are from Jubilee and you are from ODM, you have like 10. They can impeach you without any solid grounds. They impeach you just like that. So I think if we can have a constitutional change in future, we should discourage this 6 piece thing. People should be able to vote for candidates. So I don't know how we are going to move away from that. The countdown, 42 days. It's coming. So let's continue mobilizing. Let's continue giving out the good news of Azimio. Let's encourage our friends, our colleagues. Let's try to change one person a day, just one person. For the 42 days remaining, you'll have 40 people on your side. So I think we need to keep the spirit up. Tusichoke kuongea habari za ukweli. Unajua ukweli huwa haung'ang'ani kuuongea. Ukisema tu ule ukweli unajitokeza wenyewe. Si kama wenzetu wanaanza kuongea hivi, wanatunga A, B, C, D. So Bernard, mimi nitaendelea baadaye. Asante kwa sasa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen, for that starting point, and we appreciate everybody. There are those outcry that our conversation is one-sided. I have always said that this is not the ordinary debate. We used to debate a man is better than a woman, or a farmer is better than a teacher. That had 2 sides. Here we are discussing Kenya and how you look at it from different political proposals, so that we can come up with a Kenya that is viable for all Kenyans, and everybody's free to tell us how good their candidate is, or how qualified their candidate is in order to help us achieve that Kenya that is for all Kenyans and has a cake that every Kenyan has access to. So if you look at this from the angle of people exchanging because we want to have what they are calling balance, it's not workable, and none of these people on the platform had prior invitation to be on this platform. We have all pumped into each other and we begin the conversation. So we cannot have a premeditated even discussion. Therefore, please keep it cool. And if you have any matter you want to raise the link, we are sharing it publicly. Nobody's receiving the link in private. So just accept the fact that probably your candidate has not done his work well. But as at now, let's keep the conversation going. And as we assess every leader at all levels, so that we have a Kenya that is useful and utilizing all its resources for the profiting of the entire country. Thank you very much. And I want to appreciate those of you that are inviting guys to join into the discourse. Please do keep inviting, keep sharing in WhatsApp group, share the link with your Facebook friends, invite as many as you can. Let this conversation reach to as many as it can, so that every Kenyan gets the right information. Standing orders is, if you're on the screen, you keep your mic mute. Keep your mic mute. Keep your camera on all the time. You cannot go behind the curtain while on the screen. because the quality of the video get affected by having black spots or unclear pictures. So please, if you have chosen to come to the panel, make sure that you adhere to those regulations. And if you have a matter you want to interject, you lift your hand, the moderator will pick on you and you will interject whatever that has been said. But let us not have a shouting match. Thank you very much for the people of the comment section. Thank you for being civil and ensuring that everybody is welcome on this platform to share what they think and feel about our politics. But let us discourage propaganda and only uphold what is valid and necessary for our well-being. Thank you very much. Naomba Omar, hiyo ni kuinua mkono ama ni kunisalimia?
Bernard, habari yako?
Niko salama, vipi?
Mzuri. Kuna kidogo nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali. Huyu anaitwa ni Steve kutoka Kilifi ama na
Yes, niko Kilifi.
Nilikuwa tu nataka kuuliza swali, sitaki kuvuruga mkutano. Maswali yangu kuhusu Kingi, kwa nini hakujitokezea kwa mkutano ya William Ruto? Kuna shida? Hiyo tu ilikuwa maswali yangu.
Okay, Omar, shida iko kubwa sana, si ndogo. Shida iko kubwa kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza, ambayo ni party ya Kilifi ya Kingi iko na candidates. Siwezi kusema wako strong ama hawako strong, but wako candidates. Ni sawa? Hawa candidates wametumia pesa, wamelipa party nomination fees, wameprint materials. Ni sawa? Na wote wanatarajia kuwa watashinda uchaguzi. Umeelewa? Ikiwa tutaenda kwa mkutano wa Ruto na tukifika kwenye mkutano wa Ruto anasimamisha Mama Aisha Jumwa, anasema huyu ndio anafaa, yule mwingine hafai. Kama uliangalia siku Kingi akijoin Kenya Kwanza, George Kiti was pushed away by Duale. And later Duale said hakuwa anajua George Kiti. George Kiti is a very, very prominent lawyer from Nairobi. In fact, ameanza kukaa Kilifi 2 years ago. Yeye huwa ako based in Nairobi. So Duale was insincere. So what I'm saying, Omar, is King is looking for the interest of his party, because how can you have a party with candidates and then you go to a meeting where your party is going to be sabotaged? It's not going to happen. Yeye ako na interest zake as long as yuko Kenya Kwanza, but yeye pia mwanzo anataka chama yake ipate MPs wengi, ipate MCAs wengi, ipate governor. But akiwa na Ruto haitawezekana, because Ruto is drumming up support for his UDA members. That's what I can say for now. So ameamua kujitoa kwa sababu apatie platform wale members wake wa chama yake wajikampenie na wajiongelele wenyewe. The other thing is associating yourself with the deputy president in Kilifi and Mombasa is suicidal. I'm telling you for free, it's not going to happen. You are going to be voted out massively because people don't like that guy here. It's open. Ask anyone from Kilifi. I'm not saying because I'm pro Azimio. Unaelewa? Asante Omar.
Okay, asante Steven kwa hilo jibu, na mimi jibu limefika Bwana Omar, na utafuatilia wakati unaanza kumake submission ya kwako. Naomba tumsikilize Joshua mbio tafadhali, na tulinde muda dakika 2-3 ili kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kutosha kuchangia kabla wakati uanze kuyoyoma. Karibu Bwana Joshua.
Yes, habari Bernard.
Iko salama. Vipi?
Yes, niko salama. I just have a problem na hii mambo ya zoning. Hii zoning naona kama it is too late kwa Azimio. And I blame them. They ought to have done this thing before wakati wa nomination. Kwa sababu unapata somebody like Bahati huyu wa Madari. Huyu kijana angepewa ticket ya Jubilee. But no, they went ahead and they gave Bahati ticket. And then after for 2 days, unamwambia mtu a step aside. So mimi zoning ya Azimio ni yao mwenyewe wamejikoroga. It is very late. Because there are some people who are just small. Like I really doubt kama huyu Bahati kweli sincere ni mtu Azimio kweli, because somebody mtu ambaye ni Azimio angeangalia what the party or the coalition inataka. If in Mombasa the powerful person huyu alikuwa anataka governor, alikuwa anataka wanaume kijana wa Nasir, aliamua kaacha, na now when you see now the guy is really working with Raila each and every time. So what of this musician Bahati? Because I'm wondering why is it undermined? And then also ukienda Kajiado, I'm also seeing a problem because watu Azimio, they didn't look ahead for one day watataka consolidate this coalition. Wangeacha Ololengo aende peke yake na ule Kedienya angeweka kando. Ukienda Kisii now they're fighting. Unapata Ungeri wanapigana huyu kijana huyu Simbarati. They also have done this thing early as possible so that by right now already, kama wakati huo mtu angeenda kama unaona mali kama Umabei Kidera alienda mtu akaamua aende independent aende, lakini asitumie jina Azimio majina Raila, aende kivyake. But now zoni tungefanya mapema. Now I'm seeing this a big problem at this time, but I'm just praying that wafanye in a good way so that kura zetu zitoroke. And then secondly ni issue ya nimeona hapo mambo ya Kabogo. Mimi hata wacha aende kabisa, because hao ni wale watu ambao hawana stand, so wacha toroke kabisa. Hata kama aligo slow kwa mambo ya KK, let them suffer with them, but because I know in Kiambu Nyoro is a weak candidate. Nyoro is a bit weak. Naona kama Wamatangi atampiga 10-0, but we are not care what we care. Tunataka ni kura za baba ziingie, because najua Kiambu imebeba Thika and other parts of metropolitan imeshika Nairobi kidogo, so I'm sure Kiambu tapata kura, lakini governorship hiyo naye tuachie watu wa KK. And then I have a problem na Azimio issue ya campaign strategy yao. They have a poor campaign strategy, because I remember wakati Raila alipotangaza running mate, he gave us some list of how people are going to campaign, but up to date I've never seen seriousness of Azimio, because they should not crowd in one rally. They should divide themselves. Wawache baba ende kivyake. Kalonzo should just go to Eastern Ukambani. Madhakaru bangebaki hapa Central, Kanyagani hapa Central. Baba kaenda other places. Nairobi hapa vijana hao wangetakana saizi washatembea hapa Nairobi. But ukienda Mombasa, tungetaka kuona Ali Hassan Joho, mtoto wa Nasir, wanakanyaga kabisa Mombasa. But I don't see that impact. I'm seeing the campaign strategy as Azimio is very weak at this time of ambayo tumefikia. Wangetakana wajigawanye the way Raila alipatiana list ya how this thing is going to take place, but I'm not seeing that. So I'm very worried na the campaign strategy ya Raila, because they are crowded in one place. Kalonzo yuko na Raila. I'm really worried na that. And then I don't see RUTO winning this election, but with the campaign strategy ya Raila atakuwa na problem, but they just have to consolidate themselves and they be serious with the campaign, or else RUTO atawashika red-handed. Thank you.
Bwana Joshua, inaonekana wewe hauko lenient. If we hold 10 rallies in a day, you want RUTO to do what? To go to Sogoi and wait for conceding, or okay.
Get my point clear. Joshua, Bernard.
Yes.
Get my point. What I'm saying.
Yes.
Wakati Raila alipotangaza running mate, you remember he gave us the list of how they're going to campaign, but we're not seeing that impact. Like Nairobi is dormant right now.
You are not seeing. Okay, hold on. political campaigns are not done like it's not like choir practice. when you have gone for choir competition, you will see choir singing here, choir singing here, and all of them will end up and make their presentation, and that's all. But political campaigns are building up. You build up momentum as you go towards the winning day. If you start the fire too early, you will run out of steam when you will need to give your best hit at the last minute so that you win. So I think I don't have a preview of the plan exactly, but in my observation, everything is working according to the script, but they are building up the momentum. Because if you get into the campaign without a good build-up program or rather timetable, what will happen is you will exhaust everything within the shortest time possible, and at the end of the day, there will be no that aspect of rallying people to go and vote. The really thing is now rallying people to go and vote. Like the video we played of Mudavad, you saw the way they build up the swearing in of Baba. It came now when it came the 11th hour. The kind of conversation was everybody that was in Nairobi and those who traveled to Nairobi, they were to be at Uhuru Park because now final imefika. So it is wrong to finalize before the final day arrives. And that is what I believe Baba is working with. Right now, it was consultation. Now, after Kalonzo has come back and then Mama is here, there is now, this week has been bonding, okay? After they are bonded, now they will separate and then go hunting from different direction. Waweke elephant, surround the elephant, then shoot, slaughter, share. So I don't think there's something wrong with the campaign strategy. It's only that it's not obvious, it's not predictable, but it's working. Underground especially. In places like Rift Valley and all that, you will not see on top of car campaign, but there is underground campaign taking place. Oparanya has held the western region properly, Kakamega, Vihiga, things are ticking. It's only that there is no showing off. Kenya Kwanza have a lot of showing off because that's all they have. They must give that image that they are really winning or they are really in it. That's why they are even crying that their coverage is not enough on national TV. They say that these ones were given 15 minutes, us were given 3 minutes. Now, the reason they're doing that because their strategy of campaigning is create a perception. Baba doesn't need to create any perception. He knows what he's working on, and he is capturing every time. He said the Apostle Paul talking to the Church of Corinth, say, I don't fight like he that fights the air. He said, I calculate my blows so that every time I release the blow, it hits the target. Not spread every blow everywhere and hope that one blow will hit something. That is waste of energy and waste of resources. So I believe everything is on track unless you have other evidences elsewhere. Every campaign has to be built up, not just to be attacked. If you attack from every direction, wewe ndio utanaswa. Na ukishanaswa ndio hivyo hivyo. And like now, time is bad. So let everything work according to script. Reacting to Kenya Kwanza is the worst mistake Baba can ever do. Trying to react to Kenya Kwanza is losing direction completely, and they will lose the election that they cannot lose. Even if they stop campaigning right now, it is impossible for Baba to lose this election. But if they begin to react to Kenya Kwanza, at Ruto amesema hivi, waseme hivi, Ruto ameenda Mombasa, waende Mombasa, Ruto ameenda Western, waende. With the moment they begin to follow Kenya Kwanza, is the end of them, in my opinion. Now, unless there is any matter arising, we go to Omar. Okay, Bwana Omar, karibu.
Habari zenu?
Salama, namna gani?
Nzuri. Mada ya leo sio mengi sana. Tukianzia upande ya kampeni ya baba. Kampeni ya baba kufanya kampeni Northeastern ni 800,000 na kitu. Hizo ni tuseme kura za wafugaji. I think ni 800,000 na kitu. Tunashukuru baba ametumia akili, amezijaribu kuzishikilia hizo votes. Hizo vote ni muhimu sana za wafugaji. Wafugaji si kidogo pia. Kulingana na taktiki yake ya siasa, tuliambia watu wa kimbia huyu mzee ni ngumu kumweza, kwa sababu game yake ya siasa ni kali sana kufanya Northeastern, na hizo kura za Northeastern ni muhimu sana. Na tukiacha Northeastern, tukikuja katika upande ya Kenya Kwisha. Kenya Kwisha leo tunaona walikuwa na mkutano na madaktari. I think manasi na madaktari kutafuta kura. Akaongea mambo ya KEMSA. Ni haki yake kutafuta kura. Tukaona alikuwa na mkutano na walimu, ni jana sijui ni juzi. Saa hii naona ako na mkutano na vijana, tafuta kura ya vijana. I think hiyo mkutano inaendelea. Ni vizuri kutafuta kwa sababu kura ya vijana pia ameona huyu nani anamkimbiza mbio sana kuhusu wa vijana. Na kuhusu siasa ya Central. Siasa ya Central tunaona sio mbaya, tunajaribu sana kuchukua kura kutoka upande ya Central. Vita between KABOGO na Kenya Kwisha, hiyo ni nyumba yao. Sababu wenyewe wanaelewana. Wakati waliwekeana agreement na William Ruto, ni raha yetu wenyewe wakichapana, bora kura ya baba ya urais ipatikane huko. Si hatuna haja na hizo vitu wanang'ang'ana. Bora kura za baba zipatikane pande ya Mount Kenya. Hatuwezi tukasema ati Mount Kenya tutapata maviti za MP na MCA. Tutapata, na tutapata kwanza nyingi sana. Na tukikuja upande ya Coast, mwenzangu amenijibu kuhusu Mombasa, sana sana Kilifi. Akaniambia ile matatizo between Kingi na Kenya Kwisha hawaelewani. Hiyo pia ni raha yetu. Kingi mwenyewe alijipeleka huko, acha wenyewe ang'ang'ane. Lakini Mombasa tuko intact. Na I think nitamuunga mwenzangu kidogo mkono. Kuna mwenzangu huyo mmoja ametoka kusema kuhusu tactic za Azimio. Nitamuunga mkono. Tactic za Azimio sio mbaya, lakini hata mimi pia haijanifurahisha vile siasa wanapiga, kwa sababu lazima saa hii wakati imeisha, saa hii ni wakati hakuna kulala. Hii ni siasa ya kufa na kupona. Lazima wajigawe, si watu wote wanaenda sehemu moja. Kama Kalonzo wako na baba, lazima wajigawe. Kama mfano baba akienda Northeastern, Kalonzo yuko Coast, Martha Karua yuko Central, hivyo wanajigawa, na wengine wako Nairobi. At least wakati wa saa hii hatuna nafasi, kwa sababu hii mwezi kiisha tumebakisha mwezi moja, na mwezi moja hiyo lazima tujikakamue sana. Na hatusemi Ruto anaweza kutushinda, lakini tusikubali hizo numbers zibadilike, ikue ni karibu, yani tusikubali atufikie. Lazima tutengeze hiyo gap ikue kubwa sana. Tujaribu sana kung'ang'ana katika hiyo. Mwenzangu amezungumza, lazima pia wale wako karibu na hao viongozi wa Azimio, mkifikisha message lazima watawafikishia wakubwa wao. Hiyo ni muhimu sana. Kwa hiyo tu leo ndio nilikuwa na hiyo maoni peke yake.
Okay, sawa. I think we are moving on nicely. So Bwana Charles, uko swali? Unauliza?
Asante sana. Leo nimepatikana hapa. Nilikuwa huwa naona this communication kwa muda mrefu, lakini leo kuna kitu imeongelewa paka imebidi niingie. Sisi kama wanaazimio tunajua tutashinda. Lakini pia tukiona mali tuko na weakness, it is better we open up to say this is the weakness, tutengeneze. Huyo mwenzangu anaitwa Joshua ameongea kitu ambayo pia mimi inaniuma huku. Hata kama ni kuchapa watu viboko ningechapa. Kwa sababu ukiangalia Kenya Kwanza wanagawana, wanaenda sehemu tofauti. Lakini acha niwaulize kwa swali moja. Juzi nimeona mzee amekuwa Marsabit. Na mtu kama Atuli ameenda. Atuli ataongeza kura gani kule Marsabit? Atuli angelibaki Western huko atembeze hiyo pesa yote hii Western, tungepata kura ya Western. Mtu kama Kalonzo atakani afuate Raila paka Busia. There's no votes he will add. Also Paranya hawezi fuata Raila paka Mombasa. Hakuna kura yenye anaonyesha. Kuna liga ambazo Raila alisema kuna timu kadhaa. Akasema kutakuwa na Women League. Hiyo Women League iko wapi? Ukiangalia Kenya Kwanza kuna venye hao mama wanatembea sehemu fulani. Kila siku wanapiga campaign. Sisi wetu wako wapi? Mtu kama Joho tulikuwa tunajua yeye ni mwanasiasa wa maana sana. Hii coast yuko ama hayuko Kenya? Juu sasa sisi tumekaa tunahangaika. Watu kama mtu yoyote wa Azimio ambaye yuko kwa hiyo secretariat team kwa hii studio yetu ajue kwamba we are not happy with the campaign strategy. Watu wote waende wasiusia tu wanafuata mzee. Wanafuata mzee ya nini? Mzee mwenyewe anajipigianga campaign mwenyewe. In fact hao wengine wakifuata mzee ndio kuna kwanga na vita kwa hizo rally. Juu anataka jionyeshe ndio anajuana na mzee, ndio anataka aonyeshe anajuana na mzee. Hakuna timambo ati hatuna resources. We have the resources. But hizi resources zote tunaziweka mahali pamoja. Mbona tuziweke mahali pamoja? Leo nimefurahi nimeona Shebesh ameongea. Lakini kazi yake ilikuwa gani? Yeye ilikuwa pambana na Women League. Haya, kuna watu wazuri kama kina Sabina Chege. Sabina Chege naanza kuwa disappointed kidogo, napata haonekani mahali. Na Sabina Chege was very active. Hata akisimamanga kwa crowd akisema ni Sabina Chege, wewe unaona venye watu wanafurahia. Mtu kama Sabina Chege ndio ana qualify kuzunguka na mzee kila mahali, because chances yake kuongeza kura kwa mzee ziko juu sana. Sasa sisi tujaribu sana. Kenya Kwanza tukifanya mchezo, Kenya Kwanza itatushinda. Kenya Kwanza wana campaign paka saa 8 usiku. Sisi tunaona mimi naonaga kwa online. Hizi vitu yenye Ruto alisema kweli atatushangaza. Hizi chata, yes, zinaweza kuwa za uongo. But kila siku hiyo ndio vitu inaongeza kura. Sisi wanaume wakati tunatongoza msichana, umtongozangi mara moja na uende. Una keep on coming back. Ndio chances zako ziwin. Lakini watu unaeka mara moja na unapotea. We are going to lose this thing kama campaign strategy yetu itaendelea hivi. We need to change. We need to change kabisa, my friends. Ni hayo tu, asanteni.
Okay, before I bring you Navin, let me just try to add something kulingana na vile Charles ameongea. This is my take. I know people should also campaign in their home grounds, but there is one thing which I would also like to tell you here. There is also what we call monotony in the campaign. Like, try to tell me how will it look to Kalonzo in his own self, who thinks has also a national appeal, if Azimio mandates him only to be oscillating within the Ukambani region. So what happens is at times, even as we want to lock these people in their home ground, also to do campaign, it's also advantageous to also have these people go in other areas of the country so that they can also create a momentum and a wave. Because remember, these are the same people who still need to move with the Baba. Because let's assume Mother Karua remains in Central, Kalonzo remains in Ukambani, as we are saying, Joho remains in huko kwao in the coast, akina nani wa remain in Kakamega, like akina Atuori and these other guys of DAPK. Who will be with the Baba? Ama Baba kazi yake itakuwa kungojewa na the people in the home ground. Like Baba akienda Garissa, watu wa Garissa wamungoje huko without bringing with this team which has a national appeal. I think, to me, what I would say is they have a mixed pattern. When I talk of a mixed pattern is, wanatembea na Baba kidogo, they retreat to their home grounds. Unatembea na Baba kidogo, you retreat to your home ground. But to me, I don't see it sensible if we, like, let me give an example of somebody like Mother Karua. To me, I see we have more value of Mother Karua campaigning in Mount Kenya and also campaigning elsewhere. Because kama mumeona, sijui kama mumefuata siasa za mtu kama Mother Karua, she has some intellectual gist which can be applied elsewhere, not only in Mount Kenya alone. She has a gist, she can blend with the people from other communities. So I think what people are saying here, I don't want to agree with it wholesomely, but what I think is we need to analyze the strength of Azimio team. Then once we analyze the strength of Azimio team, we see the people who are effective in cross-county campaign and we move with them. But we cannot monopolize, or we cannot just say people to campaign in their locality. It will be tiresome and it will be itakuwa na monotony. People will be seeing as if they are being hooked, because I don't see it making sense if we say Joho only to be in coast alone. It will be monotonous for him. And maybe he also sees he has a capacity to go somewhere in Western or to go somewhere even in Nairobi and also try to vibrate the system a little bit. So I think Azimio, maybe their technical team is aware of what we are saying here, and I think they are knowledgeable enough to be able to have a mixed blend campaign. But I think your issues are good, but to me that's what I think. We need to do it in a smart way, but let's not localize our politics too much. Ati mtu apige campaign kwao, haitaingiana. So, okay, let's have Nelvin, and then we have Mujaz to ask you a question, then we get another person. You can ask your question.
Haya, asante wanamtembei. Mimi ningependa kukosoa Mr. Charles kidogo. Kuna kitu kimoja, viongozi wa Azimio ni viongozi wa kitaifa, si viongozi wa kikabila. Kalonzo Marsabit ni mtu ako baka na MCA. Kuna wale wafuasi wa Kalonzo Marsabit, kuna wale wafuasi wa Kalonzo Garissa, na wakiona Kalonzo, wakimuona na baba, wanajua wako pamoja. Na Raila pia si mtu wa kufanya kupiga siasa, kuamka kila siku kuenda kupiga siasa. Raila kura zake ziko. Mimi natoka Rift Valley. Nimepigia Raila kura kuanzia 2007 na hii bado ni yake, mpaka saa hii bado ni yake. Sijatoka nje, sijaenda wapi, niko hapo Azimio ndani. Hata Rift Valley huko, kama leo ukiangalia, umeona kuna madefectors wengi sana wametoka huko kwa William na wamekuja kwa Azimio. Nakuru saizi jioni, kama umeangalia KTN ama ni NTV, kura za maoni zimepigwa na Raila Amolo Odinga ameongoza kwa kura mingi sana, na Wajakoya amemfuata kwa namba 2. Nakuru mahali William anashindaga akipiga nduru kila siku, lakini Susan Keika kila siku wako huko, na huko aendi kila siku. Yeye ni kiongozi wa kitaifa. Sisi wanaazimio ndio tunafaa kumuuza. Ukipata mtu kama ako confused, ako kwa hiyo chama ya udaku hiyo, unajaribu kumleta, anaingia mwenyewe kwa Azimio. Sasa mimi kuna kitu kimoja ningependa kuwaomba sisi kama wanaazimio, tuache kulaumu baba. Baba anangojea kuapishwa, ni kiongozi wa kitaifa. Mimi na wewe ni jukumu letu kuangalia wale watu ambao wamepotea kwa uongozi mbaya, tuwalete karibu, waingie kwa uongozi ambao ni mzuri. Mimi ni kijana mdogo, lakini yangu kura nimeishi kutamani kuona uongozi wa baba. Kwa hii maisha yote yenye tunapitia sisi kama raia, tuache kulaumu baba afanye siasa, sijui nani. Hiyo weka kando. Huwezi tofautisha. Kuna Joho, mtu kama Joho akikuja mali kama Nairobi ama akienda Kakamega, kuna wale watu wanatamani kusikia sauti ya Joho, na wakiona Joho wanajua hapa tumefika. Hata kama kura ilikuwa ya kutoka nje, inarudi ndani. So baba ni mtu ambaye kura zake ziko tayari, yeye anangojea kuapishwa. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Okay, nani mwingine alikuwa na swali before we get the next person? Okay, Mujaz. Okay, Mujaz, ask your question.
Okay, it is not a question, it's just to add on the point which you are trying to explain. You know, each and every place has got different geographical phenomenon. The way you present yourself to the people of Garissa is not the same way you present yourself to the people of Muranga. You know, the point is just to explain why, to just try to elaborate on the reason why I feel is not that weird to see Baba campaigning together with Martha Karua at Garissa. There's one main reason in each and every political affiliation and political rally. There's something called the national figure, right? Both national figure and the gender outlook, right? When you go to Garissa or you go to a certain place, any place, some people will question, why are these people, only people coming from Kambani, campaigning in our region? So seeing Baba and Kalonzo together is just portraying the national outlook. Plus Martha Karua inclusion is giving the gender, showing the gender outlook, right? Then just to remind our fellow panelists, I don't know why we are complaining, because even some days back we saw the Azimio splitting different wings, campaigning different regions. It's just I think the recent campaign where Baba toward the northern and northeastern areas is whereby you saw him with the other leaders like Martha Karua and the rest. Baba has been doing that, has been having different teams campaigning in different regions. The reason why most recent days it has been different, because you know the other wing, they like coping, right? If you see currently, before Ruto used to go with all the group going in one region, making noise there, then go back. Go in the next region, make noise, then go back. But most recently, he saw that this one is not going to benefit him that much. he has decided to split the teams. Rigathi Gachagua walking around Rift Valley region, some Rift Valley region, and the central, sending Mudavadi to go and campaign in Western like that. I think it's just borrowing an idea from Azimio. Azimio is the one who started that strategy. If you can remember, Eugene Wamalwa and the rest were campaigning in that region. Some were campaigning in Nairobi, some were campaigning in Nyanza, some in Coast. But the moment the Kenya Kwanza tried to borrow the idea, they decided to call it back. Then they strategize again. It's just that for now. I'm waiting for my time. I'll contribute.
Okay, 1 minute, WG, before I bring you. Maybe I just wanted to just put one comment. You know, campaigns are always unique. Let's not expect Baba to do what UDA is doing. I think let's not try to do a counter comparison here, because I think Baba has a way of doing his own campaign, and I think it would be good we give him an opportunity, because I think what they are doing, they're using a concept which is called split combine. Split combine. In politics, there is a concept like that one, whereby you split, like you see, like there was a time when Martha Karua was going too much in Mount Kenya, wanaenda wanakutana pale. So they are just doing that concept of split combine, and that is what will be happening. Watakuwa wanaachana kidogo, wanakutana, wanaachana kidogo, wanakutana. It's very effective. Otherwise, they cannot move together throughout the time. They cannot move separated throughout the time. There must be a blend between the two. WG.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to also weigh in on the same discussion about the split and people campaigning together. On my side, I think the split or lack of it is advised by the situation on the ground and the activities of the opponents. That's the reason why sometimes the other day when Baba was in Laikipia, they were not with Martha Karua. He had gone there by himself. Martha Karua was very busy in this other side of Central and the other and other places. So the other thing is we cannot copy. We cannot say that we are going to do the way the Kenya Kwanza do their things. Recently, when there was some statistics, we find that William Ruto and his team were leading in the number of visits in various parts of the country. But it was not reflective of the gains. So there is visiting and campaigning even until midnight. But what are you getting out of it? William Ruto has been campaigning for the past 5 or 4 years, and like the president last time said, you may just begin your campaigns like very fast. Kumbe, it's a marathon. And that is what is getting revealed day by day. It's unfolding. The other thing I wanted to say is that we must, I wanted to side with those people who are saying that Azimio should do more, but mine is slightly different. There are those areas that we should take as swing votes. One of such a place is could be Western and Central. I think there should be a lot of activities for Azimio in those areas. Locals and people who are known to be, good organizers. They call it the people who bring voters together. Should work there very hard so that we can see the fruits from those ends. Otherwise, Azimio they've been very strategic in their approach. There is a reason why Martha Karua will join Baba and Kalonzo Musyoka in Northeastern, and they don't, they go like that. There is a reason why they go like that. And there's also a reason why people like, 001 has not joined them.
Ndio. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Kenya Kwanza kilishwa na William Ruto kura ngapi? 9. Twende kwa Wajakoya sasa. Wajakoya namba 2. Wajakoya jamani. Moja. Wajakoya. 2. Wajakoya. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Wajakoya amemshinda Ruto. Tumalizie hapa baba. Oda. Haya. Raila Odinga Azimio Azimio. 1. 2. 3. 4. Sauti. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Ngoja tena. Haya. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, sauti, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 32, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Haya, tulieni. Oda, kuna zawadi. Haya, kuna zawadi. Oda, kuna zawadi. Oda. Kuna zawadi eh?
So I think we can continue with the discussion and the people can also comment about that. Maybe nikispeana tu comment moja. I would hail the people. That one tries to show Nakuru is a cosmopolitan place. This idea whereby people have been thinking that Nakuru is a RUTO zone. They need to start waking up. If you try to look at 50/9, which RUTO got, that is the ratio of 1 to 5. So for every 1 which RUTO got, Raila got 5. So I think you can try to look at the percentage. And Nakuru is one of the pivotal counties in Kenya. So if Baba can win in Nakuru, you can try to see some other counties which Baba might win now. That also shows there is a possibility that even some other Mount Kenya counties might also become feasible for Baba. So when we are saying that hii mambo ni kama imeisha, I think there is all the necessary indicators that Baba is on the driver's seat, but naona tu wengine tu tunaendelea tu kujidanganya. So I think that's what I would say on that.
Jiro,
and I think
Jiro, I had a question regarding that.
Okay.
So does it also depend on the which part of the city or which part of the Nakuru town was that opinion poll held? Was it at the CBD or some parts of one of the estates?
Okay, WG, I also want to add another question to you. If that thing showed RUTO won, could you still have asked that question? I'm just in an honest opinion. Let's say 1 minute. I'm asking you if that, because I know Citizen KTN, they have done it in Nyeri. It showed RUTO won there. They have done in other counties where RUTO has won. Have we tried to ask that question, that this opinion poll might have been from a certain area where maybe certain somebody has massive support there? I think if we never asked that question previously, it's not good to ask that question now. What I know is that KTN, with their concept, they cannot just come up with a biased representation. I think they know what they are doing, and they know what a poll means. That's my answer to you. I think they know what a poll means. They can't just bring people from one area. I don't think they can equally transport people from one direction. That one would be also trying to maltreat their good name, and I don't think KTN can do that. So when the Baba wins, let's accept. When Ruto wins, let's accept. But let's not start saying polls are not good when they are not favoring us. I think it's important for us to also be honorable and accept a defeat when it's a defeat. Now, this guy has even, 1 minute, this guy has even been defeated by Wajakoya. Let's not even talk about Raila Odinga. Let's handle Ruto and Wajakoya now. Let's forget about Raila Odinga now. Sasa, hata hii ya Wajakoya kweli ni, is it a bias? Okay, WG, you can extend your question.
Let me interject kidogo. Kindly. The reason why I'm backing WG, last time they did the same KTN, and they did it at Kasarani, and Ruto won. You cannot say that Ruto has captured Nairobi County. They did it last time. Ruto won in Kasarani, so that one cannot tell you that Ruto in Nairobi, Ruto is capturing is winning in Nairobi. So the way WG has asked, you cannot say that no, maybe they did it where the supporters of Azimio are many. So it doesn't giving a good picture, because even last time walifanya Kasarani and Ruto won massively than Raila. Wewe sema kuwa sasa Ruto atashinda Nairobi County. So I agree with WG. Where did the poll opinion conducted?
Okay, WG, you can continue with your explanation, and I think
Wangira has some comment. Give him chance first.
Okay, fine.
Njiru, how are you? How is everybody? You know, I want to propose that we need to move this debate forward, because if people want to ask questions, let those be questions, not contributions. Because I'm seeing people raising hands saying they're asking questions and they're only contributing, and they are making us stay here longer and longer. So let questions be questions and contributions be contributions.
Okay, fine. WG, finish your comment.
Yeah. So what Joshua said is what I have, because look, even in a cosmopolitan town like Eldoret, you can go hold such kind of polls in Langas, and they will overwhelmingly vote for Raila. Yet when you look at it broadly, you would get that it might be otherwise, the other opposite. So as Azimio, we need to be very practical. We don't want to go like the other side. We need to be very practical and realistic in what we are doing and in our expectations. That was the essence of my question.
Okay, fine. I would allow us to keep the conversation going, but what I just say is that I hope KTN, they are just fine enough to give us a good call, because if they are just giving us biased poll, it would be unfortunate. But I hope they are using the right methodology for a poll. So that's all what I hope. They are using the right methodology. But remember, we are not sponsoring them. No one is sponsoring these people. These people, they are doing this thing on their own. So I don't know to what benefit they will be doing to favor any candidate. So I don't know to what benefit. Jiro, welcome. Jiro Kesho. Your time.
Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, my name is Jilo Koshe. I'm coming from Marsabit County. Mimi natoka Marsabit huko. So when this rally of Baba was held in Marsabit, I was there. Even hii ya Isiolo nilikuwa, hata ya Samburu nilikuwa, ya Marsabit nilikuwa, ya Mandera nilikuwa, ya Wajir nilikuwa, na hata hii ya Garissa leo nilikuwa yote. Mimi nilikuwa zote. So in these rallies, particularly hii ya campaigns za Northern, mimi natoka huko, mimi ni mtu ya pande ile. So in this hii rallies za huko nyumbani, hii watu wanapigana kivyao kama mandugu, yani wanapigania viti za kwao. Si ati mambo ya kupiga Raila ama nini. The tides have changed. You know, during the times of 2007, tulikuwa upande ya Raila. Alafu in 2013, because of President Kibaki, alikuwa kwa kiti, tukakuja tukabadilika, tukakuwa upande ya serikali, kwa sababu sisi tunakuanga marginalized. Alafu in 2017 pia tukakuwa upande ya serikali. So this time round, sisi largely tuko upande ya Raila. Lakini watu wanapigana kwa sababu wanataka position kwa government. Si ati Raila ndiye anapigwa. Unajua people wanasema ati Raila ameenda huko amepigwa mawe, sijini. Hiyo kitu hakuna. Hiyo kitu, hizi vitu zinakwanga, yani watu wa kwetu wanasemanga tunataka mtu wa kwetu because of clanism, ile kidogo inakwanga. Lakini sio ati kuna presidential candidate ametoka mahali anakuja kupigwa. Lakini because of this UDO propaganda, udaku propaganda, inasemekana ati Raila ameenda huko amepigwa mawe. Hakuna mtu anapigwa mawe ametoka nje. Sisi wenyewe ndio tunagongana kivyetu ndani kidogo, ile harakati ya kutafuta ya clanism ya kwetu. Mimi ni mtu natoka pande hiyo. So presidentially this time round, largely Northerners, sisi watu wa Northern, we are largely for Raila Odinga. Na hiyo ni kitu ambayo huwezi ukabadilisha. Hata ukienda wapi ama ukifanya nini, hiyo ni ngumu sana kubadilisha. RUTO alikuwa Garissa, alikuwa Wajir, alikuwa Mandera. Aliona mambo kidogo ilikuwa tofauti, haikuwa vile alikuwa anatarajia, mpaka akupitia Marsabit na hii Isiolo pande, akawacha na akarudi pande ya Coast. So hata hii ya Coast, bado sisi ni wafugaji, tuko na hiyo watu pia ya Coast. Hata hii ya Coast, muliona vile alikuwa pande hii, ni si rahisi sana, si rahisi vile alikuwa anachukulia. So sisi pande hii tumejitengeneza, tuko sawa na tuko na huyu mzee. Wacha tumpatie hii wakati mmoja tu, kwa sababu hii ni wakati yake, na hata Mungu anajua hii ni wakati yake. Wacha tumpatie, tuone vile atatupeleka. Issues za kama for example tukienda Rift Valley, tunaweza sema ni yake ya Mheshimiwa RUTO, lakini kuna counties ambazo pia ni za wafugaji, ambazo ni zetu pia. Sisi tunajidai naye. Counties kama za Narok, kama za Kajiado, kama za West Pokot, kama za Samburu, kama za Turkana, hizo pia sisi tunajua ni kwa sababu gani tunataja huyu mzee. Kwa sababu tumekaa naye kutoka zamani na tumeona malengo yake inalengana na sisi kama jamii ya wafugaji. Hata hii Laikipia hii pia tunalengana naye sana, kwa sababu jamii yetu pia wako pande hiyo. Hii mambo ya kusema ya kwamba ati jamii ya wafugaji iko pande nyingine, hata Wakalenjin pia ni jamii ya wafugaji, lakini yeye hajatuletea dhana ile tunataka ilengane na sisi kama jamii ya wafugaji haswa. Sababu zilizotajwa na mzee tunazielewa, ambazo sitasema sana hapa kwa sababu nitakuwa napoteza wakati mwingi. Zote zinalengana na sisi, ambazo zinahitajika tukue nazo ndio huyu mzee atuongoze. So kwa machache nilikuwa nasema sisi jamii za kutoka mapuani hapa Northeastern, hapa Eastern, jamii za upande ya Rift Valley, North Rift Valley, zote sisi tuko na huyu mzee. Na hiyo dhana ya kusema ya kwamba ati Raila ameenda huko amepigwa mawe, Raila hakuna mtu amepiga ya mawe. Zote hizo rally nilikuwa ndani, hakuna mtu alipiga Raila mawe. Vita zilitokea kabla ya Raila hajakuja kwa rally, kwa sababu ya rivalry ya inaitangwa ile brotherhood, ile mandugu, vita ya mandugu, sio vita ya Raila. So watu wasikuje kutuongelea kwamba ati pande ya Northern ati watu wa Raila alipigwa mawe ama rally ya Raila ilipigwa mawe. Haijapigwa mawe, rally ilipigwa mawe. Hakuna rally ilipigwa mawe Raila akiwa ndani. Ile moja ya Marsabit peke yake ndio ilirushwa mawe wakati Raila alikuwa pale, and I was present there myself. And it was not that Raila was the one whose stone was thrown to. The stone was thrown to the leaders who are now supposed to speak, ya kwamba in the hierarchy of speaking, nani ataongea mbele ya mwingine, huyu mwingine akiongea mbele ya huyu atakuwa depleted, atakuwa yani yeye atakuwa ranked chini. Hiyo ndio sababu hiyo mambo ilikuwa inafanyika, lakini watu wa pande ile, hiyo rally ilikuwa attended na watu Azimio peke yake. Hiyo watu wa RUTO hawakukuja pale kutupa mawe. Watu walitupiana mawe pale ni watu ya Azimio peke yake, kwa sababu ya brotherhood or sibling rivalry. So mimi nilikuwa nataka niongee hiyo peke yake. Asante.
Okay, thank you bwana Njiro Koshe. So sasa nikikuuliza swali bwana Njiro, na hiyo sibling rivalry ama hiyo maneno ya vita yenyu huko tu ya wale watu wanataka kukua magavana na ma-MP, unaona kama itamalizika vizuri ama unajua pia kuna hiyo vita inaweza kuwa mingi hadi ianzie kusambaa kwingine because of
hiyo upande ya Marsabit County, Isiolo County, Mandera County, Wajir County na Garissa County, hizo counties na Samburu County included also, hizo ndio mimi naongelea. Hizo kwa upande yangu mimi naweza sema kama Azimio tusimamishe watu hao wote wasimame hiyo kura. Hakuna wasitolewe hata mtu yote. Kama Raila angekuwa ananisikiza saizi, mimi hata ningemwambia I could have told him that let those Azimio candidates stand in those elections because of the interest of the wananchi. Wacha wasimame wote, kwa sababu I'm 100% sure in Samburu County the Azimio candidate is going to win, hata kama watasimama Azimio 10. In Marsabit County the current governor is going to win, I'm 100% sure, even Azimio 10 wakisimama. In Mandera County I have a small doubt, but not big one, because the candidate of UDA is weak, is not even known. Even in Mandera County, kwa sababu labda kuna kashida kidogo, lakini the Azimio candidate is going to win. In Isiolo County, this one is called ghetto, it's nothing. The Azimio County, it is between three Azimio candidates, between Alahe Dida, between the kijana from Nairobi, Abdi Guyo, and between Godana Doyo. Between those three candidates, one of them must win this election. In Garissa, it is between Honorable Korane and Honorable Nadif Jama. Both of them are Azimio candidates. One of them is going to win. In Wajir, there is one person who is coming up, but he's not very strong. Azimio is going to win. Even in Tana River, Azimio is going to win. So the Azimio is not supposed to be bothered with the Northerners. We know what we are doing. So the rivalry is the stone throwing is just between amongst us, and we are going. Azimio is going to win in all those counties. So the Azimio is not going to be bothered. I don't know much about Turkana and the West Pokot and whatever, because all those are the counties which belong to Northern. But I'm sure there is nothing that they are going to do. I'm 100%. I'm telling you.
Okay, Jiro, swali ingine, unajua umesema your counties are marginalized. Unajua ni vizuri pia watu wakikuja hapa tunaongea kidogo. Hebu jaribu try to tell me now we have the new constitution, because unajua pia ni vizuri pia, even as we talk about siasa, tuongee pia about how things are being tried. So now we have the new constitution. Tunajua we have now been having devolution resources zinafika mpaka huko mashinani. So can you tell us, are those counties trying to solve their perennial problems? Kama sasa tunajua kumekuwa na shida ya njaa zingine sababu ya mvua na hapa na pale mabarabara zimekuwa mbaya. Can you try to compare for us the northern counties for the last 10 years? Can you tell us something about those counties now?
Okay, maybe small. I can tell you something small about it. You know, we have the rivalry about ourselves as a community, largely about ourselves. That this community must lead this area so that we are going to have development. But on the side of the government has set down the resources. We have the resources, and we also have a very, long tarmac from Isiolo to Moyale, which has really, should I say that it has devolved the resources down there. People are now traveling very well, but largely the problem that we are having is the community rivalry. Other than that, should I say that what we most needed was the intervention of the government in solving the perennial problem that have been existing, such as the water, electricity, roads. Those are the problems that we had. However, government have solved part of it, but it has not, reached it down to the people. But with the expectation that we have with Raila, surely, because he's the one who has even brought that road to us down there, which we did not expect that it will reach us. When I was in school, by the way, I had, to think that I should once in my life travel to Kenya so that I'll see Nairobi, wherever Kenya, so that I'll see tarmac roads that I've never seen from the time in my life. When I think I traveled to Nairobi when I was in Form 2. I've never traveled to Nairobi. So those roads that we are seeing, even my child and my siblings are seeing now, is what Raila has brought down there to us. And for me to tell you that Raila has brought, he is the one who came by rough road to Marsabit, by rough road. I have seen him myself with my naked eye, coming to Marsabit, that we have been talking about him, that there is a road which is coming here that Raila is going to bring. That before, let me tell you a story. Before this road, our people travel by road, not by motor vehicle, but by foot from Marsabit from Moyale, by the way, from Moyale to Nairobi, seeking for tarmac road to Moyale, from Isiolo to Moyale, because the tarmac road has reached Isiolo only. So when they traveled to Nairobi, they met Raila in his office. By that time, Raila was the Minister for Roads in the Kibaki government. So when they met Raila, Raila told them that you go home, I will come down there. So he came by road himself, not by aeroplane or whatever. He came by road, and we met him in Marsabit. So he came and he told the people there. Myself, I did not meet him, but he met the stakeholders and they talked with him. So he said, when they came out there, they said that Raila is going to bring now the tarmac road. He has promised that himself. And then he traveled again to Moyale by road. You see? And then I don't know what happened there, because I live in Marsabit. So later, this road began coming up. You see? This road began coming up. By that time, I've left Marsabit. I was working in Nairobi. So now we are traveling on tarmac road. So by the promise of this old man, I am promised in my heart that he's going to bring the development that he has promised us, because he promised the road, it came. In the Kibaki government, they promised us education, free education, it came. And I am sure if whatever he promised us all have came to pass, even these ones here that is promising us, I'm sure I think it's going to pass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think, thank you, Bwananjiro. Keep into the communication. We are happy even to hear people from the northern part of Kenya. We are happy of the development which has happened there. We want the whole of Kenya to grow in uniform, ili hata we even start attracting more population in those areas. And thank you for those confirmation, and we hope Baba will be able to do much. So we can have Wangira. After Wangira, I think we go to Joshua. After Joshua, you go to Mr. K. So Wangira, take the floor.
Oh, thank you, Njiru. How are you, everybody? Njiru, I am just very happy about that clip from Nakuru by KTN. You know, it doesn't matter what side of Nakuru it is, even if it is the Kisumundogo of Nakuru. You know, that's not the big issue. The issue to me is that now we are seeing that there are people in Nakuru who really believe in Raila, and there is a section of Nakuru where Raila can get more votes than William Samoei Ruto. So that is something that should be very, very motivating as far as I'm concerned. I'm not concerned about which section of Nakuru it is, but so long as it is in Nakuru, and the way we are being told that we have been told that Nakuru is supposed to be a Tanga zone, then that is very, very motivating. You know, there have been this issue about the Raila campaign plan where they are moving the three of them, Raila Odinga, Martha Karua, and Kalonzo Musyoka. And you know, I have one or two things to say about it. First, I find it to be strategic. It is very, very strategic because, you know, we are only 40 days or 41 days to the day of the general elections, which means we could be only 39 days to the to the end of campaigns, knowing that campaigns must end 48 days to the day of the general elections, which means campaigns will end somewhere like I think 6th of August. The campaigns will end. Then we'll move to prepare to go for elections. So, you know, given the short time frame that we have, you know, what matters in these campaigns now is the quality of campaigns that we beat outside there. Let me just use the word beat. The type of campaigns that we beat outside there, the quality of the campaigns is what will matter now in terms of messaging, in terms of presentation. You know, that is what will matter. For example, to now, it's not about the quantity, the numbers. You know, you can have you can decide to have 100 rallies a day, but you know, in terms of value, you know, the value might not be much compared to even perhaps if you had one particular rally. And you know, given the target, you know, for example, when Raila Odinga was moving to northern Kenya, and he has been in northern Kenya for 3 days, I think 3 or 4 days. I know it was very, very important that he tags along Martha Karua and he tags along Kalonzo Musyoka, because that was very strategic. Because you know, we wanted we wanted a scenario where Kalonzo Musyoka gives a particular type of messaging, then Martha Karua gives a particular type of messaging, then at the end of it, Raila Odinga ices it by, you know, elaborating on what their promises are all about, you know. And you know, it has made, you know, our campaigns in northern Kenya for the last 3 or 4 days to look very, very, very nice, you know. And I know that I know that as we move on, you know, there are areas that for purposes of the targeted audience and for the purposes of the strategy, the areas that Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, and Martha Karua will keep on moving as a team. And I know that there are areas where they're going now to split, where you'll find Martha Karua campaigning as Martha Karua, and perhaps Kalonzo Musyoka campaigning as Kalonzo Musyoka, and perhaps Raila Odinga campaigning as Raila Odinga. And at the end of it, I know very well that around 5th or 6th of August, then they will now assemble in Nairobi for the final meeting, for our final campaign meeting for for the Azimio La Umoja. So I just don't see anything wrong with what they are doing, because what they are doing is that they want to ensure that whatever they are doing in terms of campaigning gives the quality that they want to give. You know, it's not about the quantity, but now it's about the quality of campaigns that we are presenting outside there. I think that would be my position in regard to that particular matter. Then on the issue of KABOGO, you know, I see they seem to be serious supremacy battles within Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Very, very serious supremacy battles. We saw them in Kakamega, where Halwale was campaigning for Ferdinand Barasa. And you know, there's a scenario in now Samburu where governor, his name is called Moses Lenolikulal. You know, that's a very long name. The present governor of Samburu. The present governor of Samburu was supposed to have been the front man for Kenya Kwanza Alliance in Samburu. But given that serious supremacy battle in Samburu, now it has now forced Moses, let me just use the first name Moses, the present governor of Samburu, to now go campaign for the Azimio La Umoja gubernatorial candidate and senatorial candidate in Samburu. The Azimio La Umoja gubernatorial candidate in Samburu is the former PS Dr. Richard Liesiampe. Then we have the Azimio La Umoja gubernatorial aspirant, who is called Henry Lengolos. I hope I got those names correctly. So, you know, this guy now has moved from campaigning for the Kenya Kwanza Alliance candidates in Samburu, and is now campaigning for the Azimio La Umoja candidates in Samburu. And we have seen the same scenario now in Kiambu. Is now coming out very clearly. We have seen Django, this guy called Django, is now telling people that, you know, he's now looking for his own vote, and whoever also wants votes in Kiambu should go look for the votes by himself. And you see the same scenario is replicating with KABOGO, who is now asking people, Raila Odinga supporters, to vote for him, because they have now discovered that is now about survival, for self-survival, because what KABOGO is fighting for is self-survival, having discovered that he has been betrayed in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And you know, it could be the same thing even in Kilifi, where we saw Governor Kingi missing when William Samoei Ruto was in that place just a few days ago. Oh, so finally, on this issue of zoning, you know, the issue of zoning is a headache for Azimio La Umoja. And, you know, because, you know, you can now not come up at the last minute and you're telling somebody who has really invested in elections, you know, elections are expensive, that, you know, now step down for air so that we can win in this particular region. You know, it will need serious convincing and, you know, serious mutual talk to convince people like Wakina Bahati to perhaps step down, to perhaps step down, because it will not be very, very easy. And, you know, politics is also about ego. You know, if I've invested in this particular seat and I'm running there, and you want to come at the last minute and you're telling me to step down, you know, it will not be very, very easy. But I hope that, you know, given that we have up to the 30th of this month for the gazettement of the real candidate who will appear who will be appearing on the ballot to be done. So I hope that between today, that is 27th, and perhaps the 29th, 2 days, in 2 days, they will be in a position to mutually convince some of these people to step down. Because if they are not ready to step down, then they should be allowed to continue to go up to the ballot, because it is at the end of the day their democratic right. And finally, I am happy with the message of my brother Wajakoya. Wajakoya, the man of Bangi, the Bangi man. You know, he was in Kisumu today, and he was telling the people of Kisumu that whether it's him or Raila winning, you know, at the end of the day, we know that for the first time, you know, the flag will be going to Western Kenya. You know, I'm not trying to be discriminative, but you know, some of us are upbeat that for the first time in nearly 60 years, we are likely to see the presidential motorcade go to Western Kenya, and you know, we are looking up to that thing. And you know, I was happy to hear Jakoyo also talk of the same. Asante sana Njiru. I can allow somebody else to come in.
Okay, so that one is quite in order. We can have Joshua. Okay, so Muchajaz, had you done your presentation ama ilikuwa swali ulikuwa umefanya? Maybe nisikupite.
Not yet, not yet. I was waiting for my time. I never wanted to get crash, interfere with the program.
Aya, basi.
Oh, can I go ahead?
Okay, Joshua, can you wait for Mujaz? Mujaz was a little bit earlier.
Let him go ahead.
Okay.
Let him go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Once more, good evening, everyone. First of all, I was just giving an information before. Is now I want to give my submission just faster, so that I give a chance to my brother Joshua. Let me start from the zoning. I think for the coalition, it's a very healthy thing if done with strict care, especially the areas like cosmopolitan areas like Nairobi and other areas like Kajiado County, Narok County, and maybe north and northern Kenya. I think all these things were discussed by the Azimio Council, and most of the aspirants were informed. I guess so. They're informed about zoning, and probably, in fact, I was following some political meetings which Baba was heading. I saw that one in Nakuru, one in some Mount Kenya areas, telling the people that they will allow all the aspirants to campaign, but it will reach a time that they will inform some of them to step aside, to leave a chance for the powerful candidates to what? To go to the ballot. I think that is the wise thing, because an enemy, I think we all know who the enemy is. Is not somebody you can just assume. Is somebody you have to use all the tactics to make sure he is down. So I think zoning, if we are truly supporters of Azimio, we should take this one positively, because in as much as we want to win the presidential vote, we also need majority of MPs. You know, RUTO is a real bully. Once that guy wins the majority of MPs, even if you are a president, you won with 20 million votes, that guy will really mistreat you, right? If he managed to buy all the MPs, they got with Uhuru Kenyatta, the Jubilee MPs. What else can this guy fail to do? So if you are really strong supporters of Azimio and the aspirant should take that one positively. In politics, there's no limit of time. There's a other time for others, right? Then secondly, about 6Ps. Personally, if I was to answer that question or that issue, I could be holding a different view. 6Ps sometimes it has got a positive impact and negative, but as a mwananchi, we need leaders, right? We need leaders, because sometimes 6Ps does not build roads, does not help in our areas. So we should elect a MP, a governor, or a senator who will represent you well and work for you, right? So for this one, I think I could be excused. I could be excused, but I could vote for a leader, right? About RUTO to weaken KEMSA. Me personally, I decided not to take this man serious. I always try to avoid whatever he says, because I'll never take him serious. I'll never take whatever he says seriously. because the moment I talk about it, it means I feel the effect. I always feel no effect. He says this, the next time it will mean another thing. So I'll never take him serious. About KEMSA, those are just rhetorics. The same things we know about him, day in, day out. Then lastly, about Raila in Garissa. Good representation. It was so nice. I saw all the national leaders were assembling there. I saw different leaders of different caliber. It was awesome. I think I'll stop there. I'll give another person a chance to contribute. Thank you.
So quite in order. Joshua, go ahead. So after Joshua, 1 minute, Joshua. After Joshua, we have Mr. K. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to talk about the zoning. Zoning, if it's my opinion, can Azimio resist and desist from this zoning? They should just leave it alone, because like what Gilo told us, if they try to touch Northeastern with the issue of zoning, they're going to lose massively. At the same time, you see, like somebody like Bahati has a followers. If you tell Bahati, if you tell Bahati now you have to step aside, he has his followers. He can say that now I'm stepping aside, but I'm now backing Ruto. We'll have already lost. So sometime we may fear that maybe we're going to lose all these seats, but to realize that one of our own, either is from Jubilee or ODM, is getting these seats. So my advice to Azimio, they should go slow on this issue, because they can lose if they're not careful. And then issue of 6-piece. I tend to differ with Mark Jazz. I don't know what he meant, that we just choose a leaders because of the leaders. We cannot choose somebody from UDA and then you tell us that is a leader. We need, if it is Azimio, let it be Azimio. But if you say that you want to get an MP from because it's a good MP you get from UDA, I don't know if you meant maybe ODM and Jubilee, or you say that even you can just say somebody from UDA. To me, these 6 pieces which the Azimio should talk about, I tend to differ with Sifuna. Sifuna, the way he was bringing it when he was trying to advise, Bahati, mentioning the issue of the ODM. He should not mention ODM, Jubilee, or what. He should just say it should just measured by the person, because all of us, even if that region was meant for ODM, should not just attack it like that. This region was meant for ODM, not for Jubilee. So I think if it's 6-piece, let 6-piece be Azimio, but it should not bring an UDA aspirant or a UDA candidate that we want a good leader. Even MCA, we want MCA to be Azimio, not even Uda. We don't want anything to do with Uda, even anything to do with ANC, even anything to do with for Kenya. We want, if it is Azimio, let it be Azimio from top to bottom. That's why you see Raila, he tried to camouflage from being ODM. You realize that Raila is trying to distance himself from ODM. So I think that tag of ODM, we should leave it. Sifuna still have that pride of ODM. We don't want to hear ODM. We don't want to hear anything of Jubilee. We want to hear Azimio and Azimio and Azimio. That's my point. If we can get those leaders, can they try to preach about Azimio? They should leave issue of ODM, Jubilee, Wiper. They should talk about Azimio. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Joshua. Let me just add one comment. Vile umesema. I know Baba and his brigade, they always listen to our station here. Maybe I can also offer small advice. What happens is that where you zone is where you see threats. Like, for example, any place where Baba is getting 70 plus, I don't think there is too much risk of zoning there. But where we need to zone is where the matrix is almost equal. Because when the matrix is almost equal, it means if you divide your votes, the other party might take. So now the problem is, I don't know if UDA, they have also zoned in some of those areas which are very competitive, or they are subsequent parties, because that one should also be a consideration. But what I'm saying is zoning has to be there, but it has to be selective. Otherwise, there are places where if Azimio has two parties, they will lose by default. There is no two ways about that. But there are places where even if Azimio has 5, they won't lose. We should not care of those areas. But areas where any split is a lose, we have to capitalize on convincing our people to support the popular candidate and the person who is more influential. But we can't do away without talking about zoning, because it is the reality. You cannot win elections in competitive areas without zoning. You will just be allowing a weaker party to even win, and that is the concern. A weaker party will always win if an organized team doesn't plan well. And those are some of the things which we have to be very serious and very categorical, and to advise some of the people who are even in the Baba team or in other areas. Because I know we might not be in the political squares, but I think we can offer valuable advice to them, and they can know what it means. It's simple. Where there is no threat, don't concentrate. Let people fight. But where there is a threat, you have to pull with one force. It's that simple. And I think it's self-explanatory. Mr. K. Kamau. Mr. Kamau, ni time yako.
Unanisikia Njiro? Unajua saa zingine jaribu kuongea unaona network this. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm saying I also want to chip in on the issue of zoning. I think this is a balancing act. A balancing act where you chew the gum and also climb the stairs. Because in some areas, I think in one hand, Baba needs a lot of people in parliament because there are so many things that they need to change. And particularly when you look at the constitutional gaps and the gray areas in the constitution, you'll find that he needs a good legislative arm to implement and to make this country a workable country. Because as we speak today, you will realize that this constitution is one of the most expensive constitution. First of all, you have to make it very, very cheap because, there's no way as a country we can afford to, by and large, correct, because we have the statistics that the government collects about 1.3 million and then pays 1.3 trillion and then pays $1 trillion back to what we call the current expenditure. Some of these things are things that are eating us up, and I think it is important we streamline yesterday I was happy to hear that Baba listens to this channel. Maybe he's listening now, but I want to say this, and I want him to know that yes, the people with ideas have no power, and the people with power have no ideas. The ideas we have for this country are big. And that is why we want to tell him that the first thing he should do is to make sure that he streamlines the wage bills and the government wastages. You can imagine at this time and age, some of the offices of government still receive newspapers, and others are given exorbitant per diems that are always bringing issues in this country. So wastages is too much. Let me ask you, how many vehicles does a governor need to go and buy toothpicks and go for shopping? You know, the funny thing is that a governor is going with about 4 or 5 vehicles, and the wife is going with the same kind of vehicle. So these are things that need to be streamlined, and they can only be done on what we call acts of parliament. So that at the end of the day, with the wage bill and the pressure that the next president will have, he can have a breathing space. Because we don't need some of this. You see, I was surprised to hear some people from Kiambu went for benchmarking in Rwanda to know how to graze zero grazing. And as they were asking questions there, they were told that actually the person who brought this idea to Rwanda is from Githunguri. He rears cattle. So you can imagine how much we are wasting money in benchmarking, in things like you can of course Google and understand, unnecessary trips, and these are things that should be registered so that we can streamline. People are living at the edge. This is a country that people are having 1 meal a day. 30%, 50% of the people are under $1. And therefore, we cannot allow and afford the next president to allow people to misuse their privileges. 48 governments, every governor using 5 vehicles, surely, and it is on a taxpayer's bill. That should stop. It should stop. And therefore, when I talk about zoning, I want to say it is a balancing act. On one hand, Raila needs a good legislative arm. On the other hand, he also needs his votes. He needs because stopping other people from going to contest means you're stopping a group of people in that region or that constituency from voting. They will be discouraged because their person is not on the ballot, and so eventually the vote of the presidency reduces. So in some places, I think it is important as long as they are all Azimio, as long as the one who will win is an Azimio person, let them go. Let them go. Let them all go and run and become and contest and see what happens after that. But having said that, I want to say that this is a forum. If Baba is listening, we need a lot of change within the first year. What I saw today in the news where nurses were taken by England to go and work officially, the government facilitating nurses to go and work because it's a global village. There's nothing like brain drain anymore. There's nothing like brain drain. In any case, the greatest earner now in Kenya, it is diaspora money. So Baba needs to professionalize people going from one place to another in this world. We can have now human beings, not as cash crop, but let the government become the intermediary. Let them facilitate our young people who are having degrees, because as we speak, the bloated unemployment is about 7 million. And that is factual because it is in the what we call the statistics and the census. And these young people cannot be absorbed by the kind of economy we have. And therefore, we need to categorize them. We need to register them. We need to train them and then airlift them. And when they get these jobs, they can still pay taxes in their countries of origin and still pay taxes in the countries they'll be working in. And after all is said and done, then even the government can recover if they sponsored some of them. And therefore, the way is it Roberto Uko? No, it wasn't Roberto Uko. It was who were lifted Wakina Wangari Maathai.
Tom Mboya.
Tom Mboya. The vision that Tom Mboya had for this country.
that those who want to to go for further education, they were airlifted officially by the government, and they came and helped us. And those who wanted to go and work outside there, they were facilitated by the government, and they did a good job, and the monies that came back to Kenya was enormous. And therefore, let not people struggle with these agencies in Nairobi. They are in every corner, where you are told that your girl can go to Arab by taken by who? Who knows about her? And then we hear the stories. She has been raped, she has died, she has whatever, she has done what? She has disappeared, she has been maimed. We don't want that kind of a story. We want they go through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Labor, everybody signs at all times, and we know our daughters are in the Arabs and they are 2,000 and they are doing this job and they are getting this pay. That is a kind of a thing that will help Kenya. He promises that 6,000 will not even be important. The most important thing is to make this country a working nation. Philippines are doing the same. Philippines are taking their people all over the world. In fact, they are even in Kenya. Some of the service providers in Kenya, if you go to Laikipia and Nyuki, you'll find they are from Philippines. The reason why they are coming here is because the government has intervened on their own people. The greatest resource we have in this country today is not tea, it is not coffee, it is not fruits. It is a human resource, and how we utilize that human resource will impact this country in less than 2 years. So let us not so much worry about the tea farmers. If you categorize the tea farmers, you'll always find they are less than 10% of the population. What about the 40% that have no hope, that have been educated with everything in their family? They have sold cows and goats and everything, and yet they are home. Wengine wanachoma mahindi, wengine wanatembea everywhere. We can take these people. I know Europe need nurses. I know the Arabs need domestic workers. I know Israel need technical people. I know in some countries they need drivers. Let us take them as a country. Let us be the first country that makes sure that our people are trained and are registered and are airlifted to work in different places, even in Africa, even in Botswana. They need a lot of English teachers. They need a lot of Swahili teachers. But what is happening now, unless you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, you can never work there. Like in Jiro now, I know you. I can call you and tell you if you find an opportunity, you are in Europe, or must be happy, where are you? Wherever you are, nikuulize sasa, Njiro, tuniorganizie, unitafutie visiting visa, sijui nini na statement ya bank, sijui na hii kitu inaitwa sponsorship certificate, all those things that people are being going and are going through to get out of this country. Let the government come, register the people who are licensed, and let them take this as their priority. Raila Odinga, if you're listening to me, fanya hiyo maneno na Wakenya watakukumbuka. Hii mambo ya hata 6,000 si sana, kama watu wanaweza jitafutia kazi na wajitafutie pesa yao. Having said that, nataka kusema ya kwamba election now it's 42 days to go. I'm happy. I saw something in Joro today. People are painting the former UDA offices to Jubilee, and this is nice. This is nice because if we are looking for people who can help this country, who can take this country to another level, they are not in Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza, I think there is a lot of hopelessness, and I think where Kenya Kwanza is and UDA is where Raila was in 1992. Now that this journey they have started, lying to everybody, accepting everything, returning hawkers, returning Mituba, taking SGR to Kisumu, Mara to Mombasa. They are confused. The things they are saying, Bonanjiro, have never been heard, because if you go to a forum of Ruto, when he's signing these charters, he's accepting everything and nothing at the same time. So he's where Raila was that years ago. He has a journey to go for us to trust him with Vifarus, to trust him with AK-47s, with our country army,
I think he has a very long way to go. It's unfortunate, but it is the way it is. Lazima tupatie mzee ambaye amekomaa, ambaye hata akitusiwa hana shughuli. Huyo mzee ndiye atapeleka Kenya mahali ingine. Now we are very happy as a Kenyan people that for the first time after many years, now the presidency is going to start rotating in all the corners of the Republic of Kenya. So asante sana Bwana Njiru. Tutaongea baadaye. Naona kama bado watu wako kwa chakula cha jioni. So tutakuja baadaye tuendelee na kupiga siasa. Unajua sasa hii ni siasa. Hii ni wakati ya siasa. Kile kitu unasema as long as hautusi mtu, you're not encouraging people to fight. You're just saying things that are fighting corruption. You're fighting things that are evil in the society. You have a right. We have fought for this freedom for many years. Some of people have died, others have been maimed. So we are happy. Mbarajiro, asante.
Sawa, thank you Bwana Kamau sababu ya hiyo. Sasa sijasikia ukiongea story ya Ruto leo, ama ni namna gani?
Sasa naongea story ya Ruto, niseme nini haki ya Mungu na huyu jamaa. Okay, si jamaa mbaya. Personally, because he's a Kenyan, mimi sinanga shida na yeye. Ile tu niko na shida na ile kitu inaitangwa tabia. Ako na tabia mbaya. Tabia yake si mzuri. Kwa sababu hana kitu katika historia ambayo tunaweza shikilia tuseme na kama sio Ruto alishikilia hiyo maneno Kenya ingekuwa mbali sana. So we have nothing to be proud of or say that Ruto has done in this life that is so significant. The things we have had are things of tear gassing kids, being given a gift of 2,500 hectares of land, things that are funny, funny things. At the same time, using the name of the Lord as if, sometimes I usually get confused and amazed when I see people in UDA branding God as if he's a member of UDA. God is not a member of UDA. God is for all of us. He is for UDA, he is for Azimio, and he is not going to be used in one side. He loves all of us. Kwa hivyo, those are the kind of things that I don't like, and particularly when you use the name of the Lord so much to confuse very innocent, poor Kenyans, so that they can feel like you are the Messiah sent to liberate them from poverty. But at the same time, you are the same person who has kept them in that position. Because when people are corrupt, and your life has been a life of corruption, that is why there is no medicine in the hospitals. That is why there is no water in the households in Nairobi and in Kenya. That is why there is no services provided for by the government, because an individual has owned a whole dam in his house. An individual has owned 200 houses across Kenya as if he's going to live in all of them. You people need to understand that you only need maybe one house ya farm na hii ya Nairobi, so that ukizeeka unarudi ile ya nyumbani. But hii kutuambia kwamba you have a house in sijui uko Flamingo, unakuja Nairobi, unaingia Karen, unatoka Karen ndio wewe uko Nakuru, you have every house. I mean, what for? Itatusaidia na nini hiyo maneno yote unatuambia uko nayo? Yes, you are rich, but at what expense? So hiyo ndio maneno ambayo Njiro inanikasirishanga as a Kenyan, because as a Kenyan I usually ask myself, how much is much? What I need is to take my kids to school, to have my daily bread, and to take a shower, and that is it. You don't need to have houses everywhere, because you are because what we have seen over the years, and this should stop, and that is why I'm saying if Raila is listening to this, we should make political positions, not lucrative. Because today, if you want to become rich without any accountability, you look for a political seat. You become an MP, then you become rich. In Kenya, political career is the way. It's like you seek first the political seat, and all the monies will follow you. That is what we should come to an end, so that we are like we saw in Netherlands. The chief or the main judge can go to the courtroom with a bicycle, you know, na wanaishi maisha mzuri. Lakini Kenya, kwanza kitu moja mimi nachukia ni kuwa kwa barabara halafu mtu anakuja hapo na magari sita animfungulie barabara. Anaenda wapi? Anaenda wapi? Lazima tuwe na kitu inaitangwa heshima na tukomae. Hii gozi yetu nyeusi ni kama ililaaniwa. Tunataka kuwa superhuman at the expense of others. Anyway, thank you, Bwana Njiro.
Okay. Sifikiri tulilaaniwa, ni I think it's just a small clique of our people who want to disadvantage the others. It's a group which is less than 10%. So I still believe majority of our people are good people. There are people who want to follow the law. There are people who want to help others. But we have been captured by some 10 or 5 individuals who want to have everything on their. But we can change that system anyway. So I see we have now new entrants in the home. We are keeping our dialogue, and I can see that many people are continuing to give their contribution. So maybe I just wanted to echo something from what Mr. Kamau has said. Mr. Kamau umeongea kwa kipana sana kuhusu especially wale watu wanapata nafasi za kufanya kazi huko nje. Yeah, I agree with you. We need procedures. We are tired of losing our young girls in other countries to things we cannot explain. Up to now, I've not heard of any investigation ile imetendeka kule wasichana wetu wanakufa tujue ni nini. I think we just hear rumors. So I've not seen a conclusive report which says what has happened to those people who die in diaspora. So if we can be able to have good structures, as you said, I think that one will be very good. And I hope Baba will be able to work on that and maybe continue with many procedures which are being done. Kama leo tumeona hiyo air list ya nurses. I think that one would be a very good thing is a very good starting point. Yeah, I think we are enjoying and join the conversation. You can come here. Just maybe housekeeping procedures. If you come here without video, when your face is not fully visible, we are not going to hand you. So Mr. Roy Onyango, kama unanisikia, you have to be in view. Otherwise, we will get you out of the waiting line if you continue not being visible. So let me read the lineup vile tutaongea. For the new people wale wamekuja, we will start with Martin. From Martin we go to Bernard. From Bernard we go to Mike. After Mike we have Nguru. Then after Nguru we have Bob. That is the lineup. So Bwana Ndeto, I hope today you have come also with some prediction. Na usemi, I still hold you accountable. Nangojea Mutua. Mutua bado hajafika kwa roundabout, sijui ni nini. Iko namna gani? Can you bring your prediction, man? Unajua wewe ndiye Mugo Kibiro yetu. Go ahead.
Mr. Njiru and all the panelists, how you guys doing today, man? I'm happy to see you guys. Huwa nafurahi sana nikiwasikiza huko mbali. Unajua, every time I'm always here. You know, si hata
wacha kujificha, itabidi utoke sasa, tokezea mzito.
Ala, kwani nimejificha? Pole. Hiyo nimekat. Bana angekuwa hapa angekuwa shanitupa. Umeona leo? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just going to give one contribution because I'm on my, I was just, nimepitia nyumbani and then nikaona mulikuwa mumechapika hapo, ulikuwa umebaki watu watatu. So I just said, wacha niingie hapa bwana niokoe jahazi. And then, coincidentally tu nikaenda nikachukua, si coincidentally, it was intentional. Nikaenda nikachukua t-shirt ya, unaona hiyo? Niwaambie kwanza bana, mumeumiza kijana yetu sana, wacha kwanza nijaribu kumsaidia hata kidogo bwana. Huyu jamaa anachapwa mpaka na Wajakoya, hamna huruma kabisa. Njiru, ni nini mnachapa kijana mpaka anachapwa na Wajakoya? Miti mtakata ama mtafanya nini?
Wajakoya is on a mission, and a man on a mission should always win. So Wajakoya anafuga nyoka na anapanda bangi, so he has a mission.
Hai, mnaumiza huyu kijana bwana, mpaka karibu nihamie UDA bwana, nimeanza hata kuvaa yellow. Mtaanza umiza kijana yetu bwana, mumemgonga pande zote. Ala, mkuwe na huruma kidogo bwana. Hasa huyu alikuwa anakuja presidential campaigns ama alikuwa anataka ya chief? Hapa mumeumiza mtu.
Aliambiwa hii ni marathon, sio relay. Sasa ameisha hewa when the time when he needed hewa, tufanyie nini?
Na nasikia ijaanza bado, nasikia sasa this last month hapo ndio sasa zinakuja. Umeona tumechukua watu 52 leo kutoka kwake kabisa huko. Defectors.
Na ujue hawa wamechukuliwa, ujahesabu mabibi na watoto, au ni wale uliona kwa screen. So what about the indirect influence? Ujue one defection is equivalent to like 100 people. Note that.
Ai, lakini pia muache kuchokoza baba hivyo bwana. Mmemharibia bwana. You could have given me, mngempatia a formidable candidate. Sasa Ruto anagongwa na Wajakoya Nakuru, na kuna mtu aliuliza sijui Nakuru ni wapi. Nakuru, I've lived in Nakuru. Nakuru, it doesn't matter where you make your polls. Kuna Wakikuyu, kuna Wakalenjin, kuna Wakamba, hata ukienda Kiamunyi, urudi uende Shabe, ufanye nini, the dynamic is the same. Haijalishi kule imechukuliwa. And that was a good thing because hiyo ni watu wa bodaboda na unasikia watu wakisema mimi wa Raila nini. I saw that thing. Mimi ndo nimepiga niyo kitu bwana, tuoneshe hiyo clip because that is what is happening in the whole country. Go to Ukambani, you cannot talk about UDA. Go anywhere and you guys are talking about Garissa and Marsabit. Remember those guys used to say, no, what? Umetoka Nairobi, Kenya kunaendelea aje? They were never part of Kenya as per se. So now they are coming in because, and that's why Kina Baba are really fighting on that area. So that those people feel like they are Kenyans. Azimio la Umoja. And when they go together, Njiru, thank you for what you said. Mnapotea, mna separate, alafu mnapatana pamoja because you are all in the same party and you're fighting for something. It's a campaign strategy. KABOGO is coming to Azimio and defections are going to happen now. This last month is when everything is going to happen. I know Njiru unataka niseme Mutua. But Ukambani is locked. I was doing some math the other day, and I tried to look for kura za RUTO, and I didn't find them. Nilijaribu, I couldn't even come up with 3 million. I couldn't find it. Wapi? Kijana mumeumiza, mumechoma na mumeharibu. Mpaka, yani, ukisikia miti zikatwe na sijui kama miti tutaeza. Jamani, hata mumweke mahali mumpatie mtu amuangalie 24/7. On a serious note, mimi hata nafeel kama nitavotia RUTO, woye kasijiue. Watu wa Azimio mumemuumiza. I was watching the other day inaitwa nini? They were doing the Azimio rally diaspora. Na ukiangalia kila mahali, I've walked, I know people, I've asked. My friend, hey, ni hii pesa yote ameharibu. Akinyisi watu wazuri. Mimi nitamalizia tu hapo. See watu wazuri, what you've done to this kid, I don't know what is gonna happen. Gachagua, I don't know huyo kule atajatokea. I think this is something, but you know what is the best thing that has ever happened in our country? We're getting our final liberation from the colonialism, because like I always say, we had the first independence, which moved from white colonialism to black colonialism. Now we're moving from black colonialism to the independence that we need in our country. And when you look at what these people are saying, the manifestos, first of all, I don't think I've even seen the manifesto of UDA. I think they have a problem because there's going to be a copycat. You see, so I think at this point where we are headed to, this Kenya is going to change so bad. The infrastructure has already started, and we need to do that because at the end of the day, we are moving into a first world country real quick, and we need to jump between a third world or semi-third, and we need to jump the second world, ipote, so that we get the first world country and we get there. Because why? East Africa is getting together. Africa is getting together. Now we have Congo in East Africa and all that. And that's why we have the blue passport that is called an East African passport. So we need to look at the trade and how we do everything. And people need to understand we are not here to do the old times of Moi's thing. If you listen to Baba's diaspora thing, what they were talking with Mother Karua, they were saying some of the people that are in the diaspora that have the expertise needs to actually to come back home and start doing the things that they do out there. And with that, we don't need a place where we've been ruled as though we are an African country. We need to move. We have all the resources, we have everything, and we need to start combining our country and preparing to be the superpower of either East Africa or Africa, where we put our money where it's supposed to be. Now, who are we trying to elect as our president? He's the infrastructure king of Africa. You see, we're not just getting somebody from Central, Gachagua. We're getting somebody who's an infra in Africa. He's the one. Mother Karua tries to say this. Mother Karua, we know her in our, our justice system. What are we gonna do with our corrupt people? Corruption is gonna have to end. By the way, on a serious note, over, done. Saizi, if you're corrupt, please anza kutembea to your next EACC place. Go start making a deal. We need it over, and we need to build our country. And this is the government that we have. And God has blessed us so much to look at one side and see a corrupt side with all the cases and all those things, and see another side that has liberators, people who have fought for even our right to be here in this forum to talk. And all I'm asking for Kenyans, guys, let's stop beating around the bush. We already know where it's going. The problem is I don't think they will be on the celebration day when we come to, Apisha Baba, sioni Uhuru Park ikitoshea watu. I think it will be 5 days of celebration all over the country. And I see our Kenya going somewhere good. Mr. Njiru, I just wanted to come kuokoa, but now you have people, I have to go back, do something. But if there's anybody that has a question to me, you can talk to me, you can ask me. I think I still got another 5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, unajua kuna siku baba alisema wizi ya nini bwana, na kura zote ni zangu. Sasa I hope now you can confirm the statement ya kwamba kura zote ni za baba, and there is nothing else we can say about it. And then you see, Ruto is an underdog. Ruto has never been tested. He has never vied for a political seat, so he can make all the mistakes he is around to make. He is an unstarter, so hapa hakuna competition. So Raila is not having a formidable competition here. This race is for Raila to win. So sio ile ati tunasemanga ati for Raila, it's for him to lose. Raila too. And you can see, this is the only election in Kenya. Raila is going to use the minimum energy possible, because already UDA guys are campaigning for him because they are disorganized, they have no record. Wanapiga serikali badala ya watetee serikali. How do you unapigaje serikali na bado wewe ni mfanyikazi huko? Unajua, those are the issues. Anafaa kukua akisema Jubilee tumefanya hivi, hafai kutokezea na story ya unga. He should be hiding it because he is part of the system. So So you see, Wakenya washakuwa welevu. There is no way in which unakuja kutuambia ati unga imepanda na wewe uko katikati ya serikali and na una formula, unasema ati una formula. Vitu zingine mato tuache tuachie. Let's be honest. Can you respond about that? How do you help such a person?
Bro, you cannot help. Ile ni mtu kujigonga. Hata ukaacha Ruto ajipigie kura, ajipigie campaign mwenyewe, atajigonga mwenyewe. One day you're talking about the government, or the other day you're in the government. Really, come on, seriously, 10 years and you don't even know where you stand in the government or outside the government. What are you talking about? We're not fools. Sisi wajinga. Kwani unadhani sisi ni mang'ombe? Unakuja siku moja unatuambia ati sijui hivi. Kidogo unasema sikuwa kwa government, sijui employ mtu. Kidogo unatuambia ati hizi barabara zote zilijengewa kwangu Karen. Still, what are you doing? Really? Hizo politics zilisha kitambo. People are smart. People have social media. People look at these things. Si zile school kunapata Moi anakuja anasimama pale. Unajua watu wanacheza ile siasa ya Moi. Yenye mlikuwa Moi akipitia huko kwenyu, shule zote zinafungwa, kila kitu inafungwa, ndio muende mkaone Moi. Unajua, that's what they think it is. They don't understand that things have changed. And that's why you see Kina Baba doing even a rally on social media. A virtual rally. They understand things have changed. I'm talking to Njiru right now from wherever Njiru is. I'm talking to every panelist right here from wherever they are. Skuza Moi, there was not that communication. And now people understand. And somebody said about Tomboya, which is a guy I respect so much. Tomboya is the one that started exporting Kenyans to go out there and get some things, and people start coming back. Most of the people that have come back, even Kina Ledamo and Kina Raila, Kina, Uhuru, and most of the people that work in the government nowadays, and most of the people that are coming in, the entrepreneurs, they've gone out there, they've seen another side. Now, where has Ruto ever lived to see the first world country, to see how the world's live? Where has Gachagua ever lived other than being a DU? Now, when you find people, and I'm so sorry for the people who have always been in Kenya, I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way. But when you find a leader that really, kazi yake amezoeaga kuwa DO, that's why you hear even their profanity when they talk, when they get the mic. And that's why we always say, every time Gachagua gets the mic, he makes anatupatia kura. It's because he's not, akili yake jafunguka, bado ako DO ways, Moi's days. And people are seeing this because guys are educated. Data says after Corona, kids were learning through the virtual. They could see, they go to the social media, Cocomelon and all that. They see what happens. We cannot go back to a third world country, and we will not stay in a third world country. We will move to a first world country. That way we stop moving and exporting our fellow Kenyans, and we start importing other people. So that's where we are. And that is what is going to happen. Raila anashinda asubuhi ishaisha, and then muapishe. I don't think Uhuru Park itaweza toshea, because unajua ya Raila hapo sasa finally. Mtafute kiwanja ingine bwana, na mtafutie Ruto majeshi wamshikilie at least hizo, akipitia nini zake za grief yeye itakuwa mbaya after hiyo pesa yote ameharibu. Nyinyi ni watu wabaya sana, mumeharibu huo kijana na mtaua. Chungeni.
Good. Okay, Martin, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kukuongeza. Unajua mimi nikikuja hapa pia natakanga kuadvise Ruto kidogo, at least ili kampeni yake ipate shape. Mimi nataka kuadvise Ruto hivi. Ruto, if you want to get people back, start apologizing. Enda ukizunguka hizo stadium zote unaenda, waambie naomba msamaha kwa kufanya unga ifike 230, naomba msamaha kwa kutojenga stadium, lakini sasa mukiruhusu tu munisamee tu saa hii, alafu tu munivukishe tu August, mukinivukisha August, hizo vitu tu nitaangalia. Tafadhalini, naomba tu msamaha, na waomba Wakenya kwa heshima. Najua nimewatesa sana, nimewafanyia vitu mbaya, nimewatusi, nimewaisolate. Sasa hiyo Wakenya watasikia. Lakini hii ingine ati unaruka na halafu kutoka hapo as he is apologizing, I resign. Let me tell you, Martin Ndeto, the easiest way ya Ruto kushinda ni resign na aombe msamaha, lakini as long as ako kwa serikali, he has already capsized. It's that simple. Okay, we can have Bwana Martin, wewe endelea kucheka, wacha tuone Bernard. Bernard, go ahead. Wachana na Martin acheke. Bernard iko konji.
Yes, good evening all the panelists. Good evening. Okay, today I don't have much to say, but I would just wish to just comment something small about the issue of Nakuru. There's that clip that that is out about the voting, the voting example that took place there. Okay, I want to say this. Unajua uchaguzi, watu wanaenda kwa uchaguzi with issues. Nakuru being a cosmopolitan town whereby all tribes wanapatikana kule, maneno ya kuna hiyo mentality kwamba being ni one of the places, Nakuru is a town in Rift Valley. Sasa kuna hiyo perception kwamba Rift Valley ni ngome ya William Ruto, but the reality is Kenyans are afflicted. Afflictions zile tuko nazo kama Kenyans is what drives us wakati tunaenda kwa we are going to elect leaders basing on the issues we want them to address for us. Now for the kwa hiyo kura yenye walipiga kule Nakuru, haijalishi ni ilifanywa wapi, eneo sehemu gani Nakuru, hata kama ingefanywa wapi, it wouldn't have brought any difference, because hata kama kuna Kalenjins ambao kabisa, hata I have a friend of mine is from Nandi. I talk to him time to time. Is 100% supporting Raila Odinga, and he tells me even his entire family is behind Raila Odinga because of the issues they want the government that is coming in place to address. So Wakenya wameamuka, wamefika kiwango kwamba uchaguzi si tena ni maneno ya ukabila, si maneno ya mtu wangu, si maneno ya ndugu yangu, ni issues zetu ambazo zinatukumba siku baada ya siku, ndio itatuelekeza kuchagua viongozi wale wanafaa. Hata mnakumbuka hapo awali kuna wakati our president Uhuru Kenyatta said elections are like a marathon. Wewe ni kijana, unajigamba wewe ni kijana, unafanya campaigns mapema, umeanza mapema, lakini huyu mzee mwenye wewe unamuita mzee, wewe utakimbia, ukimbie, hakuna mtu anakufukuza, unakimbia peke yako. So kwa hivyo utakimbia sana, itafika mahali utachoka. Na huyu mzee mwenye wewe unasema ni ameisha, aenda pumzike, ako polepole nyuma yako tu anakufuata. So wakati wewe nguvu zitakuisha, na sasa yeye ndio atakuwa amepata nguvu. Na that is the scenario we are seeing now. We are seeing scenario whereby defections, can expect a lot of defections from UDA to Azimio, not just because ati zinafanyika tu bure, but because of the issues ambazo zina affect Kenyans, na wamekuja kuona kwamba the solution to their problems inapatikana kwa Azimio team. So that one, I don't dispute the outcome ya hiyo uchaguzi ile ilifanyika Nakuru. Hiyo ilikuwa ni ya haki, hata ingefanywa wapi. And at the same point, we've never disputed hizo uchaguzi, kuna hizo polls, the statistical polls zile zilikuwa zinatolewa time to time, monthly. Tunaambiwa sometimes sijui Mombasa wamepiga hivi, Raila ameshindwa na Ruto sijui mahali fulani, sijui wapi Ruto ameshinda Raila mahali fulani. We don't dispute, huwa tunakubali. So the same way huwa tunakubali tukipewa from other places, let's also accept ya leo vile tumepewa kutoka Nakuru. Another thing, I want us to talk about the strategies campaigns ambazo Azimio na UDA wanajaribu kutumia in selling their agendas. Now you see with the Azimio side, they're doing their things wanaenda na time, they are not hakuna kitu wanataka kuficha, waneka mambo yao wazi. They have already brought the manifesto is out. So as they are hitting their campaigns, they're talking of the things that are in the manifesto. Already Kenyans have read, Kenyans are aware of what exactly Azimio is trying to tell Kenyans. Now on the side of UDA, even the manifesto itself is still being, I don't know what is being done in that manifesto. I'm told it will be launched on 30th. I don't know why bring it a few weeks to election. We wanted them to hit the campaigns basing on the manifesto. When they talk to the public, the public should be aware of what they're pushing for, not just they go to this place, they talk this way, they go to another place, they talk this way. That's why their statements are always contradicting. The campaigns of UDA keep on changing. The promises given here are not the promises given in another place. In fact, it is like it just reads the mood of the people. When a person approaches them with an issue, they put it, they take that issue as a campaign tool. Now they begin promising things which will never be realized. So Ruto has exposed himself. Now, in fact, even a kid can tell you that Ruto is one man who is just out to give promises to suit the situation for a while. You see, there was a time it was very frequent with the handouts in churches, small gatherings. It looks like you gather small group like youths, give them cash money. those are not solutions. Solutions, we want long-term solutions. We want him to put all these things in his manifesto. And those things should be things that are practical, things that are achievable, things that have been tried before, not just promising us things that will never be realized. Another thing, unaona Jubilee government, when these people came to power after election, I expected the healing process. Now the country needed to come together. Those who won and those who lost, for the sake of the unity of the country going forward. That one was important. But what I came to see is that our deputy president, because when Raila, who was purported loser in the election, went and had a handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, RUTO walked out of the government. He decided to defy the boss, Uhuru Kenyatta, because of handshake. And the handshake was there because of Kenyans, bringing all Kenyans together and solving their problems together. Now, it's worrying me if RUTO by chance becomes the president of Kenya. Is this thing of inclusivity going to happen in this government, really? No, I doubt. We want a leader who after elections will just facilitate the healing of the country, bring all people on board, listen to problems of Kenyans from all sides without saying that this group did not elect me, this group did not do this for me. We want a country that will move together and solve all the issues for this country together. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay, Bob Papa. Bob Papa.
Yes, Jiru, Bariako, Ayub, and Richard. Good evening, all.
Evening.
I want to go straight to the menu, and the menu tells me that Raila is rambling in Garissa. I am of the opinion that Raila is doing his last final touches, and I believe this will go on region by region. Yesterday I spoke about the former Northeastern, and the former Northeastern is traditionally has always been in government, regardless whether they are having opposition leaders. I mean, they have leaders who are in the opposition or the losing team. They will always troop back to the government, and the reason is that over the years they have been marginalized, and they have no option but to troop back to the government and support the government agenda. But this time round, I don't think they want to have they want to be left behind, and they really want to be in government. And as you can see, as you can see, the government of the day is going to Azimio. So that is something that is in the open. So Raila is basically doing some polishing up, and then he can call it a day and maybe come back later just to do a final touch-up in the northeastern province. But as it is, I don't think Azimio will be getting anything less than 75% of the vote in the former northeastern. Yeah, coming to KABOGO. KABOGO is KABOGO is not on a go slow. I don't know why you chose that kind of title for the day, Mr. Njiru. KABOGO is in a place where he thought the grass was greener on the other side. But reading the mood and the frustration that he's enduring in the supposedly Kenya Kwanza, which is not there, it's basically UDA, he has decided that he's going it alone, but going it alone on media, but out in the campaign, he is asking for votes from the supporters of the Azimio candidate. So basically, KABOGO is in a place where he is likely to be the next governor of Kiambu. The opinion polls have given him that kind of indication. But as usual, the UDA, is it UDA or UDA? UDA. The UDA supporters will be in denial because what they see is crowds in their rallies, and we all know what where the crowds come from. They are ferried most of the time, so they are still in some kind of they're living in an illusion. But KABOGO is very focused. People might not like him that much because of his arrogance, but when it comes to politicking, he knows how to politic on the ground. And the only thing he needs to do, in my opinion, is to maybe probably apologize to the people he wronged or rubbed the wrong way in the last election, and he will be home and dry. I know so many will choose to differ with me, but as it is, I can only see a race that is for KABOGO to lose. So I think he's not even on a go slow. He's made it clear that he's on his own. So that is not even a go slow. It's basically he's out of the perceived marriage with the amorphous group called Kenya Kwanza. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not privy to what the DP said about KEMSA, but maybe I'll comment on that later. But I just want to comment on a few things, one or two things that I came across in the course of the day, and it is to do with the Kiambu County. The Kiambu County is a very interesting place, and it occurs to me that the wife to one of the people advising UDA, David Ndii, is also an aspirant. She's also an aspirant there, and to my surprise, I don't know what conversation they will be having with the husband this evening, because she made a very interesting statement in an interview that she did. I think this morning, this morning, and she talked about the UDA presidential candidate, because from a statement she simply meant RUTO, and she said you cannot have someone who has been there over the last 10 years telling you they are going to change. They cannot change. Leopards grow old, but they don't lose their spots. So when a wife to the advisor of the DP, economic advisor to the DP, tells you that she has no faith in the DP, yes, she has a democratic right, but that is an indication that that even Ruto is not to be trusted, because I would consider her an inner circle, because when your husband is working with a presidential candidate whom you have no faith in, that tells you that there is more than meets the eye, and probably maybe the husband is there for the consultancy fee. We don't know, but it tells you that all is not well in the KK. And then coming to UDA and the bottom-up manifesto that they had. Here, this is the same lady who told us that the husband, who is an economic advisor of the DP, told her that the bottom-up is not for Kiambu and Nakuru counties. So I wonder why a presidential candidate would want to sell an economic model that is discriminatory, that it does not work for other counties, and yet he feels that it can work for some. So that is a sign of confusion and lack of leadership. So I can only dismiss the KK as a non-starter. Let us focus on selling Azimio and our manifesto, and we'll be home and dry. Then about I saw the mock, was it a mock election on KTN? Let us not read too much on that, because that is just in the heat of the moment. When the elections come, it will be the real thing. So I wouldn't read much into that, though it can be a sign, because it has been on everybody's lips that Wajakoya is eating up to the voter base of the DP. Now, 6-piece headache for Azimio. I don't know why most people do not understand this 6-piece. For me, I find it, Raila has been very categorical about this 6-piece. And the 6-piece is talking about, according to my understanding, is the 6-piece of Azimio. The only place where he has advocated for a 6-piece for ODM is in Luo Nyanza, not any other place. But in all other places, he has advocated for a 6-piece for Azimio. And for me, I doubt whether that is too much to ask for, because you cannot imagine having a president that can be tossed up and down by the opposition and put on the chopping board. That is not going to be a good thing. We want a president who can command not only respect, but command some authority, stamp his authority on the legislature, so that he can have bills passed in good time in order to be able to run the country. So the 6-piece for me, in terms of Azimio, that should not be a big deal. It is, it is more frustrating to go into to the election when you have Wiper, ODM, Jubilee fighting for the same seat, and the other side have got one fellow. That it doesn't make sense. It's a waste of resources. And at the end of the day, you have two parties losing against one party, because you can only have one winner, and it is going to be even more painful should they lose to the opponent, which is Uda. So it is high time that people understand that we can only have one winner, and the better you face reality, the better for you. So I think the six-piece Azimio should not be an issue at all. Let us, come to a consensus so that we have authority in parliament. We have, support of the president is assured. We don't want a shaky political scenario or a government which is facing probably a constitutional crisis at any one time. So it should never be an issue. Let us believe that we can have a single candidate for Azimio. Thank you for now. Njiro, I'll hand it back to you, and then I will continue discussing one or two things.
Njiru, thank you so very much. According to the message, I'm supposed to take over from Bob. Thank you, Bob Papa Azimio. I've heard you loud and clear, and that was powerful. I salute you, Mzee. Thank you, everybody in the house. I believe some other guys have retired to bed, but we appreciate Bernard for this powerful platform that he has created for us to be here, and this is like our parliament here. And I trust you, me, most of the things we articulate here, they are heard everywhere, and it is global. And therefore, I believe a lot of people are taking these issues very seriously and take it to another level to help even Azimio to shape up better than the way it is. Allow me to straight away pick up on the topic of today. And yes, 42 days to go, like as it is here and on our trailer here. A few things that I've noted. Yes, Raila is rambling, and that's the name that was chosen. Raila is rambling, and a few things that actually I've heard people complain about Raila in the that is in the northeastern, and in many discussions that I've held out here and the people I've interacted with, I've just made it for them to understand that actually there is no problem in northeastern. This is their way of voting, because the way they do things there is different. Yeah, is different from the way the rest of Kenya votes. They vote along clanism. Yeah, if your clan is large, definitely you have got the majority to carry the day. And definitely, as politics it is, you may have other people who would want to come in and buy some people from your clan so that they can vote along with them. And that one is what brings in the clash, and people fight and those kind of things. But look at the Baba's rallies. They have been attended massively. Actually, generally, all of the rallies in Northeastern have been attended massively. In fact, I was looking at some of the rallies seen about a few days ago and over the weekend, and even from today, and it's like, what? This is Northeastern. And then you see, looking at Garissa also turning up so massively, and that was powerful. Actually, you see, Baba has people's hearts actually in his hands. People love him. People love him, and that is what we are seeing. What we are now praying to see, that the love people show by attending massively in his rallies be replicated to become votes. That is what is important. I believe everyone is listening to me, and that has always been the desire of everybody, because for those who are lovers of Baba, and like I see most of the people who are around here, right from my brother here, Njiru Mwaura, and you see, Baba, everybody has wanted this man to take on the leadership of the country, but it has always gone down in the brain. When you were expecting him to be announced, things just change. But we believe right now that the man, Raila, is now a man whose hands now are now touching on what we call those who have the reins of power. And that is none other than President Uhuru Kenyatta. It has never happened elsewhere that finding a man who is the leading in the opposition actually being a man who is being applauded by the current and about the outgoing president. It doesn't come easily. And that means God's time has always been the best. And as the word says, and now we are seeing it. This is what is going to be reflected during Raila's moment. Many people are saying Raila moment is Mandela moment. We don't know sometimes what that means. Maybe they talk to Raila to actually take on only one term. But I believe most of what they say about Mandela is to bring in the aspect of a restart. A nation needs a restart from the tyranny, from corruption, from the killings, extrajudicial killings, the murders, all these kind of things, the looting. Yeah, there are a lot of things that have taken place in this country until the country completely has lost direction. Now, as all these things are going on, it simply means there must be somebody who is going to call the country to order. And looking at everything, it looks like the spirit has chosen on the man Raila. Yeah, like for some of us who are Christian, we say the stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. I don't know what Muslims say about that, but we hear about that. We as Christians, that's what we know. That the stone that was rejected now finally has become the chief cornerstone. That is what's happening to Raila. He has been sold in different facets. He has been called a witch. He has been called all sorts of names, and all that is just cheap propaganda. But finally, he's the man we're looking into. So Bob talked about the KABOGO Kiambu thing. To me, I see it differently because taking from what is going on right now and taking it that it's not propaganda and that actually what is going on, you see the pollsters are putting KABOGO in second position after Wamatangi. And then we have Nyoro, who is a fourth. If you look at the votes of Nyoro and add in to KABOGO, that becomes a big threat to Wamatangi. And now there's also what we call perception of votes. Once that happens, as what is we are reading right now from all over, that there is talks to bring down to actually bring take Nyoro, Governor Nyoro out of the race and bring in KABOGO. Actually, this is going to tilt the whole thing because there is always the perception vote that comes in with whenever people are shifting allegiance. And if that happens, that actually Nyoro gets out and leaves it to KABOGO, trust you me, the heat will go now back to Wamatangi. He will have to start restrategizing himself because all of a sudden, even the pollsters, you'll see them change in favor of KABOGO. Why is this happening? Because for us to hit RUTO down in the belly, we need to make sure that we tilt Mount Kenya from where Mount Kenya counts. And where does Mount Kenya count? To me, Mount Kenya counts on only two places that are key. Leave alone these other places. Leave alone Kirinyaga. It's only about 300,000 to about 400. Leave alone, which one is this? Another one we have Muranga, about also 300, 400. And then leave alone Nyeri. Nyeri is also 300, 400. Actually, Nyeri is not that massive. Just like the so-called, which one do we call it? Tarakanidhi. It's just 390 also. You see, what Mount Kenya is actually Kiambu and Meru. Kiambu carrying over 2 million votes, just one county. Meru carrying over 800,000. Actually, it is actually fourth after Kakamega in terms of the population, registered voters. It's huge. So once we destabilize RUTO in Kiambu and Meru, RUTO is done. Because looking at what Ngunyi, and everybody respects, Ngunyi is a master plan. What he speaks, please respect it. He spoke about a tyrant of numbers, and that's how they stole the votes. And that's how RUTO, actually, Uhuru came in power. They knew what they was talking about. Right now, he's speaking about the new mathematics that actually making Ruto to cry because he knows that is what's going to happen. Ruto, for him to win, he must get 100% Mount Kenya, 100% Rift Valley. Leave alone these other things. And then he can talk of 50 plus 1, which will give him around 50 plus 1 vote. Now he has won by 50 plus 1 vote or something or thereabouts. But this, looking at what's happening, that cannot happen. And when that new mathematics comes in and actually KABOGO carries the day in Kiambu, let's say KABOGO carries or KABOGO does not carry, but because of that perceptional vote, KABOGO brings in now, say, almost 40-45% of Kiambu to Raila. Ruto is done in the morning. Whether KABOGO gets the governor or not, but as long as Raila hits Ruto in Kiambu properly, Ruto is done. Yeah? Why are we saying this? There's no way Ruto can tilt even what do you call it? Rift Valley. It cannot work because the majority of Rift Valley actually is full of cosmopolitan, and these are people that actually love Raila. Talk of Masai land, they always vote for Raila. Yeah, this is Narok, Kajiado, they will vote for Raila. Almost to man. Look at Samburu, they will vote for Raila. Almost to man. Of course, I'll come to talk about the ODM man who is defying Baba's order, saying that he wants to actually go for it for the MP. Those are small things. So I'll talk about it and how it will be sorted out. Very soon, all of them will be squared out. The Bahatis, these are non-starters. This Bahati, the singer boy, the boy with the dreads. I know Bob may not know this boy called Bahati because looking at you, there are people you consider to be in the race. They are somehow serious. As looking at the boy called Bahati, you may not even take him serious, but somehow, because he's newly coming in the politics, he seems to say, okay, I want this thing, and the other day he was even crying like a small baby, simply because he was not given the Jubilee ticket. But those are small matters, it will be sorted out because zoning must work. But now let's go back how Ruto cannot win. We are back in Rift Valley. And I'm talking of Kajiado, I'm talking of Narok, I'm talking of Samburu. And then here we are talking about one of the powerful places you can talk about. This is Nakuru. Yeah? The third most largest one. Nakuru. And look at how things are happening. Nakuru is actually going with Baba. Baba might get over 50%, slightly over 50%. And you'll check this, that actually that's what's going to be reflected. Slightly over 50%, these are the votes that Lik Nyaju will carry the day with as a governor. That's what's going to happen in Nakuru. And once Nakuru is gone, which part of Rift Valley is Ruto talking about? Go back to Turkana. Baba will carry the day in the morning. So if we talk about Turkana, we talk about Samburu, we talk about Narok, we talk about Kajiado, and then we talk about Trans Nzoia. Already we have 5. Then we'll be remaining with only Nandi. We remain with Elgeyo Marakwet. We remain with this is Uasin Gishu, and then we remain with Nakuru. Kericho and Bomet. What does that mean? 5 against 5. Where does Ruto go? Nowhere. Ruto cannot get votes in the coast. Forget about the massive rallies that you are seeing. All of us agree that Ruto organizes massive rallies by ferrying people. Okay, he ferries people there to create a perception that he had voters. The other day, actually, it backfired in Buhungu Stadium when he carried people, and actually the buses that were there, over 106 buses, all of them, their names from Rift Valley schools. So they very overnight buses go several trips just to create a perception that they have people. Pay them. But you see, you cannot ferry them to come and pay them and so that they can vote for you in a certain area. That will not work. But at the same time, somebody was telling me something today, and I really got concerned when it comes to issue of ferrying people. because that's the kind of mathematics Ruto is trying to play, so that he might go to court and say, you see, in the rallies I used to have a lot of people. How comes I don't have votes? And one of the things somebody was telling me, please, you guys who come from the border, because I come from Busia, please be careful, so that this guy does not make sure he brings all the Sebeis from Uganda to vote. He brings all those other, all those Nilot tribes, actually, that are just around the border, brings them to vote. And that actually to make sure to create a perception that he has votes in Busia. And I was seeing sense in what he's saying. And it's like, actually, that is important. We will raise such kind of issues, matters, so that they are also put into consideration. It's very key. Looking at all this, I'm telling you that KABOGO is not an August law, as it is here. KABOGO is in talks. KABOGO is in business. Like, who is one of the businessmen that you can talk about if you forget about KABOGO? He knows what he's doing. Okay? So, one thing that I'm just not seeing clearly, what is it that Ruto is about to destroy KEMSA? Ruto is known to be a pathetic liar and a thief. The only thing maybe he might think about that if he becomes, in case he becomes a president, that's what he's thinking about. Maybe he do want to turn KEMSA into another business scheme. Yeah. Today, for many people who do not know, actually, Ruto had actually killed what we call NHIF. You heard even the other time, the guy is called, how do you call this guy? Atwoli. Atwoli was saying the guy was killing, and actually it's true. For everybody who uses the so-called NHIF card, you remember that times even you could go to some hospitals and they would tell you, no, we are not admitting you. Why? Because they were just good cards, but there were no money in those cards. You would stay even before your insurance can be able to clear your bills. What was going on? Ruto had created another insurance scheme. I even don't even remember the name because I even had the card. Having been a civil servant, I've worked with the government. Everybody was being issued the same insurance, and you have no right to say no. You don't question. Actually, Ruto was introducing another one, and he was looking for a way to kill NHIF. So, when this actually better thought of talking about this guy having a plan to kill KEMSA, actually it is about planning to loot. What Ruto sees is, if you see any money somewhere, you loot it. You see any land, you loot it. Anything you see, you just carry it, even if it is not going to be of benefit to you. That's what Ruto is. Right now, he's trying to look for a way how to put Kenya in his pocket. He has got no business with the so-called hustlers. That's what he lies to them, of course. But the guy has got no business with these young people. He wants to see them poor the way they are, so that he can be going up there. He says it is from bottom up. Now, who will be the guy to bring things to the bottom, guys? It is Ruto. So you sit here at the bottom, I go bring for you. So what does that mean? Ruto want to make these people actually dependent, so that he can be giving them handouts forever. Look at what already he's doing. It reflects the kind of a guy who is. He gets them somewhere into a meeting. He tells them, we are going to attend a rally, blah, blah. I'm going to pay you 3,000. He gets them in the meeting, buys them somehow some cheap lunch to keep them going, ferry them from all over, from far places. So the guys have got no means to go back. They even don't have transport back. So they've got to wait for what they have been promised, only to realize the 3,000 that were being actually alleged to be given, that they're going to be given after the meeting. These guys are given less than 500 shillings. And because you came from far, you don't have money, you have to play the game. You have to play along so that you are ferried back. Okay? These people are guys are actually that are out to destroy lives of young people. If there is anybody who is clever and has got some wisdom, let's talk to young people wherever they are. Ruto presidency is a destruction of the young generation, that tomorrow Kenya will not be another country again. This is not a man to even think of even voting him as an MCA. Forget about being a president. I think tonight I want to put my pen down by saying, when you talk about KEMSA, Ruto has seen money where he can actually destroy it, go there and take it. The Azimio Uda thing for 6 piece, that's not an issue with the Azimio at all, because it has already done major places. It's only a few mentionable places like Madare North, where we're having this non-starter boy called Bahati. I mentioned him. He would be squared. He's asking for who? Jeremiah Kioni, the Secretary General, to talk to him. Before it comes in the morning, Jeremiah Kioni would have called him and told him, young man, I don't even want to see your name anywhere. We should talk when you have already called for a press conference and announced that I'm pulling out. Then you come, we talk. That boy will be squared. That should not even worry anybody, because for us to be able to be talking about what was discussed as 15 million strong in the other meeting that Baba was chairing, when the meeting that was supposed to be chaired by Uhuru had actually flew to Kigali. That the resolution to talk about 15 million strong is so powerful to an extent that there are people that must be pulled out of this game. It has got nothing to ask. I'm happy for people who are mature like the Ongeris. Ongeri will just leave because Ongeri is not looking for money. These are people who are wealthy, yeah. And even the other opponent will still also leave because the other guy is from Jubilee, and then Ongeri is for DAP, and then we have Simba Arati. There are places that Baba must always, when he talks about 6 piece, he means it. For example, when you talk of ODM, Busia is ODM. Nobody should lie to you. That one is 6 piece. No any other party. Go to Luo Nyanza, it's ODM. Forget about a few people who are backing up here and there like dogs. Those are people who are just dissatisfied when it came to primaries. You lost. That one must remain ODM. Go to the coast. It's almost the whole thing is ODM. Okay, so let's get there are places when we talk of ODM, it means it's ODM. There's nothing else you can do about that. But there are some other places we talk of 6 piece as Azimio. Yeah, because we have to bring in other people who are part of the Azimio, a family, and they're the ones who are strong there. For example, when we go right now, we go to Kambani, it is Azimio 6 piece, because we have some other places that is Wiper. We have some other places that is that party for Professor Kibwana, another one for Ngilu. Those are 6 piece, but because they are our affiliated parties all over like that in other places like that. That's what we are going to consider in Trans Nzoia, the same like that. Yeah. Another thing that people are even worried about is nothing to worry about. On Kedienyi will be talked out and he will bolt out. One of them, either Kedienyi or Orelenko, one must come out because there is a UDA candidate there. Because failure to remove a candidate, to actually square out only one candidate where there is a UDA candidate, we are risking to lose that seat to a UDA. Bob called them these Yuda people. Yeah, I don't know Yuda Iscariot or which kind of Yuda. So look here, guys. We have to be serious about this matter, and I believe this meeting is being seen all over the world. Let's Baba consider this, that I know he has it on his fingertips, but even those people who are the advisors and the people who are working on the secretariat, let them be firm. Okay, of course, with a lot of wisdom, so that you are not forcing somebody. These are grown-ups. Let them see the sense as they are being talked to. But the most important thing, even as we come all of us here, let's make it as our responsibility to always pray for these guys, so that the decisions they make should not actually be just out of their own wild thinking, but it will have had a decorum in the sense of talking together and realizing that this is what actually needed to be done. Otherwise, I appreciate everybody tonight. Appreciate Mutembei TV under the leadership of Reverend Bernard. For some people maybe who meet here Bernard and they think just Bernard is another business. This is a man of God. Bernard is a reverend, is a man of God. And I've just been following him and the preachings he carries on. This is the true picture of even the kind of preachers we need in this country. Leave alone these scandalous guys we see around who are looting billions of money of Kenyans and they run away. In fact, under Baba's government, I'm being a preacher. By the way, me, I'm an apostle by calling. Being a preacher, we want to actually follow it up. That people who have not even got Bible school should not even be allowed to have a church. Yeah? These are people who are actually stealing from Kenyans. You're forcing somebody to give money that they don't have. How do they even lift a faith that they cannot even see to be faith? So, Reverend Bernard, thank you so very much for this platform. Even as you serve God, even as you pray, let's pray that this election will be peaceful. Amidst the calls that by our naysayers that, oh, it's gonna be murky, it's gonna be messy, it's gonna be full of bloodshed. It's them who will go carry that blood because it's not gonna happen in this country. It's gonna be peaceful. Baba will win with over 70% of the total vote. That one I'm convinced. Let's just work on these nitty-gritty small things, because for Baba to implement these things, as he says, within 100 days, that the ones that have already been listed, he needs majority in parliament. That means in national and at the Senate. And he needs majority across all the county assemblies. Thank you so very much. I believe the next person will be taking on after me. That is
Ayub.
Thank you.
So, okay, maybe 1 minute, Richard, before Ayub comes.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to. Okay, thank you, sababu hata wewe nimesikia wewe ni mchungaji. Although pia tu nilikuwa tu nikitaka tu kukinzana na wewe kidogo tu, ile tu kukinzana na wewe kidogo tu.
Sawa, karibu.
What there is that tuko na wahubiri huko mashinani kwetu ambao wako na neema, wanahubiri. Saa zingine hata ile wakati after tumerealize mtu wako na neema hata kama hana masomo wanaanzia kuhubiri, alafu sasa after some time wengine tunawapeleka huko college wanasomea na wanakuwa fully fledged preachers. So what I would say is that it is not explicitly that sababu mtu tu ametoka direct akaenda kwa Bible college that itamfanya akue a good preacher. I think to me what I would say is we just have a regulation. Tunafuata character ya mtu. Tukikuona kama wewe unakaa kama mtu kama Kanyari or another one, to me it will boil down to if your teachings are not good, maybe pengine kama umepatikana na mambo mabaya, but this idea ile tu tunasema tu let's just have people who have just gone to the Bible college to preach to us. We might turn this profession, this issue into just profession than a calling, because I think calling and the profession should blend onto one another. So we know there are those people who go to the Bible college not because they have the calling, but it is the only available profession for them. And now that this profession is also becoming lucrative because you can have your own church, you now see there is an opportunity you can go there. So saa zingine tuna mix profession and a calling. So that's why it's a bit narrow to differentiate the two. But I would a little bit disagree with vile ulisema. A little bit disagree with you kama mchungaji, but you are free to comment to me maybe about that. Kabla tulete Ayub.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. In fact, if you followed me well, I did not say that the people have not gone who are preaching are all liars. I meant that actually people should have training. I want to give an example of myself. I've been a preacher right from Form 3. All right? That means I've not even finished my Form 4. Leave alone going to college. So that means it's a calling first. So once a calling has been identified, and actually that's the whole thing, even the system of our education is changing. And the people who are holding on the past way of doing the Form 4 thing, they're still not seeing the sense that actually going to school should be about what you have as a call, or rather call it a talent, what you are talented about. That's the area of your study that you should be on, actually hold on, so that you continue. By the time you become fully fledged, already you have the skills. What you only need now is the financial muscle to be able to do this. Outside here, my brother, it is simple. You go there, out there, you'll find that actually banks give loans to anybody that has a calling. Forget about being a church. He has already registered the ministry. You walk to a bank and say, this is what we are doing. We are trusting God to ABCD. They ask you, how much money do you expect ABCD? Where is the structure? You come with the architectural work. and then they give it to the architecture to go and find the groundwork where you want. They buy the place, put a church of your size, everything. They give you the keys. And then after that, the church will start paying their loan slowly because they want you people to be in a decent place. That is outside here. But now go back to us as Kenyans. Like I said, that's how I began. I've seen many have begun. That what is important, also agree with you, is that we need to better ourselves as men of God. As long as you have that call, let that call actually be the driving force to help you propel yourself to another level of understanding. When I was growing up, my brother Anchiru, this is what I was fed, that going to Bible school will actually drain away the anointing. I don't know if you have ever heard of this thing, that the Bible school will drain away all the anointing. So you'll just become a man who is quoting the word and coming with so many Bibles, confusing people. That's the kind of propaganda actually I was fed on. And if anything, I feared, in fact, not even the fear is not the right word. I hated going to Bible school. I just saw guys who said, oh, I've been in such and such a Bibles. I just said, rubbish. These people know nothing. They just talk a lot of English and a lot of the word, but there's no spirit of God. It's not like that. You just desire to add the word of God. Of course, we come from different platforms. We have those who are from the mainstream churches. That is the what we call the Anglican, the Catholics, the AICs, the PFAS. There is a way in which they follow mutaratara fulani. Najua when I say mutaratara Njiru, you understand me better. Sasa, there are those who are spirit-filled, and they feel like if it your mutaratara is wasting our time. So it still, even if you are not following the mutaratara, does not mean you stop going to add knowledge. Bible school is just to add knowledge so that your way of explaining the word of God to people and even your own understanding, it becomes even clearer, so that whenever you want to do something, I'm happy you quoted people like Kanyari. They blatantly just steal from people. Okay, I just wish people like Langa would have gotten time to go to school earlier. This could be the powerful bishops that we'll be seeing. But you see some of the loophole, some of the things he does, sometimes you just say, oh God, but tunamuelewa. Amebeba neema lakini sasa masomo ndio kido. But sasa unajua ni mtu wa Mungu, huwezi sema vitu kama hiyo. Amongst many. But all these inadequacies kidogo kidogo ziko, but they can be squared out. Mtu tu asikue mwizi wa kuibia watu. I'm happy one thing about this kind of people. Unapata yeye aibii mtu, anakuombea vile ulivyo na anaenda. Unaweza muita wa kiburi, but nganga, call him the way you want to call him. He's a man of God the way he is. And he executes what God has called him to do. So it's not about watu wenye hawajaenda Bible school ati ni wabaya, hapana. People should just desire to better themselves. Thank God, because of under Baba. If university will be free, don't you see even Bible school fee itakuwa kidogo sana, because kila kitu imekuwa rahisi. And I think even the church should even be thinking about how to make it even free, so that men of God can go to Bible school. If anything, if I become closer there, that's another thing I would advocate to Baba and say, Baba, if university can be free, please help us and waive the Bible school fee, because we want to take all the clergy that have the desire. Of course, we'll not force everybody. These that have the desire to go to Bible school, we would want them to add knowledge as they serve God. God bless you, Njiri.
Okay, Richard, nataka kukuuliza swali inaulizwa na watu. Unajua watu wanakufuata hapa. There is a guy called Martin Deto, and I want to ask this question on his behalf. Anakuuliza, can you comment about zile Bible verses Mr. Ruto anapeananga? Saa zingine kuna verse anapeana ziko kwa Biblia. Na nasikianga ni kama mnasema yeye ni muinjilisti. Sijui ni kama mlimpea hiyo title, yeye ndiye muinjilisti wa wanasiasa wa Kenya. Can you try to comment about this idea where a politician wants to show as if they know the Bible too much, to the extent they actually lose the track by quoting the wrong thing? Can you comment about that? Martin,
Okay.
you can answer to him.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, Martin, you are the next. I'm waiting into your time, my brother. Just shortly, because this just Ruto He's a guy actually who grew up according to the history. We were not there, all of us. We just came in this world the other day. Ni mkubwa kwetu na tunamheshimu. It's only that aspiration zake za kisiasa ndio hatuzipendi kwa sababu anaelekeza nchi mahali pabaya. But what he quotes is Bible, but most of those verses do not exist. Maybe alijua Biblia kule nyuma, lakini baadaye alikuja akasahau. So hatuwezi kupelaumu sana. For example, the latest one that has become so hilarious everywhere people is talking about is Matthew. Is it Matthew 7? Is it Matthew 7?
17:29.
17:29. Actually,
Yes.
it is Matthew 17:27. That's the last verse. There's no 29. So, and actually, he does not talk about what he says. He talks about completely about something
Na sasa
different.
pasta, niulize swali, mbona nyinyi mapasta mnaenda kujaza Karen kila siku na mnajua hiyo story? Can you tell me, wenzako wana shida Karen ndugu, wakienda wanajaza Karen, wanamuombea, wanapaka yeye mafuta, wanafanya, hebu tuambie iko nini pasta? We need to know bwana, ni kununuliwa ama ni nini?
Asante kwa kuuliza hilo swali, because hilo swali hata mimi nina shughuli pata nikiwa na shida nalo sana, na wengi wananiambia wewe ni kwa sababu hauna pesa, enda tu hata pia upewe wale wanapewa. Naambia, look here guys, I have my own life, I'm not about money. Everybody has got a way they believe about the things of God. In short, kutoenda kwa story mingi, these are some of the people I'm calling false prophets. They're actually prophets on pay. You pay them for them to prophesy. You remember the story of Balaam and Balak? Yeah, actually King Balak paid Prophet Balaam to prophesy against the children of God, and he said, in fact, maneno ya Kiswahili anasema hivi, laani hawa watu kwa niaba yangu, because he knows yeye sio nabii. Nabii tu ndio anaweza laani. So anaambia nabii, laani hawa watu wa Mungu. Hawa watu wanaendelea sana. Unajua wewe ni mtu wa Mungu, ukiwalaani watakosa kuendelea. Jamaa akiwa njiani, the Bible says, punda akakataa kuenda, akampiga punda aendi, anakataa. Why? The punda ilikuwa inaona malaika wa Mungu amesimama mbele na upanga, anataka kuikata, inakataa kwenda because inataka, and Bala the prophet was not seeing, but eventually he arrived. When he tried, mudomo ikafungika, akamwambia, what's not happening, nimekulipa bwana. Akasema, mimi siwezi laani wale watu Mungu amebariki, hivi vitu imekataa. I thank God because eventually he actually changed his mind. What am I trying to say? Today, there are many men of God who look good in suits and in all those good aprons they put on as they serve God, in quotes, but actually they are serving their stomachs. I'm very sorry to say that, and sorry because it touches the sanctity of the clergy, and that's why you see today the clergy has lost morality. It's just like any other common man out there. If clergy, I've held it straight in Jiru that clergy need to be a people who give direction. Like today, right now, we are talking about what's happening and what we expect in the country. They're all sleeping. Tomorrow, they wake up and start making some fake, directionless prayers. When you're praying and you're not taking when you're not taking actually your space to ascertain your prayer becomes useless. Ndio ile inasema imani bila matendo imekufa. That's what's happening to most of them. I like the way God raised a man, David. People like Solomon, people like Moses, people like Joseph. These were men of God, men of the clock, but at the same time, men who led as political leaders. And you see how countries and the places where they were moved in the right direction. If we had clergy today who would speak the way I speak, people like RUTO would respect them. Because the people who will be called a reference, they will be the encyclopedia of this country. You got to refer to them. If you want to do anything, you've got to consult them. That's the power that actually the clergy needs to raise. But unfortunately, we have fallen, and we need to just repent. There's no way out. I accept Njiru. There's a mess. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Let's not expound that issue. Nimeona ni kama kuna watu they are not very good on religious issues. So Mato, sitaendelea kuuliza maswali yako. Let me just leave it.
Yeah.
Sasa lakini naona Matwandi imebidi aingia kuja kutusumbua hapa. Ayub, unataka kuruhusu Mato ama kwanza unataka uongee? Nimeweka Ayub sana Martin, so Martin, kama Ayub atakupea time, mimi nitakupea nafasi ulize hiyo swali yako. Ayub, do you want?
Kidogo tu aongee kidogo tu.
Haya, sawa.
Nita comment, nipo hapa tu Vando.
Pastor, niko na swali sana, ndio maana nimesumbua huko mpaka Njiru. Thank you so much for asking that question. Niko na swali sana, ni tu Bernard, unajua tunakuaga tunaelewana, lakini wewe sasa leo nitakukia kwa kona.
Karibu.
Karibu. Sasa unajua mimi ni Mkatoliki, ndio niligrow Katoliki, lakini nikachange nikakuwa Protestant, but I grew up Catholic. Sasa nataka kuuliza nini, swali nimekuwa nikitaka kuuliza bana, lakini namhurumianga kidogo kwa sababu anagongwa na watu wengi. Sasa wewe ndio nitakushikia kwa kona.
Leta.
Niambie, politics na kanisa. Politics na kanisa na upasta na kila kitu zinashikania wapi?
Asante sana ndugu. Swali lako ni rahisi sana kujibu, hata sio ngumu. Maana hilo swali
nimekupatia tu ile ya kwanza, hiyo ni kuanzisha, hiyo ni kionjo. Tutagongana kama watanikubalisha.
Ndio hivyo sasa, wacha nikujibu kwa urahisi sana. Hili vile mimi ninavyolichukulia ndivyo Biblia inavyolichukulia, kwamba kanisa ndiyo chanzo cha kuweza kuweka misingi ya uongozi. Basi uongozi wowote unatoka kwa Mungu, na yule Mungu ameweka kusimamia masuala ya uongozi ni mtu anayeitwa mhuduma, ama tuseme aklaji, mhuduma katika madhabahu. Huyu ndiye msemaji wa kwanza. Sasa huyu mhuduma akikosekana katika utaratibu wa uongozi, uongozi umepotoka. Umeona? Sasa uongozi wote wa kisiasa unaanzia kanisani. Ukikosekana misingi ya kanisa, that's why we have all these confused, corrupt leaders in the name of I go to a certain church. And because their pastor has been blocked his mouth, he never speaks, they do whatever they want. The pastor is always paid. That's why umekuja nikisema hapa, nikipeana mfano wa Nabii Balak na Balaam na mfalme Balak. People who are paid for them to speak. That's a confused state. Do you know the time walikuwa na reign? That was during the time of Judges. The time of Judges came in when the prophets had been killed, the true prophets. The time of prophets ilikuwa imelapse. So it was Judges. Until then, tukakuja mpaka tukakuja ukaingia kwa new dispensation of another lot of prophets wenye Mungu aliraise. What is happening here? Today we are seeing even the church has fallen off the same. We are running away from our responsibility. We have separated politics from the church. Actually, it is one and the same time. I've given here an example of people who led as both clergy and as a man on the seat of the politics. David, one of them. Solomon, another one. Moses, another one. Talk of Joseph. During the time of Joseph as a prime minister, and there's an eye of God, a man who spoke to the children of Israel, is the time when Egypt thrived the most. There was a lot of political stability. There was a lot of economical stability. There was food all over. People are going to buy food from Egypt, all over from Asia, all over from America. All these countries during those times, they had different names. The northern, the southern Rhodesia, and all this kind of names, the Europe, they are coming to Egypt. What was happening? Because of the good leadership that is both political and spiritual. That is what I want you to understand. And that is what Jesus, when he came, they even thought he had come to take over from them, their political seats. But he spoke as God, and at the same time, he spoke about matters about leadership, political, and at the same time, talking about the economy. He would talk about feeding people. That's why he could struggle. It is only Jesus. Forget about these preachers you are seeing around. They are all saying they don't want to pay tax. Jesus paid tax, my brother. And actually, the same verse RUTO is confusing people with. He's saying Matthew 17:29. It's actually Matthew 17:27. What does it say? And Jesus ordered his disciples to go down at the lake Who is this? This is Peter. He's the best fisherman. And do what? Get a fish. Insert his hand in the mouth. Out of it, he will get money. Not he will set the fish first. He will get money from the mouth. What is the purpose of the money? To pay tax. If they are really serious followers of Jesus, the church needs to pay tax. That one I'm speaking with as an authority, my brother. Leave alone these hula balloons. You are seeing people running away helter-skelter saying, hey, Raila akikuja, makanisa tutafanywa kwa sababu wanaogopa kulipa ushuru. Do you know how much the church raises? Ile yenye wanaibia watu is actually trillions. Today you can see a pastor wake up from nowhere, all of a sudden.
Kabla tusiharibie watu wengine wakati, because I know people want to comment on this one, but let me go back to you. Let me ask you. So, do you remember when Jesus came to a church and whooped people? Akawapiga kabisa.
Yes.
What were they doing?
I think that question I would have asked you kabla haijakuwa confused to be politics. This is what they were doing. Ile biashara ambayo inafanywa kwa makanisa siku hizi. Ati mtu ameleta sadaka ya mihogo, alafu nyinyi mnataka muuze mihogo, mbadilishe ikuwe pesa mweke kwa account. That's what he was beating them for. Mtu mwenye ameleta, tuseme mtu ameleta kwa kanisa mahindi. Wacha mahindi ikae kwa store ya kanisa, ilishe watumishi wa Mungu na ilishe poor people ambao wako around in the society. Si lazima ibadilishwe ikuwe pesa. Hiyo ndio vitu Yesu alikuwa anachapia watu viboko. They were busy changing what was in terms of how do you call giving in kind to change them into becoming rupees. He flogged them for that, but nothing else.
Okay, sawa basi, umekuja ukajileta kabisa. Sasa kwa nini nyinyi mapasta mnaacha money laundering? Allah amekimbia. Nilikuwa nataka kumleta kwa money laundering. Ameenda. Pole Njiru. Nilikuwa nataka kukuja niambie kwa nini makanisa zinakubali watu wafanye money laundering na waongei. Pole.
Ndeto, unaweza rudi kazi sasa, utakuja baadaye. Najua uko kazi ama kuna kitu unafanya. Wacha Ayuba ongee sasa. Bye.
Yes. Jambo Mr. Njiro, Tom na nyumba. Ni Ayubu, natoka India. Niko India but mimi mkaji wa Meru huko Igembe. Nimefuatilia, hebu tuache mambo ya kanisa kwanza, hiyo inafaa kuwa topic ya siku nyingine. Isiingilie hii ya siasa. I'm going direct to the menu here about Raila getting some rumbles back in Northeastern. Kitu nimefollow for the 6 days, around the 6 days he has been there in Northeastern. Raila, it's like they were not fighting for him. It's about this kind of zoning. Vyama viko huko wote wanamsupport. But the problem hawayaangalii ni nani na nani, na wote wanataka just to be seen with Raila or to get the endorsement of Raila. So I don't think right now all those Northeastern and the most part of Kenya, they are over 50% supporting Raila Odinga. Na kitu moja is about time by the end of before the middle of I think middle of this July next month, people are realizing about what's the difference about RUTO and Raila and who is telling what can be achieved. In terms like from mambo ya mtumba, mambo ya kama jana na pia vyenye nimeangalia leo from the news kuhusu hizi tunasema swing mali swing votes takuwa. Still Raila is getting all of them, because like today I was watching about KTN Kivumbi pale Nakuru, napata mpaka Wanjakoya anapata kura mingi kuliko RUTO zai. Reason being Wanjakoya can give some kwa kampeni yake, ukiangalia vitu anapeana solutions zingine they are achievable, though we are taking them in different angle than what most of Kenyans they won't like. And that one for him, he has a proven also he can do this and this, and the way people they never expected, like that force of type of Wanjakoya, and maybe the guy can change very many things in the coming days if it continues with the kind of trend and winning most of the youth back there. For Azimio, compared to UNDA, the worst thing, first, UNDA they are doing is about this manifesto. RUTO is losing very big. You can't be campaigning for 4 years, 4 good years. You are reaching the 5th year, you are just bringing the manifesto a month before election. That is a very big failure, and RUTO didn't know what he was doing on all those campaigns. He was simply kundanganya youth, and the worst tunahurumia sana ni sisi mayouth wenye tumesaliwa on 2000s. Hao wote hawajui nani anaitwa RUTO. Wenye wamezaliwa 2000 and above hawajui who the kind of RUTO he is, because you can't create a problem and be the sober. Hizo ni tactics zile moja alikuwa anatumia, akipitia mahali ana make sure mnasafa mbati anakuja sasa kumsaidia na pesa handovers. That's the best tactic, and I don't think there's a student of Moi who has ever succeeded in politics better than RUTO, and right now he's demonstrating the same things of Kanu era. When I look at him, all his campaigns, the anger he is using, when he's telling people lies, he never even smiles when he's like this kind of Mutumba. He's the one who said first of it about Mutumba. They will chase all the people from Mutumba businesses, then they bring only Kenya meat. But he's not giving the solution how you revive the textile industry, and he's not giving how you revive the leather industries or how to promote those farmers for cotton. What he is giving is Mama Mboga, Mama Mkokoten. Those people, they use those things to carry the vegetables, fruits. And when you say you promote Mama Mboga or Mama Mkokoten, how many of them you promote the youth who have been using their entire savings when they are standing? How will they be able to pay those Arab loans and everything when it's just there? And again, that kupeleka pesa huko mashinani. Already these are things which have been happening before. Those are CDF, they are using the same localities to build classes and everything. And they are working somehow. That's a kind of employment we need. Not just to want. Yani hakuna mayudhi watapewa pesa direct. Wajue kusitumia, obviously they will misuse those money. That's the fact. So whatever RUTO is lying to people, you say this one today, the next tomorrow you will say the other one. But the youths we have in Kenya right now, the youths who are under 20, the ones who are the new generation voters, they don't understand at all. They have to handout, and the problem is being idle and lack of jobs. And they think when the person who can hand the money handouts for there, they think that's the savior, which is not. People, they should right now realize, mostly the youth, they should realize right now the world is changing. People are standing to be their own bosses, not to depend on government. And if they be their own bosses, government is going to promote them, to give them incentives so that they can be employers to the ones who are coming up also. But in Kenya youth, they have forgotten that. They want to stay idle. They want just to get rich easily without working hard, which is very bad. About this six boat ticket, itabidi watu wasoee sasa, sababu someone like Bahati for real, Bahati competing with the incumbent of Mathare is something which is awkward at all. And again, as for Azimio to be there are parties right now, but you can't come to fight with the incumbent when you know already you are under that agreement for Azimio. For Azimio, they need a uniform ticket, of which but might think because all those youth, they'll come just cheer him. It's that popularity for music. Let him settle his own music. Furthermore, he doesn't know even how to manage his family. It will be very awkward for a constituency to have a member of parliament like Bahati. Some seriousness they are needed to Kenya leadership. We need people who have proper ways to put the kind of plans how to promote a constituency to another level, how to be leaders of tomorrow, but not with this kind of leaders with the type of, but it will be very awkward for him even to be talking to the people who are there competing like ODM, Anthony Oluoch. It's something which can't be compared. That thing is about RUTO to weaken KEMSA. Obvious, most of parastatals, they have died under his watch. Government parastatals, and we always bring another one to run parallel to that, which he makes to kill parastatals. So mambo ya KEMSA is 100%. RUTO has no idea even how to revive, innovate, or even to help anywhere. Leave alone the way you're saying you give them money here to do this and this. You are not giving the clear way forward to solve that kind of problem. Only you are cheating Kenyans, but any reasonable person will never take any idea, because whatever you say today, the next day will be saying opposite of it. For KABOGO to go slow, KABOGO has been on this mission since 2018. KABOGO has never insulted any leader. He plays safe for every kind of party. And to this, I'm seeing is winning for this Kiambu is getting it back. There are some places I've been following since that time. They are with Moses Kuria. And even yesterday debate, I was following it when they were there and Citizen. Most of the things, even which are going under the current Kiambu government, already they've been initiated by KABOGO. And don't see anything new in Kiambu, which has been. And all those ones, they were plans for RUTO from 2017. Before elections, he had planned how he would put his own people there. The people can't go against him. And that's how all these members of parliament who are behind him, from the one saying, Kumi ya Uhuru Kumi, hao wote ni RUTO alipanga hiyo plan yote from kabla ya last election. Juu alikuwa anajua huyu atakuwa kisuisi kwangu, huyu atakuwa ananioppose, so akaweka watu wake akina Waititu hao wote, they were just project for RUTO, and he has really succeeded on that to make himself to be supported by that. But thankfully, most of the Kenyans now, electorates, they are just realizing all this as time goes. They are realizing the kind of person who he is, and they have stopped to believe on this religious where he is hanging too much to convince Kenyans. Everything when you are right, this and this, you just blame the leaders who have been there, then put yourself with the religious. Ngondi also support just hypocrisy, which Mr. RUTO is trying to keep it there. It's not at all. For KABOGO right now, the rumors, they might wait penye most Panamoto. I just say this this Nyoro leaving the governor position to KABOGO, and that one is going to change the politics of Kiambu 100%. If it happens, always Nyoro, even he took over from Wetetu, he's not supposed to even to be vying for this moment. But because of this Azimio and everything, if KABOGO, with the rumors which is coming, comes to Azimio and Nyoro leaves that position, 100% of Kiambu will turn over more than 70% to vote for His Excellency Raila Odinga. Then the last is about how election countdown is going. As for me, the swing counties have been seeing how they are turning out to be, including Meru, where I come from. First, if I talk about Meru, we are like 3 other sub-tribes which are very competent each. There's where Kraito comes, there's where Munya comes, and the Yembe where Linturi comes. For the longest time, it is meant to have been in the previous governments. Most of it, all those are Miraria, all those Mudaura, they are from same locality with Kraito Moronge. So there are other parts of Meru who have been always supporting Raila because they think they have been sidelined by fellow Mount Kenyan governments which have been there before. And up to now, that Kinuru itself, what was happening last week, but when Raila was there, it was 100% to show that Meru is behind Raila more than it is behind Ruto, because for Ruto, most of the things he has said about some part of Meru still in get questioned. Only mobilizing and that kind of his victorious system, how he is the one to talk, he is the one to answer question with the other question, it makes people think otherwise. And he was using that because when we see reggae must stop, it started from Meru Stadium there in Kinoru. So he was thinking the Meru is with him for that long. But the Meru, to say for sure, is 100% behind Mr. Raila. The reason being like people like Lentore, they are being around hostage because of these cases Lentore is having from with the Madam Costane, who was PA to Mr. Ruto, and if Lentore makes any other mistake to go opposite, Lentore, the cases you'll be having, there will be too many. So he has to adhere to any kind of command from Mr. Ruto for him to survive in politics around Meru. But that survival is not going to happen because the people like Mr. Murongi, not people to joke with. Mr. Murongi first is the one who made him even to be a senator there against the people who were competing the last election. Mr. Munyande is a senator running mate. Still, Kiraito is the one who had made on 2013 Mr. Munya to be even governor of Meru, because that time on 2013, people, they thought senatorial seat, because they will be there in Nairobi, it will be more powerful than governor. When they realize governor is more powerful, is the time now they went back to vie for governor. And Kiraito came in defeated Munya squarely. For that reason, it's something which is happening, of which I can comment here, though it's out of topic. Mr. Munya right now is the biggest spoil of Mr. Raila votes back in Meru. Reason being like Mr. Munya right now is supporting the independent candidates back in Meru. He is no longer with any leader elected or in a Jubilee Party or Azimio coalition. Leave that Mr. Mporo Abori, who is East African, they come from same place, and the guy is just spoiling other leaders. They are not going any meeting where Mr. Munya is, because Mr. Munya want to make himself be a king of Meru, where he's spoiling other leaders. So there's a current war between Mr. Munya and the members of parliament, whether in Jubilee, whether in Kenya Kwanza, everywhere, of which now, out of that current war, when Mr. Munya is the main image in Meru for Azimio, it's really making people think otherwise because of him. But at the end of it, all other leaders who are there, they are supporting Raila, and I hope play a big role there to make voters to exchange. Let me leave my topic there. Here in India, it's almost to 4 a.m. Nice to come to your media. I'll be following every time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tumeshukuru Bwana Ayub. Nyumba weho? Oh, nyumba huko?
Yeah, mimi naenda.
Okay, sawa Bwana Ayub, ina shida. Bwana Nyumba? Naelewa naongea na Nyumba sasa, sababu he is the next. Nyumba huko? Okay, simuoni. So Bernard, you can continue.
Okay, Mr. Njiru, my presentation was disrupted. Yeah. So as I was saying, I was saying something about inclusivity. My fears are that I'm not sure if in case where William Ruto clinches power, he can consider those who would have been lost the election be brought also on board for the sake of the nation building and the unity. So hiyo jambo ni mimi nimeona kwamba ni in terms of leadership ambitions, yeye hana hiyo nafasi ya msamaha. Ni kama ni mtu hana nafasi ya msamaha katika moyo wake. Unajua uongozi inahitaji mtu mwenye anakuwa na ile roho ya msamaha. Mtatofautiana leo kisiasa, lakini siasa ikipita, watu wanafaa warudi wakuwe pamoja, waweke their differences aside ili wapate kuhudumia Wakenya kwa pamoja. Another issue I wanted to talk about is about church involvement kwa politics. Church or rather religion involvement kwa maneno ya siasa. Concerning this issue, what I want to say, okay, ni mzuri kanisa wakuwe na usemi ndani ya siasa, lakini they should not go deep alafu waharibu, kwa sababu tumeona there are some churches which have made a lot of pronouncements about politics, na hizo pronouncements wamefanya kidogo hatusikizani nazo. Kwa mfano, there was a church recently, there was a church in a certain part in central Kenya. I think it was.
Okay.
Yes.
Have a good evening too. Thank you.
Yes. What are you saying? Mr. Njiru, I'm talking to you. I'm saying, church involvement in the politics. The church has to play a neutral role in giving sort of advice and direction to the contenders, and also the church has also to correct them on issues pertaining leadership, whereby, like now in our country, this issue of corruption has become rampant. Now it is the church to join citizens in trying to talk ill about this issue of corruption, telling the public the disadvantages and the consequences of corruption. So tunataka viongozi hata ikiwezekana viongozi wale ni watu wenye waaminifu, wale wanatoka kwa kanisa, tuwe na watu wenye wanafuata kanuni za kanisa, ndio wakuje wakuwe viongozi. Hao ndio watu tunaweza trust with leadership. Lakini hatutaki kanisa zile zinakuja kupendekeza mtu kwa sababu ya matoleo, kwa sababu ya misingi za kabila, kwa sababu ya misingi zingine ambazo hazitaleta sura ya uwiano wa nchi. So kuna involvement ya kanisa kwa maneno ya politics is something is good, but to some extent they should put it must have a limit. It must have a limit that wakishapeana mwongozo about good leadership that a country deserves, they now let the citizens kufanya nini, kuamua wenyewe kwa kura. Hatutaki a situation whereby mtu mmoja katika kanisa fulani anasema ati amenenewa na Roho Mtakatifu kwamba fulani ndiye atakuwa mshindi wa uchaguzi. That one is misleading, because Mungu huyo mwenye anapenda sisi sote ni viumbe vya Mungu, na kwa kuwa sisi sote ni viumbe vya Mungu, unajua Mungu si mbaguzi, na ni Mungu huyo ndiye ametupa akili ya kuleta demokrasia, na demokrasia ni kwa mujibu ya manufaa yetu sisi wananchi. So ndio maana mimi nakwambia kwamba involvement ya kanisa katika maneno ya siasa iwe na viwango. I have another issue I wanted to finish with is on the issue of devolution. Devolution yenye tuko nayo, yenye tunajua it came out of struggles for democratic space. It's a fruit that came out of that. When some of our leaders like Raila Odinga were fighting for democracy together with the other prominent names, which are maybe by bad luck they had to leave this earth. Tumeona devolution is an idea that has really helped this country to achieve its goals in terms of development and sharing of resources. But the problem now we are only facing, or the challenge in that idea of devolution, is that it has not been implemented, or it is not given a full-fledged that is required. Tunaona kwamba kuna changamoto. Kwa mfano, nikitoa mfano mmoja, kwa mfano kama kwa Ministry of Health, tumepata saizi with a lot of facilities. Ukienda kwa counties, different counties, kuna levels, tuko na different levels of health facilities. Unapata hii ni level 5 hospital, hii ni gani, hivyo. But these facilities, ukienda ndani unapata hamna daktari, unapata hamna dawa, unapata kuna challenges mingi. Haya, ukienda infrastructure zingine like schools, utapata shule zipo lakini hatuna walimu wa kutosha. Haya, ukipata social facilities zote zile zimekuja kwa viwango vya county kwa sababu ya devolution, bado kuna as function to the benefit of the expectation of the mwananchi. Unajua, tunataka tukiwa na hizi facilities ziwe to benefit mwananchi asiwe tena kuna shida ambazo alikuwa nazo wakati ule kabla tupate devolution. Sasa the challenge hiyo imetokana na uongozi ambao au si bora, uongozi ambao haujafikia kiwango ambacho tunahitaji. So as we go forward to forming the next government, these are the issues. This one of devolution being one is one of the issues that needs to be put a lot of concern, and that's why I'm still insisting that we continue talking to fellow Kenyans, just to help them make the right decision by electing the right leaders who will go and help us to implement and to put more emphasis on issues that we are complaining about day in, day out. For those few remarks, maybe nashukuru kwa hayo.
Okay, sawa. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. I hope your presentation was exhaustive. Bwana Nyumba Ohoro, habari. Sorry. Bwana Nyumba, habari.
Mzuri Njiro, tuko kwa ile channel ingine.
Unajua sasa kila saa mimi nikikutempt na nikikuona tu nasikianga tu kuenda ile lugha yetu ya kimonimoni.
Najua hiyo. So sasa tuko international. Salimia Bwana Njiro, salimika pia.
Nimesalimika sana. Sasa wewe ulikuja alafu ukayeyuka. Nini ilikuwa inatendeka?
Sinaona nakunywa nini kahawa yangu sasa.
Okay,
akiamka lazima achangamuke na kahawa na ndazi. Sinaona sasa nipate energy kidogo. Unajua mimi sasa my system si kama yako it can persevere more than mine.
Okay, sawa. Go ahead.
Sasa nikawacha mambo mingi. Acha nisalimie Bob, habari yako papa? Uko nyuma kidogo.
Leo utasalimia watu wakiwa kwa pazia.
Ni sawa tu, hajaweka ile black sana iko there. Bana, habari ya uko wapi? Hapa ni usiku. Hapa sasa tunaongea niko Kenya, panaitwa Nakuru. Ni saa 7:32 ya usiku ama asubuhi.
Maybe umeamuka, kuna poll imefanywa na KTN, utatuambia story yake pia. Ya huko
sijui nimeamuka. Ilinipita, nilikuwa nimelala.
Okay, sawa. But unajua result, you know the results, eh?
No, I don't.
Sasa kumefanywa opinion poll na KTN, zile KTN wanafanyanga za kivumbi 2022.
Yes.
Na mshangao ni kwamba Wanjakoya ameshinda Ruto huko kwenyu. Inakaa huko kwenyu ni kama mnataka kulea nyoka ama ni namna gani?
Kuvuta bangi, vijana wanataka kuvuta bangi sana.
Sasa Wanjakoya ameshinda Mr. Ruto. Hata story ya baba tuongei, sababu baba alikuwa kule juu kabisa.
Pandile ingine mbali.
Alikuwa mbali. It was 50-10-9. 50-10-9. Wajakoya
ako 10.
Wajakoya with 10. Go ahead now.
Ruto 9%.
Yes, go ahead.
Raila 50. Wapi hapa kwetu na Rift Valley, Nakuru?
Nakuru. Inaongea story ya Nakuru sasa. Siongei story ya Kisumu. Unajua unaweza fikiria hiyo ni Kisumu ama ni wapi? Siongei story ya Kisumu, naongea story ya Nakuru kwenyu. You need to tell us, is that the reality ama anyway, continue. Wacha nisikuongelesha mingi. I was just briefing you sababu unajua.
It is the reality because the youth are very excited about Wajakoya. Although wengi wana kura na hii wimbo anaimba hii ya Rasta na kuvuta hiyo kitu, not for anything else. wanampenda sana youth. Hata so getting 10% nakubaliana na yeye. Na unajua youth walikuwa pia kwa Ruto. Youth hakuwa sana kwa nani Raila. Sasa unaona ya Ruto ngapi 10 imechukuliwa. Ingekuwa 19%. Sasa hii 10 Wajakoya. Na tunataka Wajakoya aendelee kuchukua hivyo tu. Sasa hata achukue Ruto abaki na 2%. Wajakoya achukue ingine yote. Because we shall be winning finally. I've said it often. When I say we is Raila mother team, we are in that team. We are going to get 60% overall. Finally, it will be 60%, and Ruto will get now less than the 30% I've been talking about. You get 20+, and Wajakoya will get 10+. Zinakuwa 100. 60, 20. Hiyo ni ngapi? 80. Pengine Ruto anaweza pata 30. Sijui, lakini I'm not sure now. Inaenda chini, ilikuwa 30. Sasa Wajakoya anachukua hiyo. Haya. So I'll follow that up. Nitaenda internet hiyo nitapata tu hiyo maneno. Lakini acha niongee saa hizi. Pole kama ulinitafuta nikakosa, nilikuwa kitchen. Mimi makuka. Bwana Njiro. Makuka nilikuwa napika hiyo kahawa yangu ndio nakunywa. Itakuwa baridi, acha nionje kidogo kwanza. Raila Rambos ni Garissa. Nyinyi ngaje naongea Kizungu. Najua Bernard ni mtu amesoma, hata Njiro mmesoma. Hata Bob ngaje anakaa nyuma leo. Sijui ananiogopa kwa nini. Rambling. What rambles? Rambling ni kitu ina grumo kubwa. Kama volcano imepasua. Zamani Menengai ilikuwa ikipasua, bali nakaa hapa Naikuru, Menengai crater. There's a caldera hapo, lakini sasa tumeinyamazisha. Tumechukua hiyo energy, tunatumia sasa, ndio power inatoka huko. Kengen, unajua Kengen. Tumetoboa mashimo. So the rumbling is not there now. It's subdued. But rumbling is a big noise, a lot of energy. Volcano erupting rumbles. Tsunami ikibeba vitu inakuwa rumbling. Okay? Tsunami. Ama floods kubwa. So I like whoever put that statement. Raila is rumbling. Its effect is being felt everywhere. Lately, he's not even talking of the tsunami. There's the tsunami he predicted some time back. It has caught up with us now. The rumble, and I'm enjoying it. Now, forces are nature. You can't stop it. You try, itaenda na wewe. Huwezi kushikilia earthquake. Hata earthquake itokea kunakuwa na rumbling. You can't do, as a human being, you can't do anything. You are in that stage. The force is so great. So Ruto hawezi. Sasa ndio kuisha kabisa. Kenya kuisha. Mwachie hapo. Kabogo on go slow about KKA. Shauri yake. Uliona kina Kabogo na kina Kionjori na kina Kuria walikuwa wameshikana na Martha Karua, wanatengeneza kitu kingine inaitwa Mount Kenya Group. Which was beaten. There's Mount Kenya Forum, ile sasa ya viongozi huko Central. Kina wenye Citizen, Masharia, Equity Bank, hata kina Mwangi na hawa. That was Mount Kenya Forum. Alafu hii group ya kina Martha Karua ilikuwa hapo na Kuria Moses, ilikuwa na Kionjori pia. Walitengeneza a group. But Martha was there for the welfare of Mount Kenya. She didn't go there for her personal gain. But the other guys walikuwa tu ni kujipeleka mbele na tumbo zao. Ati ndio wapatiwe mapost. Ama wakiingia kwa Kenya Kwanza, which got finished. We no longer have Kenya Kwanza. What we have is only Uda. Hiyo Kenya Kwanza ilikwisha kabisa. Ikafifia, Ruto akakuwa mgumu. So these guys are lost. KABOGO, Kuria, the guys are lost. Unaenda unakikuwa blind, you can't find your way to anywhere. They are blind now. They can't come. In fact, I will not entertain them to come to Azimio to do what? They stay out. And again, they are not wanted in Uda or in Kenya Kwanza. Supposedly, allegedly, Kenya Kwanza. Wamefika dead end. They are cornered. They don't know what to do. Okay? And me, I'm clapping. They have been a nuisance. The only person who escaped this is Kalonzo. Narrowly. He would also have been cornered. But he escaped very narrowly. But I understand he is bringing more problems. His advisor should tell him the rambling is on. Akileta hiyo mambo ya kutufanya tutumie energy nyingi na akili mingi juu yake kutusumbua, hata ataenda nje. Na rambling will go on. Azimio will win. Azimio has won actually. It's just a matter of formality. On 9th August, then we are declared the winners. And we shall throw a big party. And I think Mutembei is also planning, we call it forward planning. Let's have that big party. Hata kama itakuwa virtual. Okay? Njiro, I'm sending you to Mutembei. Popote, because there's an international. Nimeona mtu mwingine ako India, amekuwa hapa, amepotea kidogo. Nimeona wengine wako America, Europe. Na mimi am a local man. Pakiro, umechange name mama niwe wewe miwani kama mimi tena umebadilisha jina. Wewe ni mkora. Oh, you're shaking your hand, your head. Asante. Now, nikumaliza. Kuna topic, kuna kitu kidogo. 42 days to go. Yesterday night I was requesting, or morning, I was requesting somebody kama ana nguvu saa ipeleko haraka, hii 42 days ilikuwa 43 ikuisha haraka. In anticipation, we vote for our Raila and Martha Karua. Now, this team may try, or let me go back. I was very apprehensive of whoever was to take over after Moi. Moi had run this country down deeply. And I would have, me personally, I would have been afraid to take over because the challenge was too big. Imagine there's a time I went to Nairobi City, CBD, Nairobi City, the capital of Kenya. The roads were full of potholes. The city itself, very disgusting. Me now from the road from Nairobi, this is an international road, trunk road. It's actually A104. It's a class A road. Me traveling from Nakuru to Gilgil used to take me 2.5 hours. Whereas now I take only 30 minutes. Potholes all over. International road, class A road. Everything was down. But Kibaki tried his best. Na Mungu akatujalia, hata economy ka improve. Political pengine hatu improve sana, political phase. Now, this country of ours is really kneeling down, almost collapsing because of corruption. I've said it a number of times. If only we have a leader who can come and fight corruption with the full force, then we shall be a very good country. You remember very well after the 2002 election, when Kibaki won with the NAC, or whatever, it was done, poll was done, and Kenya was the happiest people in the world. It was confirmed. Very hopeful, looking forward to progress and prosperity. Thereafter, corruption. Kibaki was not even able to fight corruption. Similarly, I've seen even our current president, raising his hands in surrender in fighting corruption. It's every other thing Imagine, and this is a case I've witnessed recently. You are retiring after giving the public service for the public service for 35 years, full time commitment. You can't get your pension. You have to bribe to get your pension. You are an old lady or old man. Seriously, you can't get your pension freely. You have to bribe your way out, or you stay another 5 years without getting a pension. I experienced even a similar thing on the road the other day. A truck from Rwanda at Gilgil toll station. I'm on the highway coming to Nakuru. The truck is coming from the side to join the highway. Actually, the vehicle I had at the back, mudguard, back left, and the light was gone. When the police came, they were bribed to say ati nimegongesha gari yangu ndio nilipo. Imagine a driver of 34 years without any incident. Anyway, Kenya is down, corruption totally down. Wananjiro, let's pray. And in fact, we need a dictator or somebody. You know, I'm sorry, even for Raila and Karua. Is a Herculean task. But they will try the best they can just to reduce it. Just like the economy was so down, and Kibaki tried from a negative growth actually to 6% growth. That's wonders. Maybe you're heading there. Let's pray for these two to be a good team. But the agenda is corruption, corruption, corruption. That's the thing. It affects everything else. And I can see people clapping and also supporting the corrupt team. I'm not saying, Azimio, they are not corrupt people, but it's a better evil. They are lesser corrupt. They are a bit less. The other one is full of corrupt to finish this country totally. There's, as in this panel, Wananjiro and everybody else, and with people in the back side, let's fight corruption. Let's get the team that wins. Here, Raila, Karoa, na tuwasaidie even once they pick. Because even 5 years, you can't fight corruption in Kenya. Actually, it needs a policy statement for the next 20 years or 50 years. I'm off the topic, but I had covered them. Why are you running away, Njiro, and want to finish? Pakiro, you change your name again, because you can see you are able to change very fast. Who is in charge? Can I take charge now? I wanted to summarize. I'm alone. Hi. Bob Azimio, how are you, sir? Tokeleza, why Bob? So, Wananjiro, let me finish there. I'm with you. I took a bit of sleep. Someone else can take over and say something. Wananjiro? Hello, Wananjiro.
Okay, Mr. Nyumba. I just want to emphasize on the matter you just mentioned about corruption. I wanted just to put something concerning that. Corruption is the greatest enemy of development in this country. Leaders, we may bring leaders, new leaders, time to time, but unless we change our mind about corruption imeturudisha nyuma. Unajua pesa, nchi yetu tuko na pesa, tuko na rasilimali, tuko na rasilimali ambayo inaleta pesa, lakini sasa pesa tunapopata pesa, hata kama ni mingi kiasi gani, inaingia inaenda kwa ufisadi, inatumika kwa njia mbaya. Inapotumika kwa njia mbaya, hiyo pesa inakuwa sasa haitoshi tena. Tukiangalia the issue kama maneno ya juzi, the current government ya Jubilee kuhusu maneno ya infrastructure, hii loan ilienda kuchukua ya kukuja kujenga SGR. You see, the figure was a huge figure. It was a huge sum of money that was borrowed. But when it came to employing the money to the function now, unaona pesa ikapatikana kwamba kazi yenye imefanywa na pesa haitoshani. Pesa mingi ilienda kwa mifuko zilipotea. Now when we hold the authority responsible for the loss of money, tunapelekwa round. So we need also now to have a government that will be ready to be held accountable for such issues of accountability. Hatutaki serikali yenye ingia imeenda imeomba pesa, ikishaomba pesa inakuja itatumia pesa zile inataka. Sasa ikimaliza muda wake inaenda. Sasa Wakenya wanabaki wakilia. Tunataka accountability, tunataka responsibility. People should own responsibility. Waseme kwamba tulichukua pesa kiwango hiki, tukafanya kazi kiwango hiki. Ile iko in question ndio hii. Unaona, hatutaki situation whereby serikali muda wa miaka tano ikiisha, ama muda wengine wamekuwa miaka tano ama wamekuwa miaka 10, so wakienda zile pesa zinapotee hivyo. Hatutaki. We want viongozi wapewe hiyo responsibility ya wakuwe watu wenye wana own the responsibility in different levels. From county level, mtu akipewa kazi kwa ofisi, he should own the responsibility ya hiyo ofisi. Wakati yale maovu yatatendeka yote, he should be accountable. Yale mazuri yatatendeka. Hatutaka situation whereby like now our deputy president anataka all positive things, the good things that the Jubilee government has done, hizo ziende upande wake. Anasema hizo ni achievement, they achieved. Lakini failures zile ziko ndani ya hiyo serikali yeye ni naibu wa rais, anasema uliza Uhuru Kenyatta, uliza Raila Odinga. Unaona, na unajua kweli Raila Odinga is not hatukumchagua, hatukumpigia kura, lakini anatuambia handshake imeleta hiyo shida. Anasema BBI ndio imeleta hiyo shida. BBI was about what? BBI ilikuja na mapendeleo na mapendeleo, yani changamoto zile tumekuwa nazo, ambazo sasa serikali inataka kutafuta namna ya kutatua. Sasa BBI ilikuja na mambo kama hayo. Sasa inapaswa kwa serikali kuja ifanye sheria, itengeneze sheria na kupambana na hizo changamoto, lakini mtu anakuja na anageuza BBI anaifanya kuwa ni kitu kibaya. Unaona? So I fail to understand it from people. Mtu kama huyo kiongozi ambaye anataka kutatua matatizo ya nchi, na sasa zile matatizo ati kwa sababu si yeye ndio amependekeza, si yeye ndio anataka kuleta hiyo, anataka kuleta mambo, si yeye ndio amepewa nafasi ya kuleta hiyo mageuzi, kwa sababu ni mtu mwingine anataka kuleta hiyo mageuzi. Sasa ni mbaya, kwa sababu ni Raila ndio anachangia BBI. Sasa that BBI is not good, but when it is him, kama ni yeye angekuwa na champion ingekuwa mzuri, lakini sasa shida ni kwamba tujaona yeye akikaa chini to bring such a thing. Tujaona akikuwa na fikra kama hiyo, kusema kwamba this country inahitaji kubadilisha mambo.
Okay, sawa. Bwana Pakiro, hata kama sauti yako iko chini kidogo, next time you can try to bring your voice a little bit. So Bwana Nyomba, did you have a comment kabla tulete Peter, ama ulikuwa unaona namna gani kabla Bernard takes the house in general? Bwana Nyomba.
The comment, how did you displace Bernard? Bernard starts and then you come later. Now, but it's okay. I'm not complaining. It's okay. It's quite in order. The Bwana Pakiro, the voice was low, but we could follow. So as you said, I was experiencing the same problem. I thought it's from my end. Pakiro, maybe the audio was a bit low, but we heard you. Thanks for that. He is confirming what I've said. The problem in Kenya is nothing else, is only corruption. Corruption. It's a disaster for this country. And I know this team, let's support them, okay? You saw when Kibaki took over, the civilians actually even arresting the policemen on the road. The police on the road, them here, actually they're just there to collect 50 shillings for every vehicle passing there, every matatu. They don't even look at the paperwork, the insurance and all that. Tuache hiyo, hii mambo inaumiza sana na pengine. But you know, sometimes at my age, I don't care. Whoever wants to do whatever you want. Talk the truth. Corruption is the problem in Kenya, nothing more than that. Thank you.
Peter, you can pick. Peter Kianas.
Before he picks, I would like to salute my boss, Bernard. He cannot just come and don't greet him and even welcome him, although I'm not the man in charge. Bernard, how are you, sir? You're fine.
Well, thank you.
Why didn't you raise your hand? You just unmuted and then you didn't raise your hand. Njiro is the boss tonight. Sorry, nimekualika kwa njia ingine stylingine.
When did you begin to be the reader of the standing orders here? While I was away. That's why I remembered and muted, because I didn't lift my hand.
No, Bernard, karibu. There's no, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad to see you. Bwana Peter, go ahead. Peter Kenneth, is it Peter Keana? You unmute.
Nimefanya hivyo, mnanisikia?
Yes, uko sawa, endelea.
Mimi yangu hata ni kuwasalimia bana. It's been some time since tuliongea. Ni zamani nilionekana mara moja, lakini nimeshinda nikiwafuata daily. You guys are doing a good job. Siwezi mimi si mtembea hata especially nikitoka job kama saa hii. Niko na around like 30 minutes of driving. Unapata mimi ni mtembei. So mnafanya kazi mzuri sana. Sikuwa na kitu ya kucontribute saa hii. Only that kuna speaker mmoja aliongea earlier akasema ile yenye as Kenyans tuko nayo sasa ni human resource, of which vile Bernard nilisikia speaker akisema hapo, kama mtu anaweza fikia baba na incoming government awaambie saa hii kuna vijana wengi sana wana kazi, especially tuseme kama kwa healthcare we have a lot of nurses hapo nyumbani wanatama kawana job, na saa hii kila mahali kuna shortage. Kama saa hii nimetoka like I don't know, nimefanya like 16 hours tangu nilianza, sijui saa ngapi, hata nimechoka nikaambia acha niende nyumbani. So that's something that can be looked at. Instead watu waanze kutuambia machani chai, na huko kwetu Kisii niliona hata hatuna hiyo. Sasa sijui ni nini wanasema wengine tena, tuko na resource. So yangu ni kuwasalimia na kuwapongeza ile kazi mzuri mnafanya. Nilisema tu wacha nitoke kwa kusikiza tu, at least ndio screen ile Bernard nasemanga wacha screen ikuwe bright. Ni bright and screen. So nashukuru sana. Asante, mimi naendelea kuwasikiza tu.
Bernard asitoke, mwambie asitoke, kuna agenda ile yangu na wewe. Okay. Ile nyingine behind the scenes.
Mimi nasikiza tu. Nika hapa.
Okay. Ningependa link Bernard, ningependa link ya huyo behind the scenes.
So bwana Peter.
Yes sir.
Bwana Peter.
Nasikiza.
When you pull over,
ndio.
There is the private chat here. I would love to have your number, and then I'll link you with Mr. Nyumba. He has business with that nursing opportunity you're talking about. So on the private chat here, I will have your WhatsApp number. Then we can talk off air on matters you suggested. Thank you so much.
Nitaangalia
yes, Bwana Bob, come in.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I had taken a small nap. I had a long day yesterday. I have just heard your voice and I was wondering, what the hell is Bernard doing there? Is there a crisis? This man should be in bed. But I'm glad to see you, Bernard. I didn't have an opportunity to hear from you today.
No.
Huyu mchungaji amekuja kutuombea. Iko mchungaji mwingine alikuwa hapa akatupatia neno kidogo, hata akamrudisha mato. Yeah. Sasa nimeingia hapa, nilikuwa hapa nimeongea kidogo hapa na pale, lakini kuna mambo mengi nimefurahia sana leo. Nimesoma kidogo na nimefurahia sana kwamba kuna watu walikuwa wamefikiria ya kwamba Western Kenya ati tumesahau. Sasa I think Oparanya siku moja tu ametoka, watu wanaanza kukimbia helter skelter. They are worried. You know, I hope you had a look at what Oparanya was doing yesterday. The gentleman woke up and everybody is panicking. We know where we are, and I think it is very encouraging that sometimes you have to take a back foot and see what this your enemy is doing. And the enemy has made all manner of calculations. In fact, in terms of propaganda of using the media, UDA is very much on top of things. But ground, hii mambo walikuwa natuambia wakati wa mwanzo ya kwamba mambo ya ground ni different. Oparanya has shaken them very hard in the Western Kenya. Just one day, I wonder what he can do if he decides to go 7 days. Will there be UDA anymore or ANC? And you can see the Mwana Wahana. The only thing that he can tell people is that Uhuru has abandoned Raila. That is, Uhuru is not on the ballot. Uhuru is only giving backup behind the scenes. But we know what Uhuru is doing. Uhuru has done a lot. If you look at just 1 week of engaging the people, one incident of engaging the people, like when he engaged the Akorino community, he knows what he's doing. So when these people are talking about being abandoned, I don't know what abandonment means. they should know people. Kuna ile msemo ya Nancy bana. You should know people. Wacha kutusumbua. Sisi tunajua ni nini tunafanya. Tunasafisha Northeastern. Tukitoka Northeastern tuende tena kwingine. Hapa Coast nimeona wamekuja kuchafua kidogo kidogo. Hapo tutasafisha tu. Joe ataamuka baada wamechafua atoe uchafu. Tupeleke baharini tumwage. Iende na mapapa huko. Tutakuwa wasafi tena tuingie. What I believe Azimio should do, we need to clean up the Marland. There is a lot of dirt being played there in the Marland. We need to clean it up very well, because the truth be told, there are people like Olentutu and Tunai. We should never have them anywhere near public offices. Their record speaks for itself. And also, we also saw a few developments yesterday. There is the ESCC. The ESCC has come out very strongly, and I really hope that they will walk the talk, because the CEO of ESCC, he says that there are people here who are just stamping. I don't know what they have in stock. They must be having something in stock, because we cannot have our education being rendered useless by allowing politicians across the political divide to run for office while they know that they are not qualified, because that will essentially tell our children that it doesn't matter whether you go to school. You can go to school, but I can buy you a job. That is what it is. So that was a very good statement from the ESCC. Wacha watu waende shule wasome, alafu watafute kazi, ili ndio tuwe na maadili mema. I mean, in this country we cannot just leave the country to dogs. We need to fix this country, and this is the time. This is the only opportunity I think will come on a silver platter, because there are two people who are at the helm and willing to walk the talk. Enough is enough for Kenya. We need to get rid of corruption, and then we are back on track. Corruption is the one that is making us lag behind, or even surpass countries that are economically more empowered than us. So I want to urge Kenyans that if there is anybody out there thinking that the UDA brigade is the one that can change this country, then they are living in I don't know where, political Siberia, something like that. Asante Bernard, wacha ni organize, alafu tutaongea mengi. Asante sana.
Yes, asante. Bwana Nyumba na swali kwako, I think so. Go ahead, Mundu wa Nyumba.
Asante Bernard. Bob, that team can change Kenya. UDA will change Kenya. And they'll change Kenya not in a positive manner, in a negative manner. We shall be worse. Don't change, they will not change. Don't say they won't change. They will change and make Kenya even worse. That's the position. And Bernard, Bob, in case one, that's my comment. Well, you said they may not change. They will change if they were, but God forbid, they are not going to take over the leadership of this country. And in that, I'd sent Njiro to Bernard to tell him to organize after 9th August a celebration, either virtual or both. We should celebrate. Thank you. I know Jiro will forget to tell you. Let me tell you I don't want to call you a horse, but that is directly. Thank you.
Asante Mundu wa Nyumba. I know that, and we have something like that in effect. Somebody has already contributed, I think, 2 goats. So I think we are so far 4. So we will have that 10-day celebration.
I will contribute 1 also in good time.
Thank you. So we will have that, and it is worthwhile. It's worthwhile. Hiyo usingizi yote tumekata lazima tulipie kisasi after we have brought in the shares of our working. So let's watch this video as we proceed. I hope it is it's ready.
Wanachokiwaza hawakisemi, wanachokisema hawakifanyi, na wanachokifanya hakieleweki. Ndio sifa yao. Kwa hivyo wananchi nawaambia kabisa, tunatakiwa kuwa macho, isiwe kile kisa cha divide and rule, yani wagawanye ndio waweze kuwatawala. Tuko hapa tunachukua maoni ya wananchi hawa wazuri wazalendo wakizungumza kuhusiana na uchaguzi unaokuja, masuala ya amani na utengamano. Tuanze na nani? Tukubaliane. Tuanze na Buda, alafu wewe. Mambo vipi?
Tuko sawa mzee.
Hebu niambie unaitwa nani na unafanya kazi gani hapa?
Mimi naitwa Matunda Sakari, nafanya kazi ya bodaboda.
Hebu niambie uchaguzi mkuu unakuja hapa Nakuru, naambiwa makabila tofauti, lakini amani safari umesema ndio kwanza. Uchaguzi wewe tuelezee.
Uchaguzi ambao tunaongojea, tunatarajia ukue wa amani. Manake kukiangalia wagombea wote hawako mbaya, lakini sana sana hii yangu ya Kenya Kwanza anahubiri amani. Ni mtu ya kanisa. Mheshimiwa Deputy President.
Anaitwa nani jina?
RUTO.
RUTO.
Anaitwa
anakuvutia sana.
Ananivutia na Gachagua kwa sababu wanaongea kuhusu amani sana sana.
Sawa tosha. Buda niaje.
Poa.
Unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Bernard Simio.
Inasikia tumekubaliana tutapiga kura kwa amani.
Kura ndio kwa amani. Lakini mimi mambo ya kura moja kumi imekuwa imenisiti sana.
Mbona?
Mimi sasa naangalia majukumu yangu, hata siangalia majukumu ya kura. Hata heri nitoka asubuhi nipate kama 200 nijue vile nitakula familia yangu. Lakini mambo ya kura sitaki sasa, hata nisaki nisikie. Uchumi imekuwa mbaya sana.
Haya, Buda unaitwa nani na wewe?
Mimi naitwa Bairolo Ochieng.
Cheki pale kamera.
Mimi naitwa Bairolo Ochieng.
Haya, niambie na wewe, je, vijana tumekubaliana amani na utangamano?
Manze kama sisi kama vijana ndio wako na amani zaidi hata kuliko wazee. Ni mmoja tu, ni vile tu hakuna ajira. Lakini
mtachagua viongozi gani waje kuangalia masuala ya ajira?
Tutachagua viongozi.
Umesema nani?
Jagoya. Mimi kusema kweli, mimi ni Rao, rada ni Rao.
Unaitwa nani?
Wilson Abongo.
Unafanya kazi gani na wewe hapa Nakuru?
Biashara.
Niambie hali iko vipi tunapokaribia uchaguzi?
Ile kitu tunaomba ni amani na utulivu.
Ndio.
Na ile tena mambo mengine tunaomba waangalie mambo ya bei ya chakula. Imepanda sana na tunahangaika.
Haya. Buda malizia na wewe. Msiende mbali kwa sababu tutatoa zawadi mbali. Wewe unavutiwa na mrengo gani na amani itakuwepo?
Mimi naona ni amani iko. Mimi kama mtu wa baba tuko sawa na baba.
Haya, sawa. Sasa tutulieni, nataka tupige kura, manake kilele cha shughuli hii ni kura. Kura zetu ndo hizo. Kura nazo ni nyingi leo. Vituo vyote vimeshamaliza. Sasa haya, mmoja iweke huku, mmoja utaweka huku. Alafu mmoja nishikie microphone. Dada nishikie microphone.
Ni mzuri sana.
1 2 3. Tunaanza kwanza. Atuhesabu kwanza, tunaweka tofauti Haya. Hapa tunaambiwa William Ruto. Kura ya maoni ya wakazi wa Nakuru, William Ruto. Hapa kuna Ruto. Hapa kuna baba. Kuna kura ya Wajakoya. Na tushikie kura ya Wajakoya moja. Ni baba. Haya. Agwambo. Sawa. Tutahesabu mwisho Raila. Tutahesabu kwanza ni kuzi Wajakoya.
Huko Ruto unaona.
Rao.
Rao hapa wazee. Tuko ndani.
Rao
hapa wala hivi.
Rao niliwaambia msikunje bwana Rao. Rao.
Mnacheki kweli wazee.
Raila.
Tuko ndani kweli.
Wajakoya. Raila Odinga.
Tureni. Kitu ni
Wajakoya. Odinga
hapa kwa
taratibu. Raila angalia kura isiharibike bwana. Azimio. Raila.
Tibim.
Ngoja. Azimio. Ruto. Azimio. Wajakoya. Usicheze na Wajakoya. Raila tosha. Raila baba.
Mnasikia kweli baba?
Kura spoiled vote imeharibika, hiyo weka kando. Imeharibika ingine hii. Haya, Ruto hasula. Imeharibika hiyo. Wajakoya. Wajakoya usicheze na anakuja. Azimio. Kenya kwanza. Azimio. Haya tumalizie Azimio
hapo
Azimio. Ngoja. Azimio. Wajakoya. Azimio. Ruto. Raila. Tumalizie Raila, kura ni nyingi. Rao. Odinga. Raila. Ruto. Raila. Ruto. Raila. Hii imepotea. Raila, Azimio, Wajakoya. Alafu tunamaliza na Azimio. Haya, sasa tulieni. Tuanze kuhesabu kura za Ruto. Sawa, kwa pamoja, ngojea. Moja, tuhesabu kwa pamoja. Aha. 2. 3. 4. Ndio. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. Kenya kwanza wakilishwa na William Ruto, kura ngapi? 9. Twende kwa Wajakoya sasa. Wajakoya jamani. 1. Wajakoya. 2. Wajakoya. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. Wajakoya ameshinda Ruto. Tumalizie hapa baba. Oda. Haya. Raila Odinga, Azimio. 1. 2. 3. 4. Sauti. 5. 6. 7. 8. Babakea. 9. 10. Ngoja tena. Haya. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. Sauti. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 32. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Haya, tulieni. Oda, kuna zawadi. Haya, kuna zawadi. Oda, kuna zawadi. Kuna zawadi Kuna zawadi haraka hapa. Nataka kuuliza swali la kwanza. Je, Raila Odinga mgombea mwenza wake ni nani?
Martha Karua.
Haya, shuka. Na William Ruto mgombea mwenza Gachagua. Sawa. Sasa tumemaliza na kura za hapa. Wakazi wa Nakuru wameamua kwamba katika kura maoni wamesema kwamba William Ruto na Kenya kwanza wamepata kura 9. Alafu Wajakoya amengoa kura 10. Alafu na Raila Odinga akiwakilisha Azimio amepata kura 50. Na mumeridhika na kura maoni ya wakazi? Ndio. Haya, mimi naitwa Ahmed Bahaj, kipindi ni Kivumbi 2022. Mwisho wa siku mwananchi ndio atakaamua, na hii sauti ya mwananchi ni sauti ya ukweli. Sina muda wala tani, nashukuru kwa muda wako. Hivi sasa narejesha kwake Suleiman Yeri kule studio. Unasemaje? Basini. Na mumeridhika na kura maoni ya wakazi? Ndio, mumeridhika.
Okay, I don't know whether you can play that, but I enjoyed it. I said I should share it. We've been saying that Wajakoya may be number 2, and it seems the prophecy is catching up. Huh? You may just pull that surprise for Kenyans. But cha muhimu hapa ni the kind of margin that Bob is talking about, ground mambo ni difference. The politics of perception seem to be falling apart for Kenya Kwanza. They have, blown up the smoke to say that they are the in thing, they are the main thing. But with that short cross-examination just on the marketplace, you will see that for every 10 votes that Ruto has, Baba has 50. So that, in my opinion, spells a huge difference. I don't know what others feel about the same. And then Pen Nyagaka on the comment section. Mzee wetu, njoo studio tetee Ruto tafadhali. Njoo huku tuambie kwa nini Ruto anapata kura 9, Wajakoya anapata 10. Wacha kuandika sana. Njoo huku ongee. Thank you. Let's weigh on that, Bwana Bob.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard. I will just comment on the video because I was trying to go around the political scene on my own here. Now, that video tells you that there is some excitement that Wajakoya has brought to the table, and I am not so sure, but this cannabis story seems to have excited a clique of the Kenyan electorate. I don't know for what reason, whether it is the consumption or the policy of Wajakoya, but I tend to think it is the consumption and not really the economic value that we can get out of it. In fact, bringing to fore the issue of that cannabis. Cannabis is while I was reading, I think last week, and watching a few clips here and there. Cannabis is something that has even been discussed in the Tanzanian parliament, and there are so many legislators who are advocating for its growing, and to me it looks economically viable, but we have to get some very serious legislation on how to control it as an illegal substance, not good for raw consumption. Kikwetu is telling me something. Bob, no one is talking about consumption. You're limiting your thinking. I'm not limiting my thinking, but the excitement that it has elicited, Kikwetu is a bit, I know he has experience in the medical field, but for Kenyans, it is face value. Let's not cheat ourselves. Kenyans are not even thinking in terms of majority of those ones supporting Wajakoya are not thinking along the lines of making it a cash crop and so that it can be of economic value. They look at it like a freedom to use an illegal substance. This is not something that we all know. It is being used illegally in Kenya and in large quantities. So that is what we need to change. That it can be produced, but for medicinal and other values, not consumption, because we all know what it does when they consume it. It is not a secret that probably over 60 to 70%. I don't know. People would not want to hear this, but across all these universities in Kenya here, most of these children are over-consuming it, and it is wreaking havoc. And even the mothers of this country will bear witness that they have children who have engaged at one time or another. And the abuse of alcohol and drug use, it cannot be even better demonstrated than what was happening in the Central Province. Central Province, even Mr. Nyumba can attest to that wamama walikasirika wakaenda kwa street wakasema hii pombe haramu inaharibu manyumba na inarudisha maendeleo nyuma. So we need to be very careful when in as much as we are getting excited with the Wajakoya coming to pass katikati. He's trying to do a 2007 for William. It's very dangerous. We need to limit it. Finally, I mean, actually, I'm. If you ask me, if it is to produce for economic gain for the country, I wouldn't mind. But we must have a way of how we will manage this issue, because the monies are good, and having looked at a documentary in that was filmed in Israel and what it can do in terms of changing the medical field is amazing. So Wajakoya amefanya vizuri sana, hiyo kura amejaribu sana, lakini baba, mimi najua baba tayari ameingia, na nataka kumwambia Black kule kwa comment section ya kwamba baba, ile kitu tunangoja ni kuapisha. Saa hii tunajaribu kufanya usafi pali wamechafua, wametuharibia jina ya kwamba sisi ndio tunaleta njaa, sijui tunaleta njaa vipi, na ili hali leo tumemwona bibi ya economic advisor wa DP Madam D, huyo Mrs. D amesema you cannot be there for 10 years and come to tell us that you can change. Leopards do not, in fact, in our own words, that leopards do not just grow old. The spots don't change. So huyu mama kama yeye ndio mke wa economic advisor wa DP, anaona ya kwamba bwana yake anapotea. Na tunajua kina mama ndio wanaturegeshanga, tukipotea wanaturegesha vizuri, wanatuambia mwelekeo hapo, mimi naona mzee unapotea. Mama mwenyewe ameona mzee wake anapotea. Sasa itakuwaje tena tuendelee kukula hii mambo ya DP? Hapana, hiyo tumekataa. Sisi wacha tujitayarishe kuapisha, lakini tusafishe uchafu ile wametuwekea kila mahali. Asante.
Sawa, asante sana bwana Bob. Yes, Mundu wa nyumba.
Hello, Bob. We talk the same language, and I don't want you to feel that I'm anti-you, ama nakupinga. Unajua mimi ni Azimio, na watu wa kupinga everything wanakuwa huko UDA. Anything, good or bad, hao ndio kupinga kila saa. Ningetaka kutofautiana kidogo juu ya hii mambo ya Wajakoya. I've seen effects ya hiyo nyasi, na hata neighborhood, there's a time I had to take action. I'm the patron of the welfare where I stay. We have got a gated community, and some young people just near my gate walikuwa nakaa hapo, naona group ya 5 ama 10. So I was trying to dismantle that group because it was a nuisance to our girls and to our wives and the ladies as they pass, you know. They're very uneasy, watu wameketi hapo vijana nini. Yeah, I didn't know what they were doing until I involved the administration, the chief, the police, and we found that as they sat there, they were peddling bangi, selling and smoking bangi actually. And some of them, in fact, one of them of my neighbors is actually like a zombie now. Zombie, unajua zombie hiyo? Is a dead man walking actually. Amepotea na kijana amefanya mpaka form 4 rika vijana wangu. So when you look at these things and the excitement the young people are having, I agree with you. It's not even for political advancement or anything. New excitement to avuta tu hiyo kitu. Na life is not made of money only. You need to balance it. Generally, we see poverty as lack of money. To me, it's not. It's not true statement. You may have the money and you are a poor man or woman because your life is not balanced. I'm sorry, I can give some examples. I gave one of a hotelier who was called, an American hotelier was called Hughes. He died and he was a billionaire in a very poor state of setup. Alienda akajifungia orofa yake moja huko juu, akakufa, kaoza, akanuka, hakuna mtu anajua alienda wapi. Similarly, a person like, it's not good to talk ill of people who have gone to heaven or hell, I don't know. But to me, a person like the most successful singer, Michael Jackson, to me, his life was, he had a lot of money, but his life was poor. This man was in poverty, actually. To me, poverty is not lack of monetary status. You may have the funds and then you are very poor. Maisha hiyo kijana ilikuwa ngumu. Mapesa kuna nyingi sana, billions. He was a very good singer. I liked his music, but he led a very difficult life. He was a poor man by my own standards actually. So hiyo Wajakoya tupande bangi ndio vijana wetu wakuwe zombies na tukue na pesa mingi, I'm not for it. Life is not only made of economic gain. So we are talking together actually. It's not that you have raised very good points. I'm not opposing it, but I would say let Wajakoya take the votes za RUTO, lakini hiyo advancement ya hiyo mambo ya bangi, because okay, you will say it's medicinal, but that's how even the one that is not medicinal will also be used. You can't control it, the raw one, before it becomes medicinal. So yeah, it's okay. He's doing a good job. Kuchukua kura zingine za RUTO, but our advantage, Azimio is an advantage. But implementing such a policy ya bangi na nini na snakes could even be better than bangi. I've seen its effects. So hiyo hajakuwa sijakubaliana. Thank you, Bernard, and thank you, Bob, for your contribution.
Bernard, I can add on something small, please. Yes, I don't know where Wajakoya gets these radical ideas, because in Kisumu, I think he has mentioned that we can also export dog meat. This gentleman is coming with some wild, I don't know where in Kenya we have so many, if we in Kenya we have enough dog meat to export to China. But he seems to be having some very, very radical ways of making money. And I just wanted to comment on one thing that I have seen in the comment section. And this comes from our very own Black. Black is imagining that we can have, we can continue with the Wajakoya business and have Kenya attract tourists in terms of a place where tourists can come and smoke freely. Black, we have better things to attract tourists than now allowing smoking of bang. We have
Tell him to come overboard. Where is the ID?
Yes, we have a very good. We have very good national parks. We have very good clean beaches. In fact, the beach in South Coast is one of the best in the world. It can be compared to what we have in the Caribbean. We only need to improve on infrastructure. Kikwetu is trying to support Black that he was joking. No, this is not a joking matter. Bang is something very bad. In fact, I was very impressed, and I want to commend in as much as I am not happy with the budget, but there is a very, very good training facility to boost the tourism sector in the coast. There is a very big college that is coming up that will be, and I think it should have been ready in the first term of Uhuru government, but due to unavailability of funds, it had not taken off. But it's ongoing, and it is along the Kikambala towards Kilifi, on the Vipingo next to the Vipingo Ridge. It is a very good thing. It will improve our tourism. So Black, forget about that story of the bank. Hiyo is a no-go zone. Thank you. Bernard, nimekurudishia mkono.
Okay, thank you. And sawa sawa, asante sana. Bob, you said that Wajakoya may be selling because of the consumption of his product. On the other hand, I think he's selling more because of his simplicity. And of course, the radical approach. When you stay on the edge, everybody who wants to be everybody wants to be on the everybody would want to identify with you easily. You look like a rebel. You look like you're opposed to the norm of life. You are not. You're not flowing with the stream. You're going up the stream and touching on the issues that are almost taboo in the society. And so you find yourself in a place where you're not many. You are very few. And so that creates a move that you can't miss followers. And probably Wajakoya seems to be doing something that probably the Kenya Kwanza people have failed to do, because Kenya Kwanza people are concentrating on overturning and talking at the opposite of what Baba is doing. And Wajakoya seems to be going to the far end and just start his own new movement there, as opposed to trying to counter everything that the other part is doing. As much as he's radical and extremist in his suggestions and in his proposals, he seemed to have a way of playing politics, not of exchange, but finding a niche for yourself and going for the same. If we embrace that kind of politics, in my opinion, we'll have alternatives. But as it is right now, it is now like Ruto is concentrating on despising Baba's manifesto. And we have 2 days now to wait for his honor and see how it may look like. But in my opinion, it may not look any different, or it could be just a copy paste and change of language. You tweak the language, but it's one and the same thing. All in all, it is not it's not viable until somebody convinces me that there will be a way to control that. In fact, when Bangi floods the market, see, the price will drop. It will be now for free, because if it's planted everywhere and then everybody will access it. So how will it be economically viable? Or it will be free in Kenya and on sale outside. So the approach itself shows that even the person suggesting is not serious, because for anything to fetch good money, it needs to be scarce. You can't have it readily available and expect to make money with it. So in my opinion, Wajakoya is just playing with us, and he seemed to be getting away with it. And it seems like the authorities also understand him not to be serious. Because if you tried that during Moi's time, you will be by now in that house, or worse than there. Njiri, you saying something? Bana Nero Senior, there is nothing called for export. Even coffee is for export. Tea is for export. Meat is for export. So you cannot say that you are going to plant something that is locally unconsumable and it's strictly for export. Where are you going to be planting it at the port? So that we're from the farm to the ship and then it is gone. That, in my opinion, doesn't add up. The moment that the thing is readily available, it's going to be disastrous. It's going to destroy a whole generation or a whole form of society. And now, like we have, if children in school are unruly right now, they are banning school, they are beating up teachers, they are you know, they are uncontrollable. Parents are sending them to the teachers. Teachers are sending them back to the parents, and it's all chaotic before the plant is in effect. Now, what will happen when it is readily available and these small boys are living on the same? You don't open for snakes until you have found the antidote for their bite, in my opinion. So tusijaribu kucheza na nini, kucheza na inji. Life comes first before even economic consideration. And in my opinion, Kenya has a lot to export. It's only that we have underused our resources or harnessed our resources. If we overproduced maize, they will still have a market. We overproduced our animals, we have market. We overproduce our coffee, we'll always have market. We overproduce our tea, we'll always have a market. We still have got so many products to that can place us on the map of our international market without this entertaining the whatever, what has more defects to our society than the profit it may bring. Even somebody was here to crack numbers for us. The money Wajakoya is talking about, the market for herb, the hemp is not there. It's not that easy that you can have 50 sacks you're going to supply and then be given the money right away. It's not there. It's just a talk for political purposes. I would that we sober up. We sober up. The greatest responsibility on our shoulder as parents and as responsible leaders is securing the future generations. Their safety and their well-being should be priority, not our right now, relief from whatever pain that we are having. We can ease the pain and destroy the future. With this, I will bring in Jakindube, but this short story gives an explanation of what I'm talking about. That there was some several years I went to Tanzania, and I had gone for a church function. Then there was this mama in the church who was taking me to the meeting. And so in the course of our knowing each other, she told me she's a special teacher. She trains special teachers who handle special children. So I asked, what is this that is so special about your teaching that makes you a teacher of special teachers who handle special children? So she explained to me that there are children who are born either with brain damage or all manner of defects, and he says that most of those defects are as a result of when the mothers are in labor pain. They want to be relieved from the pain, so they take a painkiller, and then that painkiller is too strong for the child. And then what happens? The painkiller relieves the mother from the pain, but damages the brain of the child. And so when the child is born, the brain is damaged, or his system is destroyed, and the child now is not normal. Okay, he can't handle himself. And then what happens? So this child becomes a burden to the parent because she couldn't stand a short period of pain that she could just endure and then be able to deliver a normal child who grew normally and relieve her when the child is grown. So this parent becomes arrested for the rest of her life to take care of this damaged child simply because she was avoiding the short period of pain. We may be looking on how we can easily relieve ourselves from the debt that we own or the crisis that we are in. And in the process, we create a more damage to the future of our children. So we shouldn't do that until there are strict measures on how this can be controlled and this can safeguard the future of our children. It is better to keep the snakes away, not to entertain them, because they will eat up our children. And ukicha mwana kulia, mwisho utalia wewe. Waswahili wanasema. You can't ignore how to safeguard the future of the younger ones and succeed in making life better. You can't. The greatest way to safeguard and improve on life is improve on the future children, improve on the future of the unborn, improve on the future of those that are yet to come. If we are focused on that, we will do what is right. But if we get caught up into ourselves, it doesn't work that way. I've said here before, I will repeat again, elders are meant to circumcise their sons so that reproduction continues. They don't castrate. So we shouldn't sit down and deliberate on something that is going to damage the children and say that it was for economic consideration. That is irresponsible. I rest my case. Jakindube, vipi leo?
Salama sana. Amjambo nyumba. Bena dabari yako.
Niko salama, karibu.
Mwaura, habari yako? Asanteni sana. Mimi Boba Azimio nawasalimia sana. Mimi nataka kuanza na kusema kwamba baba na Rarua Ticket inafanya kampeni nzuri sana. Niliona ile kampeni umefanya kule Garissa huko northern huko, ni nzuri sana. Nimefurahia message zile wanapeana, ingawaje mimi nataka kuwashauri sana watu wa Azimio, wale wagombeaji, kwamba waache ulafi, wafikirie, waangalie inchi, waangalie chama, waangalie kule tunaenda, ndio wasianze kuzozana. Kwa sababu wakizozana watapoteza hiyo kiti. Wasipotoa ulafi au ubinafsi ndani yao, watapoteza hizo viti ambavyo nimeona wanagombania, watazipoteza. Kwa hiyo ni lazima wawe na njia ya kuangalia kwamba wanaitazama nchi yetu kama kwa ujumla. Ndio wakitaka maendeleo, lazima kuna vitu fulani, kuna vitu fulani lazima uvumilie. Kuna hatua zingine ambazo ni lazima uvumilie, ndio upate yale mambo ambayo unataka. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba wale wagombaniaji kule ambapo niliwaona wako wawili watatu au nini, wafanye maridhiano. Manake maridhiano ni kitu kizuri. Wafanye maridhiano ili ndio mtu mmoja achukue, kwa sababu hata wakiachwa kung'ang'ania hizo viti, mtu mmoja tu ndiye atapata, lakini inawezekana wakapoteza hizo viti vyote, wote wakapoteza. Sasa itakuwa haina faida. Afadhali mmoja wao apate. Kwa hiyo na mimi naweza kushauri namna hiyo kwa upande huo. Upande mwingine wa KABOGO tayari, KABOGO hata sijui kwa nini alienda kwa KK. Ni makosa, labda ni kwa sababu hakukalculate vizuri, ama alifikiria kwamba sasa watu wamemkimbia Uhuru. Hakujua kwamba Uhuru ni mtu ambaye anaangalia masafa marefu, angalii masafa mafupi, anaangalia masafa marefu. Na kama wale wangu hawajui, ni kwamba Uhuru na Raila wameangalia masafa marefu, na wengine kama mimi na labda nyumba tunaangalia masafa marefu. Hatuangalii kitu ya leo tu, tunaangalia miaka 200, miaka hizo ambazo zinakuja, nchi yetu itakuwa namna gani. Hiyo ndio maana tunataka mpangilio mzuri. Upande wa RUTO na KK nataka kuwakumbusha tena kwamba ile kitu inaitwa uongo huwa ina expire. Kwa hiyo hizi uongo RUTO amekuwa akisema kwa miaka 4 zimeanza ku expire. Ndio maana mnaona mambo yake haendi vizuri. Kuna puncture kwa sababu zime expire, hizo uongo zime expire. Na mimi nimewaambia hapa kiongozi hafai kusema uongo. Na mimi nataka kuwapatia mtu mmoja. Raila, mimi sijui, mimi labda mimi nampendelea, lakini nimejaribu kutafuta sana mahali Raila amesema uongo, kitu ambayo anasimama tu anasema bila kuwa na uthibitisho kwa nini amesema hivyo, bila kuwa na sababu. Sijaona. Hata akisema kuna kitu fulani ni mbaya, hata akitaka kukosoa serikali anakosoa na sababu, si mtu kuzungumza tu. Sasa nikiangalia RUTO na Wetangula na Mudavadi kule Mombasa, jamani, ni aibu kubwa, aibu sana. Kitu yale walikuwa wanasema ni aibu kubwa sana, aibu. Na president, mtu anataka kuwa president hafai kusimama na kusema maneno kama yale walikuwa wanasema, kwa sababu kwanza uchumi ambao wanasema yale mambo ambayo bei ya vitu ambavyo zimeenda ni nchi dunia nzima, si Kenya peke yake, dunia nzima iko na problem hiyo, kwa sababu kulikuwa na COVID. Sasa kuna hiyo fujo ya Ukraine, hizo zimeleta fujo kwa ulimwengu mzima, si eti uhuru, si eti handshake. Sasa hawa watu wanapozungumza namna hiyo, unaona kabisa hawana suluhu, hawana, kwa sababu wangekuwa wanasema hizi shida sisi tunaweza kuzitatua namna hii, tungefanya hii, tunaweza kufanya hii. Hawatoi suluhu, wanasema tu eti hiyo uhuru ndio Sasa hiyo hata ukimwambia mtoto wa darasa la 3 anakuangalia, anaona huyu mtu hafai kuwa president. Sasa ile jambo la mwisho ninataka kusema, mambo ya Wajakoya. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba Wajakoya analeta hiyo mambo ya bangi kwa njia ambayo haifai, lakini sio kusema hiyo bangi ni mbaya, kwa maoni yangu, kwa sababu mimi ninavyoona, ukiangalia ulimwengu mzima, kitu ambacho kimekubaliwa na wazungu ndio tunakubali hata sisi, ni nzuri. Pombe ya wazungu wanatuuzia whisky ambayo sawa na chang'aa, na hiyo yao wanauzia watu wetu, sisi tunakunywa hiyo yao inakubaliwa. Sisi zetu badala ya kuimprove zetu ukipika unafungwa. Pombe zetu zimepigwa marufuku, zao ndio tunauza. Hizo pombe ambazo wanauza, hata zile ambazo ni seme bia, hizi pombe zinaua watu wengi sana. Sigara inaua watu wangapi kila siku? Na yet hizi sigara wanakubali kwamba kwa sababu ni ya mzungu anakubali kwamba iuzwe. Kwa hiyo hizo hatuzikemei. Mimi naweza kusema kwamba hii bangi watu hawakusikiliza vile Wajakoya alisema, na watu hawajasoma hiyo kitu, kuangalia hizi bangi si za kuvutwa. Hii ni aina ya kipekee ambayo haivutwi, haitumiki vizuri kwa mambo ya kuvuta. Hata ukiivuta huwa ni medical, yani huwa ni cleansing the body. Kwa hiyo hii ni ni dawa, na apart from dawa huwa unaweza inatumika vile vile kwa kutengeneza hata brakes za magari. So tusichukulie tu vibaya kwa sababu ni sisi ndio tunaisema ni Mwafrika, kwa sababu mbona wazungu, naweza kusema, hauwezi kusema tena eti ita flood market. Pombe ngapi zinauzwa? Pombe inauzwa dunia mzima, haija flood market. Nguo zinauzwa, nguo kila mahali ukienda watu wanauza nguo. It's flood market. Sigara zinauzwa popote. So flood market. Magari je, flood market. Hii ni kwamba yeye ameileta kwa njia ambayo haifai. Mimi naweza kusema hivyo. Kama angeileta kwa njia nzuri na kuelezea watu vizuri, kuelezea serikali, kuitumia vile anaitumia kama kampeni, hiyo ndio mimi sipendi. Lakini kama angeweza kushauri serikali, kushauri kama Wakenya, kusema hii kitu inaweza kutuletea faida, ni nzuri. Tusiseme tu eti ni mbaya kwa sababu ni Mwafrika ndiye anasema. Manake hiyo ndio huwa problem. Mwafrika akisema kitu huwa watu hawaitilii manani. Hii aina ya bangi si bangi ambayo inaleta fujo. Na mimi nimeona wakati mimi nikiwa mdogo, zile bangi ambazo hata saa hizi kuna zile bangi ambazo, kuna aina bangi ambazo zinavutwa mbele popote, hata ukienda Nairobi wanavuta hizo. Hiyo tulikuwa wakati watu wetu walikuwa wanatengeneza namna ya kuvuta ile shisha, hiyo ndio ilikuwa namna ya kuvuta bangi. La ilikuwa haiui watu wetu, ilikuwa haifanyi watu wetu wawe zombi. Ni kwa sababu kitu chochote ikitumiwa vibaya inaleta madhara. Kwa sababu hata hii chang'aa hii ambayo tunasema, badala ya sisi kusema chang'aa tuitafutie modern modification, akina mama wapike, lakini pelekwe kwa factory iwe purified, alafu iangaliwe vizuri, iwe kitu ambayo inawekwa to the bottle, ndio iwe na faida. Iache watu waache kuitumia vibaya. Hakuna mtu atakufa kwa hizo. Lakini hii pombe yoyote, pombe tu hizi, pombe inaua watu wengi. Pombe imefanya watu wengi tu wanakuwa walevi, hizi ambazo za kizungu, wengi tu. So hatuwezi kusema ni kitu inatakiwa itumiwe vizuri. Kwa hiyo mimi sisemi eti hiyo bangi sasa ni mbaya ama itafanya watu watakuwa, hapana. Hiyo bangi haiwezi kufanya watu wote wawe zombi. Hata pombe hizi tunakunywa, hizi bia, kuna wengine imewavuruga kabisa mpaka akawa zombi, lakini unapatikana ni mtu mmoja, wengine hawakui namna hiyo. So hiyo ndio dunia. So ikiyo kitu kama hiyo bangi inaweza kuwa inatengeneza breaks, ni dawa, inatumika kwa madawa, kwa sababu faida yake nyingi ni inatumika kwa madawa, si kwa kuvutwa. Kwa sababu hata Netherlands hapa ukienda Netherlands wanavuta, kuna sehemu ambayo wameweka ya kuvuta bangi. Hata kuna watu wengi wanavuta bangi, watu wachache tu unaenda pale unanunua unavuta. Au sijaona wa Netherlands kwamba wamekuwa wote ukichaa. Hizi vitu ni namna ya kutumia na namna unawaambia watu, kwa sababu saa zingine unawakataza watu na saa hiyo ukiwakataza wanatumia zaidi. So saa hizi tumekataza bangi, mbona watu bado wanavuta bangi? So inatakiwa hizi vitu to think over outside the box. Tusiwe tu ndani ya box kwamba mzungu akisema kitu ni mbaya hata sisi tunaamini hivyo. Hapana. Maoni yangu ni hayo. Asanteni sana. Bwana Njiru, chukua usukani. Mwaura, chukua usukani sasa. Asante.
Bwana Njiru,
Nimeisha mpatia usukani, shatoa maoni yangu.
Bwana Njiru ni kama amekwama.
Inaonekana kama amekwama.
Yes. Now nimeshukuru Bwana Jakendube, nimeshukuru at least you have given a different dimension of the cannabis. Let me call it cannabis because hiyo jina bangi ndio inaharibu zaidi. Manake watu wengi wanaielewa vibaya. But the truth be told, the messaging of Wajakoya is the one that is wrong. He's not he's not delivering it the way it should be. And tunaona vijana wetu shida wako nayo kubwa sana ni kushikwa na polisi na bangi. Sasa wanafikiria kwamba wakati Wajakoya akichukua usukani itakuwa ni bure kwa kila mtu. Kila mtu ako uhuru kuitumia kiolela. Lakini
hiyo ya Jakoya, hiyo ambaye Jakoya anasema hata ukitumia haileweshi, haifanyi. Hiyo ya Jakoya ni aina ya dawa. Unasikia? Ukitumia ina kusafi, ina cleanse your body. Hiyo haikudhuru. Na hiyo ina zingine mkifanya ile value addition inatengeneza brakes za magari. Unaona? Unatengeneza brakes za magari nayo. So iko na faida nyingi. Na kusema eti ina flood market, hiyo ndio nasema haiwezi kuflood market, kwa sababu katika hizi nchi zote tu kuna nchi nyingi tu zinatengeneza the same thing. Unaona? Lakini zinauzwa kwa market. So haiwezi kuflood market. Ni njia ya kuitumia ndio inatakiwa tujue tutaitumia gani, kwa sababu kitu tu ambacho lazima watafanya, walisema ikiwa introduce watu yani kuwa zinakuzwa, watakuwa na wale wanaitwa agricultural inspector ambao wataangalia kama umeweka ndani zile za watu kuvuta, kwa sababu hiyo nyingine hata ukivuta hiyo ambao wanayo, hata ukivuta ni kwamba inakuponya, inakusafisha mwili tu, si kwamba itakudhuru. So hiyo ni tofauti na hii ambayo watu wanavuta. Mimi nawaambia, ukienda Netherlands watu wanavuta, unaingia tu kwa duka unanunua hiyo, unakaa chini ama kwa mkahawa hivi unavuta. Na mimi sioni mtu yoyote, ukienda hapo huwezi kuona mtu ni zombie, hakuna. Ni kwa sababu watu wanaitumia kwa njia iliyo sawa. Wale wanataka kutumia kwa kuvuta, wengine wanasema akivuta inampunguzia maumivu, labda maumivu kwenye sehemu za magoti au mikono au vitu kama hizo. Unaona? Na zingine huwa zinatengenezwa dawa kabisa, dawa tembe ambazo zinatumika kwa kuponya magonjwa mengine, maumivu au magonjwa mengine tofauti, na zingine zinatengenezewa mabreaks za magari. So hizi vitu zinatakikana yani itengenezwe kwa njia, yani iwe introduced kwa njia iliyo bora kuliko kutumiwa vile Jakoya anaitumia kama campaign slogan. Hiyo ndio sipendi mimi, lakini kama angeileta kuonyesha kwamba serikali hii inaweza kutusaidia ama hii ni nzuri kwa manufaa ya dawa, hiyo ni nzuri. Lakini vile anaitumia hiyo matamshi, vile anaitumia ndio mimi sipendi, lakini sio kusema ni mbaya. Yeye angeileta kwa namna, ndio nataka kuambia kwamba kuna watu wengi hawajui kutumia elimu zao, kuzitumia elimu zao kuziweka kwa program. Angekuja akafanya kitu kusema lobbying, unaona, kupasuedo serikali au kupasuedo watu kwa ujumla kuona faida ya hii, kwa sababu serikali ikisha kubali kwamba ina faida, izungumza na watu fulani katika waone kwamba ina faida, itawekewa mikakati na hiyo kitu inaweza kusaidia. Hiyo ndio tunafanya makosa, kwa sababu tunashindwa kuona mahali gani. Tuseme kama kuna watu ambao wana elimu, kuna watu ambao wana vitu, unaweza kusema ana kipawa, lakini hawezi kuitoa aitumie kwa manufaa ya watu. Kwa mfano nitakwambia, kwa mfano seme Lumumba, unamjua Lumumba?
Yes.
Lumumba, alafu Akuru Kot, unamjua? Huyu jamaa mwingine Boniface anaitwa Boniface Mwangi. Unaona, hawa watu wako na vitu fulani ambapo wanataka kufanya, lakini kwa sababu ya kuwa hawana hekima, hawajui kutranslate hizo vitu, kwa sababu wale watu unataka unaona wanafanya vibaya, unataka wawe mahali pazuri, waonyeshe njia ya kukaa. Hawataki, wanataka kuambia, wanakuja wanasema hao watu ni wajinga, hao watu sijui ni watu gani. Ukisha watukana hawatasikia kitu ambacho unawaambia. Unaona, ukijiona wewe una elimu zaidi hao, hawawezi, kwa sababu hawa watu kama wangekubali, inasema kama Lumumba angekubali kuvuta na hawa watu ambao yeye anawatusi, angekuwa kiongozi, kwa sababu watu watamwamini, kwa sababu unakunja unaingia kwa hapo mahali wajinga, alafu unawafundisha. Mganga vile huyu Boniface anapigwa, anasema hizi pati zote ni mbovu. Mbona uingii kwa pati ndio upate watu namna mahali unapanda ngazi, mahali unaweza watu wako wanaweza kukuzuia, na ukapaswedi hiyo system ikubali, kwa sababu ukiingia kwa bunge na party ya kama tuseme ODM au Jubilee, ngawaje unasema ni wabaya, ukiwa huko kwa bunge ukiwa na hao watu utageuza watu fulani, utazungumza nao, wataanza kusikia vile unasema. Lakini wewe ukisema hao ni wajinga, ni wewe uko clean, uko peke yako, hawatakusikia. Na unaona hao hakuna mtu anawasikiza, wanaporomoka tu na maneno. Saa zingine unaona watafanya hivyo, alafu hizo talent zao zote, maneno zile wote walikuwa nayo inaenda hivi. Mtu kama Raila, unaona yale vitu ambavyo anasema, anaingia anakana watu wanamwamini. Kuna watu wanamwamini Raila kufa na kupona, unaona, kwa sababu yeye anakana hao watu. Hivyo Bwana Yesu alipokuja, alikuja akakana wale watu ambao wa chini kabisa, ambao watu walikuwa na wadharau. Ndio maana walimwamini, ndio maana mpaka sasa bado tunazungumza juu ya Yesu. Kama angekuja akae huko juu aseme yeye ako bora kuliko hawa watu, hakuna mtu angekuwa anazungumza, kwa sababu hakuna mtu angemkubali. Watu wangesema tu hao ni wale wanajichukua kuwa watu wa juu. Unaona, so hii ni hekima, lazima hawa watu wawe na hekima. Na ndio maana nasema hata Jakoya vile ameleta hii, kama angekuja afanye lobbying, watu wamwamini. Hii akileta hivi kwa njia ya campaign, watu tu watampiga, makanisa watampiga vita, hata hakuna mtu atamsikiliza. Unaona, na yet inaweza kuwa ni jambo nzuri kabisa. Asante sana.
Yes, nimepata hapo na muona Bwana Black kule nyuma anaenesha uvumi, anasema ya kwamba 90% of the people who comment in the comment section have smoked bang at one time or another. Black, it is not everybody, don't assume. Hii kitu watu wengine kama sisi tuliogopa tu, hatujawahi jaribu na hatutaki kujaribu, kwa hivyo usitupeleke hapo. And now coming back to what Jakendube you have said. Unajua Kenya tuko na taasisi moja ambaye ni maarufu sana kwa mambo ya utafiti wa magonjwa na kadhalika, KEMRI. Na KEMRI is a very respectable institution and it is well funded, na ingekuwa maoni yangu ya kwamba hata taasisi kama hiyo kuhusishwa kufanya utafiti vizuri ili tupate manufaa ya hiyo cannabis ambaye naambiwa ni kuna strain fulani ambaye ni nzuri kwa kutumika kupunguza maumivu na kadhalika. We should make use of such institutions and be able to reap maximum benefits from this cannabis, and not the one that is being advocated or being perceived to be what the people want. Hiyo ingekuwa ni jambo la busara, manake hiyo taasisi hivi sasa tuliona vile wakati wa COVID inafanya research extensively ikishirikiana na taasisi zingine ulimwenguni, na hiyo ni jambo la maana sana kwa nchi yetu. Na nadhani tunaweza kutumia hiyo taasisi kuendeleza hiyo matumizi ya hiyo cannabis, na pia itatuletea pesa nyingi sana ambayo tunahitaji nchini kuendeleza mambo mengine. Naona Bwana Njiru hapa ni kama usingizi ulizidi.
Ndio maana ninasema inatakiwa utumie kitu inaitwa lobbying. Sasa ukilobby uji nayo kama kwa vile anakuja nayo. Unajua vile anakuja nayo bila kuelezea watu, bila watu kuelewa ni nini. So kama angekuja na hiyo lobby iende huko kwa utafiti, unaona? Sasa itoke kwa KEMRI, unaona? Yeah? Itoke sasa kwa KEMRI iseme kwamba tumefanya utafiti, hii kitu itatusaidia, na watu wataamini. Lakini ukija nayo kwa slogan ambayo amekuja nayo eti vile anakuja ni ya campaign, hakuna mtu atakuamini, hakuna mtu atatega masikio yake kusikiliza ni nini hiyo. Hiyo ni rahisi sana hiyo kitu kupigwa vita na kupotea. So inatakiwa utumie busara. Ndio maana nasema hiyo kutumia angetumia kwamba aje alobi, ipite kwa wizara ya utafiti, ipite kama kwa hiyo KEMRI, na hiyo kama ingepita kwa KEMRI watu wataielewa vizuri, watakubali, watasema hii inatumika kwa sababu ya ABCD, unaona. Lakini vile anaileta kwa sababu ya campaign, vile anakuja nayo, hiyo haiwezi kukubalika. Lakini ni wazo nzuri, lakini ameileta vibaya. Hivyo ndio maoni yangu. Asante sana. Asante Bernard.
Asante Bernard. Naona sijui kama naona mavazi yako inafanana na ile vijana wa tunaita yoyo. Sijui kama umeingia kikundi cha muziki.
Oh, umenianza.
Karibu sana tena. Unaona ulikuwa umepotea kidogo.
Yani neti yangu sijui nimeanza kuvamiwa tena. But all is well. Maybe I would respond to Jakindube shortly on the matter of marijuana and Wajakoya. Mimi nishahusika katika kutengeneza chang'aa. My mother used to sell chang'aa to get money to take us to school, and we could all participate in the preparation of chang'aa. It is a process. There is the grinding of the maize, there is the fermentation of the maize, there is the frying of that thing, and then there is the mixture, then it takes days before you end up with changa in a glass like this. Okay? But bangi, it is plug and play. Plug and play for those who want to abuse it. Okay? Wewe ni kuchuna, kusokota, na kuvuruta. No process in between. So when it becomes readily available, okay, as much as it has commercial value, it has medicinal value and all that, the damage of it being abused and inability for it to be controlled is such that even police sasa waache kazi ingine yote waende kuchunga kule hiyo banki inakuzwa, because you are comparing alcohol and
Bernard,
even tobacco, and tobacco haipandwi kila mahali.
Bernard, hiyo aina ya bangi ambayo Wajakoya anasema sio ile inalewesha. Hiyo aina ya bangi ni ile ambayo hata ukivuta itaku cleanse through the body, haikuleweshi. Sio hiyo bangi si ya kuvutwa, kitu inaweza kufanyika ni hivi. Ni kwamba wakati mkulima anapanda, wakati mkulima amepewa anapanda, mwingine anaweza kufanya katikati ya shamba yake, apande ile ambayo unaogopa, hiyo ambayo inavutwa. Lakini hiyo alisema hiyo watarudisha wale watu wanaitwa agriculture. Zamani mimi nikiwa mdogo kulikuwa na agriculture officers ambao walikuwa wanakujaga kwa mashamba, wanaona kama we upalilii, unaacha mashamba yako haijapaliliwa. Kulikuwa na aina fulani ya nani ambayo ilikuwa inadhuru mimea. So walikuwa wanatembea kwa hiyo hao watu watatembea kuona kama mtu amepanda ile ambayo ya kulewesha, hii ambayo tunasema hii ambayo inauzwa kwa street hiyo. Lakini hii nyingine, hii aina ya bangi ambayo anasema ni ile ambayo inatumika hata kutengeneza brake za gari ukifanyia value addition, na ni ya dawa properly, ni ya dawa tu, si eti ukikunywa eti itakulewesha, sio hivyo.
No,
kwa hiyo yeye, ngoja nikwambie, approach ambayo amekuja nayo,
yes,
ndio mimi nasema ni mbaya. Yeye kitu angefanya, angekuja alobi watu, hii kitu ipitie KEMRI, ifanyiwe, waseme kuna research ishafanyiwa, iko na value fulani, inaweza kufanyiwa hivi. Hiyo itafanyika, kwa sababu usema eti kwa sababu bangi eti itadhuru watu, haiwezi. Kwa sababu pombe zinauzwa kila mahali bila anything, na pombe hata hii bia tu inafanya watu wengine zombi. Mimi mahali naishi hapa kuna watu ambao pombe imewafanya hata wanatetemeka, na ni pombe tu hii ya kawaida, bia. So na ni wako wengi tu, wengi mpaka wanakuwa na sehemu fulani ya hospitali ambayo kazi yao ni kuangalia hawa watu ambao wamekunywa pombe, asubuhi anakunywa pombe. So hizi vitu zote ni namna vile vinatumika. Haiwezi kuwa eti kwa sababu ni bangi eti watu tu watakunywa bangi. Ukienda Netherlands kuna maduka wanauza hiyo bangi hii ya kuvutwa, lakini watu wachache wanaenda wananunua. Si kila mtu, ni yule tu ambaye anavuta, anapenda hiyo. Wengine wanasema anavuta hiyo kwa sababu ya maumivu fulani, hivyo tu. Ukisha wapatia watu kwamba iko, saa zingine unakuta hiyo hamu hakuna, kwa sababu watu wanaona hiyo damage. Kwa sababu si pombe iko, watu wengine hawakunywi pombe kabisa. They don't wakunywi na pombe. Yeah.
Hata mimi sikunywi pombe, okay? Lakini nimekuambia kwamba pombe kutengeneza ni process. Okay? Kenyan society say mmesema hiyo bank, mtuambie kwamba hiyo ya commercial purposes ni ya blue, okay, na hii ingine ni green. Lakini kama zinafanana alafu gani iko na local market, okay? Ni hii ya commercial ama ni hii ya kuvuta? Kama ni ya kuvuta ndio iko na local market.
Hiyo commercial inafanywa mambo ya kutengeneza madawa na hizo value added, hiyo ndio inafanya. Lakini hata wewe ukivuta ama ukikunywa hiyo maji huwa inasafisha to the body, ni medical, ni medicine, si eti inadhuru mwili. So inatakikana
problem. My concern is about the abuse of the same, or taking advantage of the situation whereby there is the harmless marijuana and there is what? The harmless one and the harmful one. Now, the harmful one, if it looks exactly like the harmless one, okay? And then the harmful one has red market locally, while this one you're growing for commercial purposes has international market. What happens? We will grow the harmful one and let it fly around within the country and then produce problems for us eventually. Unakumbuka Moi alileta hii mimea kusema nini? Ati inazuia mmomonyoko wa udongo and it is whatever drought resistant. Hizi vitu zimepandwa huko northeastern. Sasa ng'ombe zikikula zinakufa, okay? Lakini ililetwa kuzuia mmomonyoko wa udongo. The thing has now taken over the ground and it is now harming the ecosystem. They looked at it from one angle without considering other angles. Then instead of it now, for it being a blessing, it has become a curse, because wanyama wakikula hiyo matawi ya hiyo mmea, although it is drought resistant na imeshikilia udongo, it is what? It is harming our animals. So we must look at this thing holistically and look for a way to address it. But if it is given this street approach, in my opinion, baada ya miaka 10 hivi kilio kitakuwa bado. What happened about illicit brew? There was a debate about let's have affordable alcohol in the market. Let's have affordable alcohol in the market. Ili watu wakunywe bila kusumbuliwa na wasumbuliwe na chief na nini na nini. What became of Central Kenya with the illicit brew? It became a menace that it had to take government intervention. They had to literally close up those kind of businesses so that they can save a generation. So where there is no good plans and good control on things that border on the abuse perspective, in my opinion, I suggest we go slow about it. I'm being told that I'm green, I am ignorant on the same. I accept I am a church boy. So I may not have all that experience you people you want to invite me into, but I will say this.
Tunakubaliana, mimi na wewe tunakubaliana kwamba mimi nasema ile approach vile ameileta sikubaliani nayo. Mimi nilikuwa nataka ipite kwa research kama vile tuko na KEMRI ni research body yetu, ipitie huko, watu wafanye na itengenezwe mikakati what to do about it. Hiyo ndio mimi nakubaliana na wewe kwamba ni lazima tuende slow, ifanywe kwa mipango, iingie kwa vile ameileta hiyo. Mimi sikubaliani nayo vile ameileta, vile anaisema sikubaliani nayo, lakini kama angekuja na approach ya kwamba kuishauri serikali, kuconvince serikali kuifanya ipite kwa kama KEMRI, ifanywe utafiti, hiyo mimi nakubaliana hiyo sina kwa sababu ni lazima vile vile to think outside the box, kwa sababu ni matumizi. Kama watu wanatumia kitu vibaya, hata chakula tu hii normal chakula, ukikula chakula vibaya itakudhuru. Chochote ambacho unatumia vibaya inadhuru mtu. Asante sana.
Thank you, Jackie Dubey. I appreciate it. No, let me just leave that. Mike, your hand was up. What is it?
Bernard, I respect my elder brother Jack Kindubei's views, and they are informed by certain information. But mimi nataka kuangalia from a purely logical point of view. If you allow me, Bernard, just 1 minute. These are what he has widened the scope of discussion and opened up. He has killed the monopoly of populism, of making certain people think they're the only ones who can attract the attention of the youth. And he has really helped us open our minds. It is not bad to think beyond outside the box. His ideas are wild, but they are worth thinking about. But where I'm limited, where I end the road is using pure logic. His idea is not patent. It is not a secret idea. I'm wondering why other African countries, because I've just Googled, is the one that controls 65% of arable land in the world. I'm wondering why Africa, which are very poor countries with very good arable land, have not thought of this idea. Are we saying Jakoyo has this very genius idea that is really only confined to him and nobody has ever thought about it? If that is the case, then it would be very, very good news, because I don't think with such a great idea of selling 1 bag of marijuana can bring you $3 million, and African countries are having people dying of hunger every year, and they have arable land, and this idea has never come to their mind. I don't think this idea is as viable as Wajakoya is trying to put it across. He's actually just exaggerating a good point, which is viable. We all know marijuana is used in our drugs. That is not a secret. We all know poison, snakes produce poison that is used for antidotes. That is not a secret. But now the approach and the magnitude and the margins of profit that Wajakoya has presented are actually, to me, not very, very true. Because if it was that sweet, then marijuana is selling more. Marijuana is more attractive than gold. Then you are saying that people who are selling gold would then rather sell marijuana, because at that price, it's looking like marijuana has more value than even gold, which is one of the biggest measure of value in this world. I would want to suggest otherwise, that his idea is good, but it is not as viable in terms of returns as he puts it. But there is no harm for me. I would want to agree with Jackie. There's no harm in commercializing some of these products, because there are very many harmful drugs that are acceptable in the world. Tobacco even has said that you have to put a warning on the cigarette that it kills. Why would a country allow you to sell a product that then the same government will go back and tell you, put a warning on it that this one kills? So we shouldn't have so much double standards on what is good and what is not good for our health. But what I'm trying to say is that as much as it looks attractive, it is not as profitable, and to that extent, it is not worth the risk of putting a country in, that we should now go further and invest so much in that, because the harm for me is more than the benefit. But it doesn't mean that it's not as viable, it is not as useful as it is. Marijuana is medicinal, so is poison from the poison that is tapped from the snakes. But just to go to another topic, Bernard, if you allow me, since I think you have given me my time, is if we are looking at the number of days to elections and the type of discussions going around, I think as a country we really need to have a standard, because when I see people of the office of EACC lamenting on national TV with religious leaders about legal issues and moral issues, and the two institutions are the same institutions which are the custodians of morality. The church is the custodian of values, and EACC is the custodian of ethics, and by its very title. So it looks good when they come out and say Kenyans should not elect thieves and all that with people with fake papers. But for me, it sounds like it is Johnny coming too late. Somebody is making the right comment, but at the wrong time. These churches have been with us, Bernard, sorry to raise it, not to personalize it to anybody, but our churches have been one of our failures in this country by not giving direction. When I remember people like Muge, people like Njoya, people like Manasseh Kuria, these are people who stood up to speak what was right for the country without fearing the state and knowing that they were the voice of God, not even the voice of the people, because the voice of the people are politicians, but these were purely speaking as the voice of God, and they brought sanity in this country. When nobody could speak, they stood up and spoke what was not right. But our churches have never, when the duty called them to arise to the occasion, they hid with the rest of us, the sheep, and you couldn't tell who the shepherd, who the sheep is. We all flocked together. We need the church to stand out as the shepherd and tell the country, not the president, not the politician, but the whole country, that our values need to be right, not just as leaders, but as a country. We can't have these discussions of thieves and the people with bad morals only coming up during elections. These people need to be standing out every day, from our youths in schools, in colleges. Our universities have become like big brothels. The abortions and the things that happen in the streets of our universities are just a shame. If you want to sell drugs, our universities are the best market. If there's prostitution, our universities are the best market. If there's theft and all that, now there's you saw in the newspaper the other day, a young man shot, and the picture that was put in the newspaper is a young man wearing a graduation gown. These are things that we need, our church needs to have been talking about day in, day out, not during election and calling for a conference session of 5 minutes to talk about values in our country. We need to discuss these things on a daily basis, because values and character are not topics you read in newspapers. They are lifestyles that we need to cultivate every day. So I'm a bit disappointed, as much as they look like EACC and the church has come out to condemn the impunity that they are witnessing. To me, they contribute a lot to it. But as we go down the days of 42 to election, I want to believe, as they speak and the rest of us speak about these things, slowly by slowly Kenyans will start now valuing what is right and condemning what is wrong. I want to leave it at that, Bernard. I have no much information about the other topics, so I will excuse myself with that, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Jakindube?
Nataka kusema kwamba juu ya hii mambo ya moral na nini, nataka kusema kwamba mimi sitaki kuwalaumu tu hawa wakubwa wa church peke yao, kwa sababu tumeona kama wale wananchi ndio wanachagua au viongozi wabaya. Wananchi wenyewe hata wakiambiwa huyu mtu ni mbaya, wanachagua huyu, wanasema huyu mwizi wetu, until sisi wenyewe tuone ubaya wa kuchagua mtu mbaya, kwa sababu kuna example nyingi tu ambazo watu walichagua watu ambao hawafai na ni wananchi wanachagua. Unaona? So saa zingine hata tukisema ati ni viongozi, hawa watu wanatufundisha kila siku. Ukienda kanisani unaambiwa ufanye hivi, lakini watu wakitoka nje wanarudi tu pale kufanya yale mabaya. Unaona? Sasa kama mtu ushaambiwa huyu ni mwizi, gavana huyu kwao na Martha Karua, si tuliambiwa ni ako corrupt? Watu wa kwao walisemaje? Walisema ni wetu. Wangapi tumesema? Saa hii hata Usakaja afai, lakini unaona rate yake hapo Nairobi, vile watu wanasema huyu ndio tunamchagua, na wanaambiwa huyu ni hata tuache hiyo mambo ya certificate, tuache certificate. Tabia yake, si huyu alishikwa kama amejifungia anakunywa na watu, na siku hiyo yeye ndiye alikuwa mkubwa wa mambo ya COVID. Si ni kweli alifanya hivyo? Watu hawakumbuki hiyo, hawakumbuki kwamba tabia ya mtu ukimwona na tabia hiyo ndio tabia naye. So wanaangalia tu vile anazungumza Kiingereza na nini, eti yeye ni super, lakini tabia yake, hiyo ni kitu ambayo inatakiwa sisi na hata wewe mwenyewe ambaye unataka kuchaguliwa. Mimi nataka kuambia coach wa Wales, coach wa mpira wa Wales, mtu amemshtaki kwa allegation kwamba alimuharas bila kuambiwa na mtu. Ameresign, amesema mpaka malize hiyo case ndio atarudi kucoach. Sasa watu wetu, mtu ashasema uongo, ni muongo, bado sisi wenyewe tu tunamchagua. Sasa utamlaumu pastor namna gani? Ndio wengine unaweza kumlaumu, lakini hawa pastor wanafundisha watu kila siku kanisani kusema fanya, pende jirani yako vile unajipenda, fanya hivi, kufanya kuwa mtu mwenye kutenda haki, lakini what's the result? Sisi tunafanya nini? Ni ngumu sana. Sisi wenyewe ndio tunatakiwa tugeuke, na kugeuka labda akina Bernard watuombee, wafanye ile kesha, ndio tupate kuelimika, kujua kwamba mtu hata kama ni ndugu yako, kama tabia yake ni mbaya, ni lazima umwambie, bwana, hii kazi hufai. Hauwezi kuchagua governor. Tunataka kuchagua governor ambaye anajifungia ndani ya mahali kunywa pombe mahali wakati imepigwa marufuku, haitakikani. Wakenya sasa hawaoni hiyo, hawaoni kama hiyo ni corruption already. That one is a corruption, kwa sababu kama wewe unaenda kufanya kitu ambayo sheria hairuhusu, na wewe ndio mtu ambaye tumemweka pale mbele kutengeneza hizo sheria, na wewe ndio unaivunja, alafu unataka tukuchague. Jamani, ngumu sana. Asante sana.
Thank you. Yes, Bob.
Niko na swali mbili tu for the panelists, and one comment quickly that Bwana Jakendube, unajua wakati unaona wanasiasa Kenya bado wanachaguliwa na hao watu ambaye wanaonesha hayo maadili ambaye sio mazuri. Unajua kitu moja ambaye kinachangia sana kwa vitu kama hivyo kufanyika hii nchi yetu ya Kenya ni And Bernard si ati nataka kuwaingilia wana I mean the Christ, I mean the fathers or the church, but the church is one of the things that contribute to that, because during the week our politicians will do all manner of bad things, and on Sunday they are there with a very heavy tithe wanapeana, na wakiombewa hapo mbele wamesafishwa. Wengine ambao wanachangia zaidi ni wanahabari, kwa sababu au wanasiasa, whenever they do a lot of bad things, kitu ya kwanza mwanasiasa mtu wa kwanza anatafuta ni mwanahabari. Anamuomba ili amslot kwa maybe morning show ama evening show, and that has been the trend, you see, because all these fellows that you see have a very bad record. They have always been on the media so that they can be on the people's lips, and when they talk there in the morning show or in the evening, some of these shows like the Jeff Koinange thing, you know, they become the darling of the people. They know how to market and repackage themselves when they have done all those bad things. So the you know, and for instance, like it's Sakaja, the young people will just fall blindly on what he says. But in reality, if you look at it, even try to evaluate, and I want people to go to the parliamentary website. It is, I think, Parliament, www.parliament.go.ke. Evaluate those legislators, and you'll realize that some of these legislators we see on the TV have done very little in Parliament. They are very vocal, but in terms of content, you will find that it is very little compared to the period they have been in Parliament. Na mwisho nilikuwa nataka kuuliza all panelists, sijui ni mimi nilikuwa naangalia ma video clips all over. I don't know what is happening to UDA, because in the last 2 weeks I have seen like Kipia, yesterday I've seen Njoro. I don't know, there is another place I've forgotten, and it's like every office in yes, there is somewhere in Western, their offices are being closed, and the wafuasi wao wanahama hiyo chama. Is it true, or is it this is misinformation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bob. Mama Selina ametuimbia hapa kila siku kwamba siku ya kufunga duka iko karibu, so kama maduka imeanza kufunga ni hivyo jioni. So kama maduka imefunga ni jioni, kila mtu kama hujanua mkate basi utanua asubuhi, lakini UDA is winding up because I don't think what they are selling is ni kama kila Mkenya amenunua na hajaridhika. Have you ever been hungry, or you have appetite for a particular fruit, then you went and bought the fruit, but when you tasted, it did not taste like the appetite you had, so you throw it away. So probably that could have happened. On the issue of
you know, the most, Bernard, sorry to interrupt you. The most interesting is that last week there was Njoro, where the DP was, and even sent the journalist away. And yesterday, the office is being, you know, that is a very strange thing. What did he tell them? We need to know what he told the people.
It will soon come out. But it's just a, you know, DP in my opinion hakufanya homework vizuri na alikimbia haraka. Vile I was responding some other time, nikasema siasa unajenga, you build brick after brick with even the momentum. If you climax before the climax, you will never have another opportunity to climax again, because you finished.
Bernard, what does the first bird do?
Ngoja kwanza, you are disturbing my line of thought. I used to lead African folk song in primary school. Okay, so there is a place, the peak place, okay, where you reach and end the song, so that when you leave the stage, everybody will be talking about your choir. Now, if you reach that place before the song is over, it's finished. There is no way you can cook it until you have another opportunity to climax again. So UDA and the team, they climaxed 3 years ago. Okay. Right now, they have been trying to try to reverse and revamp and rejuvenate. It does not work unless now they buy something. The only drastic thing that can happen to salvage UDA is when they will come and say, Wajakoya is saying the right thing. We are following him. that will give them an opportunity to reinvent themselves. But as at now, Imeisha, they will blame the government to the last place. They will blame Raila Odinga to the last place, but it is not selling. It's not taking off. And so they are cornered. On the issue of morality and values, it has everything to do with rewarding wrong people. As long as corruption is profitable, it cannot be stopped. And as long as we reward bad people, it says, we're talking to another lady, and says, we went to a barrio, and then there are several sisters, and it looked like they are all married to bad boys. We call them bad boys. So we asked, what happened to you people that you all ended up marrying bad boys? And the lady responded and says, there is that feeling a lady has when she moves around with the bad boy. So what is a good lady doing with a good boy? They want to marry the bad boys. So our society has degenerated to a level whereby we reward the evil and then condemn the right. And that is everywhere, even in the church, okay? When you just stand and say you are teaching the Bible, the word of God, the way it is, nobody wants to listen to you. But if you begin to close your eyes and begin to see things and sell things and tell them this is special water from Jordan, and this is when you begin to cook things, you will have a following like this. Everybody will come to be seen in the morning. So our society is bad because we are rewarding evil people and condemning good people. And that is the beginning of the fall of any society anywhere. We need to revert back to a place whereby people who perform well are rewarded. Those who don't perform well are punished for not performing well. If somebody raped somebody or killed somebody in the past, that person was banned from the society. Now that banishment from the society was a lesson to the rest, and it kept everybody to toe the line because I don't want to end up like so and so. But today, the rapist is turned into an MP. The thief is turned into governor. The other person is rewarded for the evil they have done. Now the children are saying it's more evil, it's more rewarding to be evil than to be good. There is no use of being right because the only wrong people are getting it. That's why our children are saying, when I grow up, I want to be a cartel. No, nobody's saying I want to be a cartel. No, see, because from the news, only the cartel are making the money, and we want the money. So our children want to become a cartel when they grow up. So until we revert back to doing what is required, whereby good is rewarded and evil is condemned by all, not by church only, by all, including politicians and teachers and children, that when somebody does evil, gets punished for it as an example to the rest, and then everybody who does what is right is rewarded for the same. If we don't do what is required, let us not complain about the outcome, because cause and effect, garbage in, garbage out, simple and pure. So it has nothing to do with church only or the society. Our society, if the fabric of our society itself has been destroyed. Our parents are the ones who buy exams, okay? Leakage for the children. You give it to them. Ambia hii ni mwa Kenya, nimenunuliwa, nimekununulia ili usianguke nini mtihani, umemuibia nini mtihani. Akaenda akafanya kutumia hiyo Mwakenya yako, akapita nini mtihani, amepata straight A's. Wewe ndio wa kwanza kumbeba kwa mabeka ukicelebrate, na unajua hii unabeba juu ni dunderhead, haikushika chochote, uliibia mtihani, lakini wewe ndio wa kwanza kwenda kwa news ukisema umezaa mwenye ana ubongo. Hana ubongo, ni wewe ulinunulia yeye mtihani, ukampatia na ukamcoach. That this is a lie that we are living, and then we turn around and say what is happening to our society. You cannot steal exam for the children, then reward them. You buy them a car or you buy them a bike because they put you on the news, when you are the one that stole the exam, gave to them so that you appear on the news. Hii uongo tunajitanganya ndio tukubali tumekosea, turekebike. Hii story ingine ya kusema nini hakuna. The parents, today's parent is very different from the old time parent. My primary school teacher said even if she is given the exam 3 months early and is in his house, he say even the wife will not know the exam is in that house until the day for the exam, when he produces that exam, a time for doing it. Today, that is not happening. So we have to reevaluate ourselves. Yes, Jakindube.
Mimi nasema hivi, uongo, ukiuza uongo, mimi nawaambia uongo ina expire. Na hizo maofisi unaona zinaanza kubomoka, zina expire. Na mimi nasema kwamba tuseme mwaka huu tuko tumebarikiwa na Mungu, kwa sababu wale viongozi ambao tunataka kuchagua wawili, wale wako pale juu, wameanza kufanya hizi vitu ambavyo unaona zinagiza, zinaanza kuanguka peke yake. Kwa hiyo mimi nimekuwa nikiwaambia hapa kwamba uongo ina expire na uwezi kuuza uongo. Bwana Ruto ameuza uongo tangu wakati alianza hiyo kubebwa kwa wheelbarrow. Nakumbuka siku hiyo nikiona ni uongo, mpaka leo watu wameangalia hizo vitu, wamekuta ni uongo mtupu. Kwa hiyo ninafurahi sana, nimecheka sana, mko mnasikia tu, nimecheka sana kusikia eti ofisi zinafungwa. Ni kwa sababu wanauza uongo. Uongo huwezi kuuza siku zote, uongo huwa ina expire. Kwa hiyo mimi ninafurahi sana kwamba uongo ina expire, na ndio itatufundisha sisi kama wananchi wa Kenya tuanze kujua kusema ukweli. Mimi nasema mtu asije na anasema ati hii ni siasa. Hapana, hii ni maisha yetu. Lazima ukisimama kwa podio unatuambia kitu ambayo ni haki, kitu ambayo unasema si uongo, uchezi na maisha yetu. Kwa sababu mambo ya siasa, watu wanasema siasa, uongozi ndio inatengeneza barabara, uongozi ndio ina shule, hospitali, maisha yetu, kodi zetu. Hiyo ulinzi ni uongozi. Ingawaje watu wanaita eti ni siasa, ati politics, lakini mimi naisema ni uongozi. Kwa sababu ukiita siasa watu wanaanza kuiona ni kitu ya mchezo, lakini haifai kitu inaitwa siasa iwe ni kitu ya mchezo, kwa sababu hawa hizo sheria ambazo wanapitisha ndio inaongoza maisha yetu. So mtu ambaye ana vitu ambavyo inaongoza maisha yetu, haitakikani mtu kusema uongo. Hiyo ni kitu mmoja, lazima kama tusipotambua hiyo, kuchukua ati mtu anasema ati huyo ni politics, so mtu anaweza kuja kusema tu uongo, au mtu ni mwizi tunamchagua kwa sababu ni politics. Hapana, hii ni lazima sisi wenyewe, badala hata tukiwalaumu sijui hao mapasta. Hapana, hawa mapasta kila siku ukienda kanisani wanakukumbusha ufanye vitu vya haki, ufanye nini. So inatakiwa upractice hiyo, na inatakiwa ukitoka nje, kama mtu ni mwizi, usikubali kuchagua mwizi. Kama unachagua mwizi alafu unakuja kulia, unachagua mtu ambaye anatengeneza, anaenda kule kwa bunge wanafanya vibaya, alafu unakuja kusema serikali ni wao hao ulichagua ndio wanafanya hizo vitu. Wale watu tuliwachagua ndio wametengeneza vitu bungeni. Si saa hii walikuweko, mbona hawajarudisha hizo bei za vitu chini? Si president peke yake, bunge wao wanabunge kama wanataka kurudisha hizo kutoa kodi zingine wanaweza kwenda kwa parliament na waseme hii kodi hatutaki, hii kodi hawasemi, hawafanyi hivyo, wanakuja tu kusema ati sijui si tutafanya nini. Mbona hawafanyi saa hii? Hawa watu ni waongo. Wale watu wanakuja kusema ati bei ya maisha sijui ni Uhuru, sijui ni Raila, wako kwa bunge, hao wako kwa bunge. So mbona hawafanyi hizo vitu? Mbona waendi wakasema hii kodi tunatoa? Kwa sababu wao ndio wana mamlaka, watoe alafu wampelekee president akatae kuweka sahihi, ndio wamlaumu. Lakini wao hawajafanya. President hawezi kwenda pale asaini aseme hii kodi nimetoa, watasema president hana haki. So hii mambo watu wanatudanganya bwana. Sisi natakiwa sisi wenyewe tuanze kukataa waongo, na mtu yeyote akishapatikana na uongo hatumchagui. Tabia ya mtu ndio kitu muhimu, kwa sababu ukingoja eti mpaka mtu apelekwe kotini ati mpaka ahukumiwe, hata hukumiwa saa ngapi? Hiyo hatukubali. Mtu tukisha mshuku basi inatosha. Ukitaka kuchaguliwa, tunataka kuona mtu ambaye hakuwa mlevi miaka 20 iliyopita. Kama ulikuwa mlevi hatukuchagui. Hivyo ndivyo inafaa.
Okay, thank you, Jakin Dubey. Now, I want us to give opportunity to Mike. What were you saying? I want to give Jose and Valentino to make their submission. Yes, Mike.
As Bernard, you know the issue of I think our values, the issue of values in this country for me has been one of the biggest burden. The day I'll find an answer, a concrete answer, nitafurahia sana. What Jakin Dubey is saying is the truth, but I'm finding it not becoming very practical in our society until something very drastic happens. I don't know whether some of you went through a research. A research was done, and over 60% of youths were asked, and I think, Papa, you have read that are you willing to take a bribe? They said yes, by all means. They said, are you willing to take a shortcut to get your job? Both ladies and men said yes. So if that is if youths are 70% of our population, and some of us are handing over to that generation, who is going to now change that bad behavior? Because that is a very dangerous generation that we are handing over this country to. The one that has openly said we want our Barabbas. I can tell you for free, Bernard, if Sonko is given an opportunity to vie for governorship in Nairobi, 80% of youths will vote for him and leave out the Gade and anybody else who looks like he's straight. As long as you can go to the streets, drink alcohol, hit the walls, the youth find you very popular and accommodative. So for me, I'm looking for a situation where this country will be taken back to its original course. And one of the things I take comfort in, Bernard, is that if our morals have failed, then our justice system should work. If our justice system works, then it will deal with all these other malpractices. It will force. One thing, I've friends and relatives across the world. I've a sister in the UK, and some of these people we see with good behavior is not inborn. It is the consequences of them. They know the consequences of them not following the law. Their driving behavior, for instance, the British, they are one of the very, very emotional people. They can be very rowdy, but they are very well behaved on the road, not because they are good, but because they know the consequences of bad driving. You are not just given a ticket. If you get 3 or 4 more offenses, your ticket, your driving license is withdrawn. I was just checking with our Kenyan system. Do you know, Bernard, there is no single Kenyan as we speak whose driving license has been revoked, including those who have killed 20s and tens of people in buses by drunk driving. There isn't a single Kenyan, go and check with the NTCA, whose driving license has been revoked because of bad driving, including those who kill people and they go to court and they change that it was not me driving. I saw one of our pastors, he was driving from Naivasha. He hit somebody, died, and the car was just towed out. There is no consequences for bad behavior. If there was a law that would make it very difficult for you to do bad things, I think, Bernard, this country would get back on track. You can see how a British prime minister, sitting prime minister, is having problem for just hosting people in his house to have a cup, a bottle of beer in his house. He was not found working at night, but because of curfew, they said no going out. He is almost being impeached. That is how the law works in developed countries, and there are consequences for bad behavior. So I pray that Martha and Raila will bring that sanity back to this country, because all other avenues have failed. Let the law do its work.
Okay, thank you, Mike. That is a good one, and probably will the outcome of this particular election, in my opinion, is going to be a great lesson for the people who want to live by shortcuts. Because from where I sit and my interaction with the young people, they had come to a conclusion that being crooked or going for shortcut is permanent. But from the events that have come up by reason of these elections, the question mark has been risen over the people who want to get shortcuts. All these issues with degrees, and then all these issues of when you're impeached, you can't run, and then all that. So it is helping. And for the first time, we're going to have an election that to some degree is going to be determined by the character of the players, not just what they say. Some people had come to conclusion that katika siasa ni wewe bora tu useme uongo na uendelee kusema uongo alafu danganya wengi, you'll get away with it. They have gotten away with it in the past, but this particular election, in my opinion, is going to be different. And looking from like whatever mock elections that was done by Kivumbi, in my opinion, there is that clear cut that we will not trust somebody who has questionable character. And with that as a foundation, I believe we are moving in the right direction. So after that, let Mother get in office, now establish those laws and let the enforcement of the same come. We will straighten out this country. It's not a hopeless situation, but it requires hard work. We trust that hard work will yield results. Thank you. Jose, you are saying what? Had you made submission?
I have not made a submission, but we had postponed yesterday something to talk about the voting process, and by the end of it, there is the valid vote and the spoiled vote, and I sent you two signs of what a valid vote and a spoiled vote looks like. I don't know whether you are able to project the same, so that I can just start.
Bernard, I think Jose is speaking with you. He want you to project. We had agreed maybe today you can do a presentation on voting process. So I don't know if you can be able to project his work. We would highly appreciate.
Sorry. One moment. I'm getting the
Okay, no problem.
The pictures, huh?
Okay, maybe meanwhile, Bob can ask his question as we wait for that.
Thank you, Njiru. I'm glad that you have finally woken up. You collapsed on a political dose. I don't know, it was a political overdose. Now, Use, I hope you are not holding brief for IEBC. Of late, you have been holding brief for IEBC and trying to defend Chebukati. So if you are going to hold brief for IEBC, be ready for some serious rebuttal.
May I put it to you? IBC is an independent institution.
Yeah.
I hope you know that what that means in Kenya. And Chebukati enjoys security of Kenya.
Also, don't be worried of the threats. You will spend your 20 minutes well, if you want to do it.
Sure.
Yeah. We know it is a valid process, and people need to be educated on how to vote, and we can also chip in on the information. Maybe you saw, like, even in the Supreme Court, that the discussion of those voting was really confusing, even to learned fellows. They couldn't answer the
to the
question.
IBC lawyer. If Papa would remember, you remember the IBC lawyer?
Yeah, it was heavy for them. I think it was asked between a valid vote. I think it was a question of, and he couldn't say anything. Okay, Bernard, if you are ready, you can. Okay, I think Bernard is ready.
Bernard, you project it at the end or after the voting. After the voting process is when you project it. When we have gone through the process.
Oh, when you have gone through the process.
Yeah, the process is just a 3-step process actually.
Okay, take us through that process, because my time is up here. Where is this?
Well, your time can never be up, and Baba has not gotten. Baba has not gotten to State House. You see the reason why we came to this area to do this is because a number of panelists were trying to suggest that why is Chebukati flip-flopping? He had said no manual register, no manual, everything is electronic. But when the pressure became too much, he changed downstream and said, no, okay, we'll have manual register. But one thing you remember, he didn't say that you'll have manual voting. No, you'll have the manual register there for those who have faith in it, who want to have it used, yes. Yesterday, I started by saying that, when we say that the electronic system fails, some people equate that to KPLC blackout. I think in Kenya, we have had countrywide blackouts. You remember, I think last year there was one, there were two. The entire country. Njiru, do you remember? There was KPLC blackout. So when you say that the system fails, some people equate it to that. Now, personally, I just want to explain my understanding. Personally, the reason why I thought that Chebukati is coming up with this electronic voting approach is because they came to terms, they know what went wrong in 2017. And I think you should appreciate that. They know what went wrong, and they knew it had nothing to do with the system as such. It was basically interference of sorts from this direction, from that direction, from very many other angles. Now, you realize that most developed countries, electronic way is how they conduct their day-to-day affairs. And I understand that the system, I think the KIMS kit, this one is called KIMS kit, Kenya Electronic Integrated Management System. But I'm told that we are not the only African country who are going to be on it. And in the other places where it has been used, it had been used with a lot of success. And I think Chebukati also have had visits to those countries, and he came to the conclusion that everything will just be fine because our irregularities and illegalities were not that system based. In fact, it was the opposite. Now, I'll start by telling you that the registration process is like a 3-step process. When you approach the registration to put you into the DVR kits, you just present your ID. And then the officer there will capture your details as per the ID. If they have any questions, they will ask you and you answer them on the spot. The next thing, they will capture them into the system. And then what do? They display whatever they have captured for your confirmation. So the voter looks at whatever has been captured and that then they are supposed to confirm. Once you have confirmed, they proceed to take your fingerprints. Now, earlier on the days, I think 2 days ago, one of the panelists questioned that suppose the finger that you had used for the registration has issues, maybe through accidents or whatever, so that it cannot be detected by the system. Then the truth of the matter is that all your 10 fingers are fingerprinted. So that would not be an issue. If your thumb has issues, you simply go to the next and the next until you are identified. And of course, other than your ID, you can also use your passport. Now, the next thing after that is clear, then your photo is taken. Your photo is taken. And I did indicate, yes, I'm not so sure whether part of the photo, there are some organizations or some countries where when a photo is taken, it is part of the biometric. I do not know whether the KEMSA kit is at that level yet. But in most other situations, it is actually part of the biometrics. And that's why you realize when you are traveling or when you report to the airport, they always look at your eyelids, your eyeballs as well, your face, in terms of identifying the traveler. Now, once your photograph has been taken, the next thing, which I think is like the second last, is that you are given, once everything is captured in the computer, you are then given the so-called what IBC used to refer to as the black book. The black book is still there. So there is a place, your details are entered, and then you sign at the end of it. And upon that, the officer will complete a slip. He'll complete a slip, and that is what we used to call a voter's card. But you know, I'm sure you are aware these days we do not have a voter's card as such. That is why when you go to vote, all you need is your ID or your passport. Now you can keep the voter's card. Some of us still have them even up to today. The so-called that slip, which is completed and given to the voter. Now, with that, you are able to call yourself a registered voter. Now, that process normally takes something like 8 to 10 minutes. 8 to 10 minutes, at best 7, 8 minutes, if the officer is very fast. So with that, you walk away and you are consider yourself a registered voter. And of course, with your ID or passport, you can always check, interrogate the IBC system or the so-called the registers, we know it today, to see if your details are in place and your voting place station. So having said that, I'll quickly just move on to the voting process. Now, the voting process, if it is the way Chebukati prefers, which some of us are questioning, is that it is going to be, the main issue is basically identification. And even, in fact, even Chebukati, when he says that it will be electronic, basically what he's talking about is identification. So most of us who are seeing an elaborate electronic anything, it is really not true. And as one of the panelists pointed out yesterday, the voting system in Kenya is still basically manual, So we are turning up to the date on the 9th of August. What happens first? Chances are that you'll find that the polling station has got these things called streams. Normally they are in schools, and you may find that a polling station could have several streams, but each stream, as IEBC has said, cannot go more than 700 people. They try to do that. Occasionally, I think, based on what's going on the ground, they can, I think, go this way or the other way, one way or the other. But on average, according to the law, each stream should not go more than 700 voters. Now, here is where now this electronic, the moment you approach there, you present your ID, then you are going to be electronically identified. And what that means is that the BVR information is holding you the details which were captured when you registered. So the moment you present that, they'll ask you to put your finger. The moment you put your finger, it will, all your other information will pop up. And then it's just a matter of look at the ID, you will see the person is the one you are dealing with. If you are in doubt, you can put the other fingerprint, you see it is still the same person, just to be consistent. But if there are no complications, if you are identified the first shot, it means that you quickly move on very fast to the next desk, which is the ballot desk. Then there you will be handed with the ballot papers. You'll find a voter clerk there who will hand you the 6 ballot papers for the president, for governor, senator, women rep, MP, and the MCA. Now, if everything goes smoothly, really, you pick your papers and just move to the marking booth. They normally have inside a booth where you go and mark whoever you are voting for. And from the booth, you emerge and you find the ballot boxes are all aligned. And what they are doing is that each ballot paper has the color. Let's say, for example, the presidential ballot box is a different color from all the others. And the ballot paper itself for the president is matching with that color, just to avoid unnecessary confusion. Now, once you have done that, remember when you are identified successfully, as Chebukati says, your details, that particular voter, plus in the entire information database, is archived. In other words, it is like an elimination method. If we have 100 people on the list, the moment we have done with number 1, we remove him from the remaining list. So he's no longer there. And that's why it's difficult for our dead voters or the people who want to come again to go through the same system twice. You would not be able to do that. Because the moment you are that particular information is dealt with, it is removed from the balance of voters remaining. Now, the last step is basically once you have inserted your ballot papers in the right box. Of course, there are all these agents and other IBC officials around there, just in case somebody is having any difficulty. Now, the last desk you'll go to is the desk whereby your finger is marked with the indelible ink. And once that is done, you are free to just walk out. Now, depending on how the vote polling station is arranged, there are sometimes arrangements which themselves facilitate confusion. And those confusions are some of the things which bring these irregularities, and there are some of the illegalities. So why I just want to close by Bob, you don't want to wait for the full stop.
No, I want you to stop where
Go on.
where the identification, I mean the voters record is archived, because I have seen you are trying to hold the brief for IBC. I need to ask you a simple question. Now, when voting starts and you tell
Yes.
us that the voters record is archived,
Yes.
number one, what assurance is there that the gadget that is being used at a particular stream has only data for voters in that stream? Because if and I remember the Marijan talking about if one gadget fails, it's just to remove the SD card and put it to another gadget.
Yes.
If that is the case, how do we know that that SD card does not hold data for a whole polling station, as opposed to data for a stream? Do you get me?
I agree with
because
you.
If it,
you see,
because if it holds data for a stream, that will be safe. But if it holds data for the polling station, then it becomes complicated, because I can go to another stream and still vote. The reason being, at this particular time during the voting process, when the voting process is on, these kits are not interlinked. As in, it is a local application within that gadget.
Let me tell you something. At the beginning, I forgot to mention that the streams are organized using alphanumeric details. So in other words, you cannot go to, you see, if you are the returning officer in a particular polling station, you are supposed to demarcate, to segregate the voter register, so that stream A ni hawa, stream this ni hawa. If you mix them, then what you are saying can happen. Because
no, you're still not getting me. Let me finish. Let me finish. What I'm asking you is this. We are talking about archiving the record. And I'm asking you, every stream, that SD card that is being used per stream, each stream has got its own gadget, and there is an SD card. And once the voter has come, then the record is archived. Now, I'm asking you that the data per stream, is it data for the whole polling station, or is it data for that particular stream? Because you cannot archive a record in all streams at the same time. I don't know whether you get what I mean.
Let me tell you something. You see, the entire polling station as one register. This is my own understanding. I don't know how the IT fellows at IBC would explain it, but my conception is that the entire polling station, which is divided into streams, as one block of the register. And that is why when you are working on that, the next polling station will have nothing to do with it. And that's why you can only, for example, vote where you registered. The only extra bit which IBC will do for management purposes is to segregate it in streams as required, whereby the maximum is 700. Now, if for example, you are Bob and you are in stream A, because you are alphabetically, your name comes earlier. So you are suggesting that you can actually go to stream 20 and vote again?
You know the reason why I'm telling you that?
I don't know exactly how IBC ensures that people don't move from one stream to the other, but I know that they have.
Allow me to come in here.
Let me just mention one more thing, please. You know,
quickly,
please, you have said that each polling station has got one register, and I've just told you that if it has one register, that means it's One
It's one
register
block.
for that polling station.
Correct.
Yes.
The voter, yes.
Which essentially means that the data that will be in the different SD cards in each stream will hold the entire register.
No. The entire polling station is one, Bob. The entire polling station is one. It's not that each stream now becomes a register. No.
Okay. You guys, you are treating us to an exchange that is not as complicated as you're putting it. Okay. The reason why if you registered in Makadara, you will go to vote in Makadara is because your data is available there. And that I'm voting in stream A, okay, in Makadara where I vote, and somebody goes to stream B, doesn't mean there's a register for stream B and a register for stream A. Is one register for all the people in Makadara, only that they are split. These ones will be in BD primary, these ones will be in Jericho, and these other ones will be in Ofafa Jericho, others will be in Ofafa Maringo. So, but that what I believe is the voting process is more like the supermarket system, where when you have bought this glass, then it is scanned, it is archived, the property is not there. It's no longer available on the shelf. It is it has gone away. So you cannot come back and say
to go to stream 2 and vote again.
The client has purchased and the records have been it has agreed. That's why when you exit, the machines doesn't detect that you are carrying a property you didn't pay for. Yes, Bob.
I think that's clear.
Yes.
Let me, and also don't interrupt me. Just listen to me carefully. Now, I'm telling you what Bernard has just said is that that register that is there concerns a particular polling station. And I'm just putting it to you this way. There are different streams. The kits that are available in that polling station are not interlinked. They are not interlinked. And if that is the case,
they are not interlinked, but they have access to the data. They say the database for IEBC. Just like the computers in the supermarket, they are different computers, but all of them have access to the data, same data. That's why the same way you shop in Naivas city center, you can go to Naivas Embakasi, but still your data is accessible by different computers. All of it is linked to the main database.
You see, yes, Bob, once you are voted, you are registered, your names are removed from...
Wait, Jose. That is exactly where my problem comes in, because if the data that is in those kits of different streams, you cannot archive, and yet they are not interlinked. You cannot archive that record, because if the same data is available in a different kit in a different stream, then I will be able to jump to another stream and I can easily vote. So unless you answer that question,
I want to answer him. The data is interconnected. It's called interconnection. We have two types of connection in the cloud. Interconnection, that is, can go to Makiadi and other people. But institutions have what we call intraconnection. They can communicate within the institution without going into the cloud. So if they are using an SD card, there is an intraconnection there. So the SD card plays the whole thing, connects to what I think Jose has explained to you, that at the polling station, the streams will be arranged according to the alphabetical order. But those SIM cards are intraconnected. You cannot double do a thing. They are intraconnected. They are using SIM cards like kamera yako ya simu. It's not that we are completely out of the cloud. It's not that we are completely out of the air. There's an interconnection there. If they're not using, it's not like, okay, Bob, you are treating it like it's having information on your computer in the Excel. That's how
like
you
a
are
flash
treating it.
disk.
Yeah, like a flash disk. It's not a flash disk. It's a SIM card. There's an interconnection here.
Julia.
So if one thing happens
Julia.
in the other room, yes.
Julia, I have worked for IEBC, and I know there are no routers in the polling stations. For you, what you're talking about, you need a router to interconnect all the gadgets that are there.
Okay. Let
So
me ask
what
you
I'm talking
something.
about, I really
You
know
need
what
a
I'm
router
talking
for
about.
your phone. Let me ask you. You have your phone, right?
No,
you have your phone.
To connect the different gadgets, in different streams, you need a router. They cannot be interlinked just like that. You either go through the network or a router. A router that is local, local application.
Bob, remember something. Remember something. The streams are local arrangements. They can be changed the way the returning officer decides. They are not in the system like that.
And then,
in
Bob,
fact,
I'm just
they
wondering.
use physical printouts to work out how many people to put in which stream. You may find the people starting with Kamau are so many. You can't put them in one stream because there may be more than 700. Those are decisions are made by the returning officer on site. Now, if you have gone to stream A and voted, you think you can go to stream K and vote. By the time you vote in stream A, you are archived. You will no longer be in the system for the bat polling station. I don't know whether it is. It is very simple and that's clear.
And Bob, from experience, Bob, it is not that people normally go and use their names again to vote, even when we are using the hard copies. Is that they usually use the absent voters and the dead voters' names to vote. That's usually what happens. It's not that they use their names again. So I don't think that is.
I will leave it at that. I will leave it at that. When you are done, I will explain to you exactly what I mean, because you don't seem to get what there is a danger in that archiving. As long as they are not connected,
let me tell you,
different gadgets in the streams.
You see, Bob, it is not just archiving.
Okay, let's do this.
When you have been identified and you have gone in to vote, you know what happens?
Ngoja kwanza bwana Ose, you have detained me here. I don't know why you want me here, because it seems you are not making use of me, and I need to go. So
we have done the last one. We
want my hand? I'll leave it for you now. I go. Is it my fingerprint you want?
No,
get to the point where I should
the valid vote.
those.
Put the valid one, then we conclude. Valid and invalid, the spoiled vote.
Thank you. The valid and the invalid. So the crossed one is the invalid.
I'll explain.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the first one, you see the invalid. This is the invalid voter ballot.
I should start with the.
It can take place in 3 different ways. Okay, you have started with the valid one.
You start with the valid, and then we go to the invalid. Go ahead.
Correct. That is okay. Thank you. You see, this ballot box, this ballot paper has been marked with a tick in one place. Actually, the validity or invalidity is just determined by the number of marks you put on the ballot paper, and it must be inside the box. The moment it touches the box for the other candidate, then there is a challenge. Now, there have been cases whereby during the inspection, if you find like this, you find that this tick is lower down here on the line. If you find very strict agents, they insist this is a spoiled vote. As much as more than 50% of the tick is in the box for the first one. That is some of the things which bring a lot of argument during the counting, when they want to settle on what exactly is spoiled and not spoiled. So in most cases, if you find a very contested election, it will depend on how the agents eventually agree with IEBC and how it is treated. So this one, all we are trying to say is that voters should ensure that they mark whatever marks they put, even if it is a star, it should be in the box and not outside the box. Now, that is clear there. Now, some people vote by thumb, the thumbprint, the second one. You see, the demonstration of a good ballot is like this one, where it is right in the center. Right in the center, it is not touching outside. Again, you may find that it slightly touches on the boundary. Again, it will depend on how accommodative the agents are for each other to allow this to be counted for their candidate. If you move to the next one, it's simply trying to tell you that you can use an X, but as I said, normally, if you have been to the polling station, whatever mark will be accepted. Even if you decide to draw an O inside there, it will be accepted as a good mark. If you put a star, the same. If you put an X, the same. You put a tick, the same, provided it is not overflowing outside the box. I think that is clear for us as far as what a valid ballot paper is. So if you go to the next one, now you can see here where you have, so long as you have more than one mark, generally you cannot. This is straight away a spoiled ballot, straight away. Even if, so long as there are more than one. Now, I'm not sure whether you can have more than one mark in one box. Maybe that may still count. But if it is more than one mark and they are in different boxes, like is demonstrated here, that would be a spoiled ballot. The same thing applies to the thumbprint person. You can see what this looks like and what that looks like. That one would not be. Now, a confusing scenario would be like now this one, especially if more of the thumbprint is on the upper side and only a little on the lower part. Now, again, it will depend on how accommodative the agents are for each other to either accept this or reject it. But the fact that it is in more than one box, straight away, automatically, it should be rejected. Now, the next one, you can also see there is a thumbprint there and there is a tick here. Now, that is a very, very unusual one because it's unlikely that somebody would put a thumbprint and put a tick. What is more common is what you see on ballot paper number one, this one here. Now, you realize that sometimes around the polling stations, there are people there who pretend to be agents, but they know, sometimes they know that this is a stronghold for Bernard. So what they will do, they want to confuse Bernard's voters. They tell them that, okay, si tunajua, yes, kwa Bernard weka tick, na kwa huyu mwingine, especially if the candidates are few, kwa huyu mwingine weka X. So in other words, X is always associated with the no. So if you want to vote no for somebody, you may find that if you are not very well informed, you can easily buy something from these people. And the worst of all these days, Papa, I was trying to tell you that these days the methods of rigging have become so much. You find that somebody goes to your stronghold, let's say go to Bernard's stronghold, and he is hovering around there at the entrance, meeting with the voters. And what do? They bribe them and say, hey, hakikisha umeweka tick kwa huyu na X kwa huyu. Now, what he's busy doing is spoiling the votes for the for the expected strong opponent. And some people are fallen for that trap. Some people are fallen for that trap. So that is it. So again, yeah, I think as far as the valid and invalid, we can now just leave it. I think we are done with the pictures. We are done with the pictures. So we can just deal with a few questions, or maybe I can take you through the irregularities which made Chebukati to now, as we speak now, Chebukati fears manual registers. So I would like to point out a few things. According to their reports, internal, the problems at the voting polling stations.
Hold on. Thank you. I think I'll leave you with Makadi, Makiadi as you continue with the IEBC and their trouble. But I suggest you should share that in bits, because that information we have had it for a very long straight time. Mbaka Nania Meenda, he was supposed to submit after you. There was the other person. So please let's be lenient so that we share space and ensure that everybody's given opportunity to submit. Also, that information becomes more critical as we approach the closure, like the last 2 weeks to elections. Right now, they are still worried about which political party and which candidate. They are yet even to decide. So the ballot issue, I wouldn't want us to spend much time on it at this point in time, but as we get closer, it now becomes more critical. We should concentrate on sensitizing people to really have that willingness to get up and go and vote, get up and go vote, get up and go vote, so that when they are now ready to go and vote, now we tell them how to go about it. Thank you. Bwana Richie, how are you today?
Jambo Bernard. Hata naona imekuwa ni asubuhi tayari. I can see it's almost 4:41.
4:41. It's 5 a.m. is finding me here.
Pole sana.
I left earlier with Njiru and then came back. But from my analysis, Jose was the one making submission, and all the people down here have not made submission. So from Jose, we go to Christine, Julia, then Guru. Wengine wapange vile unajisikia.
Jose amemaliza ama bado?
Jose huyo mimi naomba hiyo class Irish. Hiyo class Irish kama submission yake ni kuhusu IBC na masuala ya Chebukati, angoje kwanza. Tutapatia wiki kibaki wiki 3. Hii ndio masomo itafaa. Lakini saa hii unafundisha syllabus ya degree wakati watu hawana certificate. So wacha watu wapate certificate kwanza.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make one point and then we postpone everything.
Okay.
What I wanted to say is that you see, Bob, this archiving thing builds you the turnout, and you will need it when you count your ballot papers. That is how you build. As you reduce the share register, the voter register, you build the turnout, and it is done at the identification stage. I think you can proceed.
Okay, if you're done, thank you. Jose, what we'll do before the election, at least we'll slot in some time for you to do voter education, so that we don't lose votes when people do, the mistakes that people do at the polling booth. So I'll give you a little bit time towards the close of probably next month, so that at least if it's a long submission, then we might have to split it into 2, but definitely we'll give you time for that. Christine Adika, karibu.
Hi everyone.
Good morning. Good night for some of us. Me today, I have no submission. I've been busy. I normally listen YouTube on my car, but I'm just here to hear what has taken place. Is it yesterday in Kenya? Because we are still on. It's still Monday for us. So I'm gonna request you pass me for now, Makiadi. Maybe I might contribute later. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Guru, karibu.
Asante. How are you doing? Mko salama? Yes, today's topics. The three-piece headache for Azimio and UDA. We are entering a crucial stage in elections. And first and foremost, elections being a personal venture driven by personal ambition, there is every possibility that individuals will not easily accept to sin the ground for others, especially if they feel they stand a chance. So it will be obvious that the two political formations that are contesting for power will find it extremely difficult to tell some of the contestants to accept to step down for the others. Already there is a video that's gone viral. I think it's somewhere in, is it Narok or Kenta, has already told people that the master, it doesn't mind if they give their vote to RUTO as long as he gets his votes for the gubernatorial seat. We are about to have such statements because we are entering the very crazy stage in our politics. I know there are areas that are rather almost a must for the political formations to come up with a strategic plan on how to win, especially in Nairobi, where sometimes the contest can be very, very close. And then you have also French candidates. That is what happened in Langata in 2017. The Wi-Fi insisted that they have their candidate on the ballot. The candidate went ahead to get 6,000 votes, but NASA lost that seat by just 1,000 votes. So inevitably, the Azimio and Kenya Kwisha will have to find ways of, convincing those who are within their formation but do not have the popular support to step down, which is not going to be a very easy thing. And if they don't, then elections being what they are in Kenya, sometimes we vote along very funny lines, including tribal, including clan lines and all that. We are likely to get results that we did not expect in some of the regions. That's a reality. That's a fact. and especially in areas where we have cosmopolitan populations. This is where that mainly happens, or where the elections are rigidly run based. That kind of thing is likely to happen. I'm seeing a possibility where, like these lower ranks of positions, like MCAs and even MPs, are likely to lose by just a few votes, courtesy of other smaller candidates who don't who attract maybe 2,000, 3,000 votes, which can make the difference between you losing out or winning. I know Azimio has made a statement through its deputy president designate that they will be talking to people across the country so that they can come up with an agreeable, situation in areas where they think they have a chance, and the simpering rivalry could deny them votes. That mainly could happen in Mount Kenya region, where you find in one constituency you have about 3 candidates contesting for the seat of the MP, or even women rep, or even MCA. We wait to see what formula they will use, although they are saying they will use the opinion polls to make a definite statement on who to support in those various electoral positions. So it is going to be a very interesting time in the next few days to see what happens then. On issue of KABOGO, I think KABOGO is a very interesting political animal. He's one who has consistently shown that he doesn't have loyalty for any of the formations. I think he's a hard-nosed politician who will go where his objectives will be met as a person. So I see he is emerging as a possible front runner in Kiambu, and he's shield because he knows there is a fourth bank that belongs to Raila Amolo Odinga in Kiambu. He has already appealed to that fourth bank to give him the vote, and it is not a small vote. If you look at what happened in 2017, it could go to up to 70% or towards 100,000 votes. Those are not view votes. So anachezea hapo katikati. I don't know in the win power which side, or you will just support whichever side that comes to power. And seems UDA is determined to have their candidates squeezed through. That is Wamatangi. It's going to be a closely fought battle, which could also go more towards where one comes from. So up to now, it's not known, but it seems like Wamatangi and KABOGO are emerging as the top contenders of this seat. So that is the situation. We don't know whether he is going to finally support Azimio, I don't know, or he is just going to stand in between. And knowing the way he's a survivor, is likely to just stand in between to harvest the votes from the two sides. Asante sana Makiande.
Thank you, Guru, for your submission. Let me play a video here before we move on. Yes, briefly.
Tunataka tujilishe kama Wakenya. Tunaambiwa sehemu nyingi za Kenya kama hii ni sehemu kavu. Lakini Misri pia nchi kavu na hawana njaa. Wanalima tu kwa mto Nile na hiyo ni 4%, na tunakunywa sukari na tunakula mchele imetoka Egypt, na wanalima sehemu ndogo sana. Tunaweza kufanya mpango na maji yetu, tuwe na chakula ya kutosha, mifugo yenu, kuwe na kichinjio, na wakati wa kiangazi badala ya kugojea mifugo kufa, inauzwa kwa kichinjio, inachinjwa, pesa unaweka kwa mfuko. Huyu ni baba wa mipango. Si mnasikia akiitwa baba? Ni baba wa uzalendo, baba wa mipango ya uongozi, baba wa kutatua shida za Wakenya wote. Na sasa ameleta mama kwa hiyo uongozi. Wamama mpo? Mkiona mama, mjue ni wa kusaidiana na baba kutatua shida za Wakenya. Na vijana mkiniona, muone mama wa vijana wa Kenya wote. Shida zenu hatutasahau. Ajuaye uchungu wa mwana ni nani? Kwa hivyo kijana akidhulumiwa, mama ndio ako na uchungu. Haki zenu tutasimamia, ajira mtapata, na kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Na tena kama mama nitakuwa karibu nanyi kusikiza maneno yenu na kumkumbusha baba. Mtatushikilia. Tunaomba kura zote msigawanye, ziwekwe kwa kikapu moja, kikapu ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Na Raila safari hii anachaguliwa na tikiti ya Azimio la Umoja.
Haya, huyo anaitwa Martha Karua. Kuna microphone. Yeah. So Ose karibu, you had your hand up. Is there something you want to say?
I just want Guru to agree with me that if you do the mathematics, this KABOGO, Baba, and what have you, I think Azimio would seriously gain, assuming that the 70,000 that Baba got in Kiambu in 2017 are still around there. And I want to believe that whatever had gone to KABOGO, Baba never saw it. And Kiambu is a 1.1 million vote county, isn't it? Now, if you look at it, assuming that KABOGO may, even in the unlikely event, let me say that he doesn't win, Azimio stands to gain almost tenfold from associating with the KABOGO. For one, I want to believe that there will be no conditions except that you people, you are voting for Baba, vote for KABOGO. Basically that. You realize that all the other fellows who have been joining the coalitions, there's always, we want this percentage, we want this what, we want this. I see KABOGO's coming on board is more or less to be a mutual symbiotic relationship. Those demands of this percent this percent that would not be there. But by the end of the day, Azimio would be the biggest gainer in that arrangement. That's my take. I don't know what you people think.
Yeah, I mean the issue of KABOGO is a bit complicated. I would not want to go with that kind of ideology, because I believe there are some people who say that when you associate yourself with Raila Odinga in Mount Kenya province, you're going to lose. And there are some people who would say that by KABOGO, like just like you said, there are people who say that by Raila Odinga associating himself with KABOGO, he's definitely going to gain some votes. So I don't know what effect KABOGO would have at this particular moment. I mean, we can give him a benefit of doubt. Probably would add some votes, probably not. But I also think that Raila Odinga has made tremendous inroads in Mount Kenya region compared to how he performed in 2017. And mark you that, Raila Odinga in 2017 had no backing of any political leader in Mount Kenya region. So compared to how he performed in 2017, I'm looking at Raila Odinga as a person at least who has made, it might not be that significant, but it's also progress because we have leaders, the likes of Sabina Chege, we have leaders from Nyeri County, we have the likes of gubernatorial candidate from Muranga, Jamli Kamau, we have other people, there are so many other leaders, even the governor of Kiambu himself right now, the sitting governor, is still associating himself and he's still proud to associate himself with Raila Odinga. So KABOGO might come in with a few votes here and there, but also I think looking at the history of William KABOGO, I would rather just he goes it alone, he stays independent because I think he has too much baggage on him. That's just my opinion. Njiru.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to weigh in a little bit on that issue of KABOGO. Let's ask ourselves a question. Why does KABOGO now seem to be like his distance to Azimio is more closer than his usual distance to the KKA? That is one question we need to ask ourselves. Why is this seeming almost orienting to Azimio? One question we need to answer. Then number two, Azimio is also now one, you see, like in places where we have stiff competition from UDA, if I may say that. In places where we have stiff competition with UDA, it would be better to pull, if we can get people who want to push in our direction, it would be better. Why do I say that? There is something we call a perception of value. And I can tell you that in my own way or in my own assumption, although we are having a candidate of Azimio who has been Bwana Nyoro, I've been hearing opinion polls have been done there, and he is there, and maybe he is still trailing the UDA guys. So I've not seen the impact of KABOGO and when they put him on table. But one thing which I would like to say is that if KABOGO was to pull together with Azimio, in terms of choking UDA, it would add some value. Why? Because number one, KABOGO has a name, he has an history, he has resources, he can bure, and sorry when I use the word bure, because Kiambu is a very, very competitive county in terms of, because its proximity to Nairobi, it's a bit cosmopolitan, although it is heavily Kikuyu. It needs people with muscles. And this guy who is the governor is just a beneficiary of a failed system. The governor was not able to govern, and he just benefited from the system. He never looked for this seat. I want us to get this clear. And we don't know what the Nyoro guy, we don't know his political muscle. We don't know it in terms of the county, because he just benefited from the failure of this other guy, Waititu. So what I would say is, if there is willingness of KABOGO to work with Azimio, I would move for it because of the state of Kiambu. Because Kiambu is almost like Nairobi in terms of numbers, in terms of complexity. And there will be a very stiff war between Azimio and UDA. And if we have KABOGO and Nyoro pulling together, that competition will increase. Other than just having KABOGO and Nyoro pulling on a different direction, it might give UDA an advantage of push. So for competitive and making the race good, at least if these two guys can pull together, it will add value, because let's remember that UDA has some footing there. So that's what and it will be beneficial for Azimio. Just like maybe I don't know if it is also say that maybe KABOGO has his own challenges, he has his history, but politically he is good and he can pull people. I don't know how far he has damaged his name, or maybe if he can still redeem his old glory. That is something which still I don't know. But I welcome KABOGO to Azimio. It will be helpful. It will make the race competitive. At least now we have a competitive race in Nairobi where Igade will win. Again, we also have another competitive race in Kiambu where we might also get a governor. Because remember, Nairobi and Kiambu, they are very competitive places. And for the last two elections, we have elected bad people in those two counties. And we cannot risk to do that. We had Waititu, a fake guy. We had Sonko, another guy who was not serious on the other end. So now we want to do that correction. We don't want to elect people only to come and impeach them because they cannot govern the county. And Azimio has to get it right by bringing competitive people and bringing competitiveness so that at least we can get, because we can see Jubilee brought jokes in both Nairobi and Kiambu, and they went for popularity and against qualification and competency. And they had to suffer, they had to bring this cosmopolitan thing here, General Bandi. We don't want to go to those directions of bringing Bandi to every county, because we have done an election where people cannot govern. So let Azimio straighten the things, and I'm happy if they pull. That's my contribution in that.
Okay, Njiru, just a quick question before I give Guru 1 minute to also ask something. My question is this: when you say giving KABOGO and Nyoro a chance to pull together, I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean that one of them should stand down and let the other one run? That's my first question. Number two, I always opined here and I always maintain my stand here that sometimes in governorship competition, it does the presidential candidate more harm when he comes in and tries to tries to talk to one of the candidates to step down for the other one, like the cases we have in Kisii. If these people are going, they feel like they want to go to the ballot, they must be on the ballot. I mean, why should Raila Odinga step in and tell one of them to step down for the other? Why can't just they, let them go to the ballot box, and whoever wins, whoever loses? Because I'm looking at a governor like the Kiambu governor right now. If you tell the Kiambu governor, Dr. Nyoro, to step down for KABOGO, what are you going to do for him at the national level? Because he must be given something for him to step down. Are you going to promise all these people ministerial positions? Are you going to promise them PS positions? There's so much you can do as a presidential candidate, but you also have boundaries. You don't want to carry all these failed politicians from the constituency, from the county levels to the national government, if you want to bring a new and clean slate in the political sphere. So yeah, just take a minute to answer that, and then I can give Guru, and then we can move to the next person.
Yeah, I stand to be corrected, but from my analysis, the current governor, Bwana Nyoro, KABOGO, the UDA guy wa Matangi, the other girl nasikia kitu amwendea ama ni nani, the votes are too fragmented, as if they are all the 4 or 5 people are there, because I'm hearing like even UDA want to combine Moses Kuria on their direction. So from what it is and the competitiveness which I see in Kiambu, and if we look at the other previous vote, I think Kiambu is more of the counties which always turn to be 2-horse race. So, and because I don't see a way in which Kiambu can turn to have a third force. So what I see is if the Azimio candidate and the other people are not going to combine, now it is now leaving that county to UDA. That's my take. I stand to be corrected because it's a two-way. It is one of the counties two-way. It is not like the counties whereby you can just allow people to compete. You see, like previously, KABOGO was defeated by Waititu. They were 2 forces pulling on each other. Number 3 was nowhere to see. The same case here. If I think that is how they are analyzing. So if we are not going to orient having 2 candidates, we are about to lose, and that's how it is.
Okay, I get your point. Njiru. My question to you is this, because I want us to go over this one very quick. What do you do with the Nyoro? What do you do with the Sonko from Mombasa? If you tell Sonko to step down for Abdul Samad, what do you do with Sonko? What do you do with Nyoro? What do you do with Ongeri?
I get you, Bwana Richi. At the end of the day, Kenyans have to agree that we will not rule all of us. Some have to agree that for us to get these things, some have to step down by default. Otherwise, we will lose all of us, and even the few positions in the government now very many people will start scavenging for those seats now. So it is better we agree on somebody now, and then maybe we say maybe this person will be considered elsewhere in the government, because I know some positions will come up. Other than we have 3 people losing, and now we have a baggage of wanting to give 3 people jobs instead of only concentrating with 1 or 2 people who we can give some job here and there. It is better we agree now for the national unity, for an Azimio climax. It is better, but otherwise we might end up having too many losers, even if Baba wins. And if Baba wins and we have like 5,000 losers, where are we going to have jobs for all those people? So it is better majority of them still get job through elective seats, and then the few people who we can nominate, we just nominate and we give them positions in the government. But we cannot risk having too many losers. It will be catastrophic to our government, and people might start fighting and saying the government betrayed us, we were in Azimio and they are not giving us posts. It is better. It solves many problems after the election. Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute, Guru.
Yes, Kiambu is a very interesting county in the sense that it has very many people coming to reside here in Kiambu. It's referred to as the bedroom of Nairobi County. Therefore, there has been a growing population of people who are not strictly indigenous. Some have bought property, others are tenants, and they have made this their home. This is where they stay, this is where they do their business. Some, this is where they work. And because of that, you are going to find that the fourth bank that is not strictly indigenous is growing by day. So therefore, what Jiro is saying is that that vote is most likely to follow Raila Amolo Odinga, because most of those who come to reside here come from regions that hold Raila with a high esteem and have been their supporters. So it is in congregation of that a statement like the one that KABOGO made. But also you realize that is the same foot bank that Nyoro is looking at, so that he can add to the indigenous community votes that support him. So I don't know how that will work out. Otherwise, it would have worked out better, the way Njiro is saying, if they were to combine maybe one person would make a big impact. It is very interesting because in Kiambu, what we would call UDA wave has considerably going down. There's a time when you would hear statements like, if you're not with UDA here, you'll not get an opportunity. But now the information that is there on the ground is that the parliamentary seats could be split even halfway. We have very, very, very strong candidates for parliamentary seats who are in Azimio, particularly in Jubilee, and they will win the votes on their own account, and they will win the votes on their own. There's an echo. So they will win those seats like on their own account. The likes of Junt Jomo and the likes of Mwavi and others. Even in Ruiru, where it's called what Koimburi won during the by-elections, is likely to lose out to Kuria's brother, who is contesting on a Jubilee ticket. So it is a complicated region in terms of how the outcomes will be. Although for now, KABOGO seems to have a handy start. Maybe that's why he is a bit confident that he doesn't really mind. He is just trying to add a few more votes so that he can make a distance between him and the first, the main contender of UDA, that is Wamatangi. There's something else that I would want you to understand here. The Kiambu, if you look at very well at the choice of the leaders they seem to want to have a leadership that has what Mutai Gun calls the gangster, trait. you have a character that. So that is where people like Nyoro cannot find space as elite. The population does not seem to resonate with the people who are reasonable and their politics are polished, are above that street kind of behavior. So therefore, KABOGO is just being shrewd and he wants to eat with both of his mouths, and I don't know what negotiations they could be having in the background, because if you are to be offloaded those votes, which go to almost 100,000 that come from non-indigenous voters, then you make a Sarah point in winning back his position. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have 3 people who have not submitted, so if I give you a chance to make remarks, please be brief so that at least we go through the whole panel. Bob, 1 minute.
I just want to contribute for 30 seconds only. The Kiambu issue, it is complex, yes, But Azimio stands to gain by letting the people go, all people go to the ballot. The reason being, there is something called fidelity. We, as Azimio, we must seem and walk the talk. We cannot abandon our Jubilee candidate at this hour. Let him go to the ballot, and at the end of the day, there will be more better voter turnout. And at the same time, if you look at it, Azimio would not mind whether it is a KABOGO government or our Matangi government or a Nyoro government, because all of them, the three of them, are an upgrade of Waititu. So, and trust you me, Wamatiangi is a turncoat. The minute Azimio takes over this government, he will troop back, and he will come working with the. There is no way he's going to stand with Mr. Doublespeak for 6 months. So I believe it is going to be for the benefit of Azimio. All should go to the ballot.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julia, make your submission and maybe you might want to respond to the issue of Kiambu also.
Okay, thanks Makiadin, Jiru, Themba, Bob, Kuseo, Christine, Guru, Joshua. Good to see all of you. Now, I think I don't want to talk about Baba in Garissa. We've talked a lot about that. He's doing a good job and he's growing strong and he's gaining popularity. Then I think we have something about, I appreciate Kuseo. Thank you for the information, Kuseo, you are giving us. That is really informative. Please keep it up. So according to Bernard, I mean, you need time. Yeah, you need more time because people really make these mistakes when they are voting. I think they really make some unnecessary mistakes. So that information is good. Now, RUTO weekend KEMSA, RUTO is full of drama. So I really am not interested because he's not going to be president and he will never be president. He will not even vie again for presidency. So I don't like to waste my time with discussing RUTO. Now, I want to talk about the KABOGO thing. I hear some interesting arguments from Jiru, from Guru, from Bob, and I want to go the Jiru Guru way. Earlier, also about the 6-piece thing. I listened to some arguments earlier. I like this democracy thing, that is good to have democracy. But you people, I will ask this question again. How do you see a parliament where RUTO has 180 members of parliament and Baba has less? Or in the Senate, that the government cannot pass anything at all. So I think here we are going to compromise democracy for 6-piece because we need the government to work. Which is the worst evil? I mean, which is a better evil? That's my question. I want you to think through as we discuss this. You don't want a situation where RUTO has more members, because RUTO already knows that he's not going to win this election. So I think he's going to capitalize on getting. So I think even if Baba has just to ask somebody to step down, he got to do that. We have no choice. And I think it is Bob and Alex who tell us about Kisii, and I think someone else here. What happened in Kisii? Why did you people, you say there was rigging in Jubilee, in Kisii? Why did Jubilee get members of parliament in an ODM stronghold? Is that kind of retro drama? Nitasimama, sitawachia huyu, mimi ndio niko popular. Iyo drama haiwezekani. We cannot allow that in Nairobi. We cannot allow that in Mombasa. And we cannot allow that in Mount Kenya region. Those are now, I think that's where the battle is, the battlegrounds. You may allow the friendly fire in parts of Western Kenya, but I don't know how safe that is. But I think friendly fire in Nyanza is, in Luo Nyanza is very safe. In Luo Nyanza, anybody can vie. They can vie from independent, whichever party they want to do. That one is very safe. But if you know, and we know that from history that NASA lost to Jubilee because of those kind of things, then we cannot go the path again. So even if some mtu tukasirikia the next 10 years, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay if someone will be mad with Baba for the next 20 years. Because Baba needs these members of parliament. I think, I don't go for the friendly fire. I don't go for the friendly fire in Nairobi. I don't go for the friendly fire in Coast Province and in Mount Kenya region. And I think in parts of, Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, I think there are challenges there. I tend to think so. Because I think Baba will be very miserable in that government after that. And don't be surprised if somebody stages to throw him out. Don't be surprised. Because Ruto, if he has more members of parliament, he just needs to buy a few more and get his 2/3 to decide what he's gonna do with Baba's government. So my take is 6 piece, period. People eat a man in ini. So going on that line, I want to talk about KABOGO. I think I've not been very informed, but paying attention to Njiru and Guru, now I'm getting some good information. And I think his Guru was said that what Mutahinguni says, that Kiambu has a kind of a gangster kind of politics. Yeah, I tend to agree that. And I think though Bob is disappointed, I don't like KABOGO and I don't like gangsters. But I think we may have to go for the gangsters. Because if that gangster gonna help us win, then we can have that gangster. I think so. That's what I'm thinking. Really, I'm not seeing Nyoro aggressive. I'm seeing a situation if somebody talks to Nyoro, and then we have KABOGO, and then KABOGO flies the Azimio flag. And I think it is going to have an effect even on the members of parliament who are vying for Azimio, because the picture that is going to be created is that Azimio is riding high. So I want to agree with Njiru and Guru that I think if that is what Azimio is looking at, let's go the KABOGO way, because I don't think Wamatangi will be able to bear KABOGO if Nyoro steps down. For Wamatangi is not so aggressive. He needs a lot of backing to win. So he's only riding on the UDA wind, which has been there, which I think is going down, like Guru is saying. So I think we need really to decide, sit and agree. The same thing goes to many parts of Mount Kenya region, like Kirinyaga. Kirinyaga, we have our Igoro, we have the independent candidate, Wangoi Girishi, and then we have, I think, a Kenya candidate, and we have a Jubilee candidate. We cannot do that. We cannot even do that with the members of parliament. And even if Kenya, Mother is from Kenya, if the Jubilee candidate is more popular, I think Mother got to do something there. Then I heard somebody start saying that Sifuna was talking about this musician and what we are calling him. And then he was saying wherever he is, ODM zone, it is not time to talk about ODM or Jubilee, especially in Nairobi City. It's like we got to, Baba, I know he has a task, but sometimes democracy doesn't win, although he got to talk to those people so that they agree and support him. He got to use a lot of wisdom, but I think now democracy comes second, and Baba needs he needs a majority, not just a majority, he needs to push through that he can get a 2/3 majority in parliament, because you people, you have seen what Ruto has done to Uhuru when he's the deputy president. You don't want to imagine a situation where he has more members of parliament. You don't want, we must make sure we send this Sugoi man home for good. Yani abaki na parliamentarians kama 50, Aisha kabisa, let him go home and do some chicken farming. We don't want to hear him. But if we allow him, if we play this game and say democracy, apana Bob. Saisi democracy, saini Baba apate more members of parliament and more senators. Asante Njiru.
I still maintain my point here. I think negotiated democracy is good for the parliamentarians and for the Senate. Mambo ya governor, wacha watu wamenyane kwa debe. Kwa sababu from where I stand, I know that whether you win on a UDA ticket or Azimio, you'll still come to work with the national government. That's given. Because even IBEC inakuwa headed by the deputy president, you still need the national government for you to work with the county, for you to have a successful, work at your county level. lakini hii maneno ingine ya kupitisha legislative agenda, you need the Senate, you need the National Assembly. That one is good when you have a negotiated democracy, especially in Azimio. When Julia, you say 6-piece, I don't know what you mean by 6-piece, because
Okay,
UDS 6-piece is 6-piece UDA from the top to the bottom. In Azimio, it's different. When you say 6-piece in Azimio, you either mean you vote for ODM from the top to the bottom, or Jubilee from the top to the bottom.
I mean the Azimio candidates. My problem is, Makiadi, people have this kind of a thing, and I've been that kind of a person when voting. People have this kind of a thing when they go to vote. You know, there are like 6 people you are voting for. Sometimes they don't want to think. At times they just want to vote for the president. But if you help them identify that we have a candidate for Azimio for governor, and these are the one for MP, and these are the one for MCA and woman rep, if you help them identify, that makes your side stronger. But if you don't help, if you allow those democracy thing when with governors, it brings a lot of division when they go down to vote for the MP. So it's most likely thing that your MP also may suffer loss because of that, because people don't have time to reason to think who is good, that KABOGO is good. Sasa huyu ni KABOGO, nimpigie kura. Makedi, when we go to the ground, I have been voting and I'm an informed person. But usually sometimes I get tired of thinking. I get tired. Sasa woman rep, uniambia ati woman rep wa Jubilee ni mbaya. Sasa niende kwa woman rep wa independent, ndio tunataka. Sasa sijui niende kwa nani. It's tiring. But if you guide them, you tell them, you see, guys, we having this person for governor, and we are having MP, so and so forth, so that mother and Baba can now walk around and say, we have so and so for governor, we have so and so for MP, woman rep, in that order. So it guides the voters. But if you don't guide them, even your other candidates are going to suffer that in the name of thinking that you can have somebody for governor and a different person for member of parliament. That's how I normally see how voters behave in Kenya. They don't have time for that, to think through. That's their disadvantage of not guiding them. So whether we have negotiated democracy for MPs and the rest, even for governor, we got to give some guidelines to our voters.
Okay, let me give Christine a minute to make remarks. Christine.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Julia, thank you so much for your submission, but I would like you to clarify something that you said about Sifuna commenting about ODM zone. Because from my understanding, remember, for governor, we had Tim Wanyonyi, who was a strong member, and there were compromises. In Starehe, it is a Jubilee zone. ODM is not there. Just like Makiadi said, for governorship, I have no problem, although the way you are saying Azimio we should all vote Azimio members. But remember, for MP sometime, I think there should be negotiation, because for Matare especially, that has brought so many issues today between Bahati and the other ODM member. With all due respect, I think parliament is what matters most to us as a country. We need to take sober people. We need to take people who understand the laws. And even if we go Jubilee, ODM, at the end of the day, we need to look at characters that are supposed to go and support Baba in parliament. So I would just like you to clarify about that, Sifuna's comment, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Julia, can I make a comment before you come?
Okay, I want us to do this. Please.
Just one comment.
No,
One
Njiru,
comment.
Njiru, hold on, Njiru. Because I know there are 2 people who have been here for a long time. I'll give you an opportunity. All of you, I know you have questions, probably to Julia. I know Joshua and Themba have not made their submissions. And I feel it's a bit unfair for them to sit silently as we plunge into the question Q&A section. So I don't know, Joshua ulikuja mbele ya Themba ama ni Themba alikuja mbele yako? He came before you, Themba, right? Yeah, so Joshua, please make your brief submission, make it short and sweet, ndio tumalize hapa tuingie kwa Q&A.
Yes, I just have a issue of zoning. Zoning, the way Richard Makere said, you know, I tend to blame Azimio from the first point. They ought to have done this thing long time ago, the way they did with Shabal and Nasir. They ought to have done it before, but you know, you cannot come and tell Ongeri or Ian Kajiado won't tell one of them to step aside. It's going to be a problem because I'm sure Ongeri has a massive number of people. So Kisobure has a massive number of people. So if you want to come now telling them that one of them need to step aside for either Simbarati, it's going to be a big blow. So in governorship, it's very dangerous because he has a massive number of followers. If you want to tell Ongeri that today step aside for Simbarati, I'm sure they're going to be disappointed and they're going to say that now we want to punish you. We are voting for RUTO. They ought to have done this thing a long time ago, the way they did with Shabal. They sat down with Shabal and Nasir and they agreed. And now you see Shabal is campaigning with Raila. So to me, I think let's leave the issue of governor doing zoning with governor. If they have reached at this point, let them go. Yote ambaye atapata hata kama UDA itashinda hapo hivyo, because I want to tell you, like Kiambu, Omatangi went to RUTO not because he loved RUTO. He just went to RUTO because of survival. And then after election, I'm telling you, Matiang'i will come back. And even I'm really even worried why we are insisting on 6 piece, because I want to tell you, the only MPs who will stick with RUTO are only those who are in Rift Valley. If we're going to have any MP in Central, they will run away and they'll come back to Baba. So we should not play now with the votes, because like now in Madare, you are telling Bahati to step aside. Yet Jubilee are the one who gave him, after they was frustrated. From the first point he was frustrated and then he was almost leaving, and then they went ahead and gave him the certificate. So that was already a mess. They ought to have leave Bahati that time, and if we could decide to go as independent candidate, by right now we could be fit. But now they went ahead and gave Bahati certificate. Now we want to tell Bahati to step aside. We are left with only 40 days. And then the issue of Sifuna, I think Sifuna is a little bit pride. He has a lot of pride in him, because we don't want to mention issue of ODM, Jubilee. He ought to just say that Bahati, can you step aside? But mentioning the party sometimes it's not good, especially in a coalition agreement. Because Sifuna yesterday was saying that Madare was for ODM. No, he ought to have used wisdom and tell Bahati that Bahati, step aside for Lodge, than mentioning the party. Sometimes when we mention the party, we have dyads of Jubilee in Madare. So when they start hearing that you are sent to zoning in terms of political party, it's a little bit dangerous to coalition government. And then to KABOGO coming to Azimio, I don't welcome it, because unless KABOGO comes to Azimio to back up Nyoro, but if come to Azimio, it's very dangerous, because now you see the narratives now using that, can the voters for Raila vote for me? Already is hitting on Nyoro's voters. But KABOGO, if he decided to leave KK, let him just go kwa debe, because I'm seeing in Kiambu, Omatangi has an upper hand. However much we may try to deny, Omatangi has an upper hand, and Nyoro is a little bit weak. Azimio could have tried their level best to pick KABOGO and then groom KABOGO to come to Azimio long time ago. But now KABOGO coming to Azimio is not going to help Azimio. The same way when Kingi joined KK, that time, you see, Aisha Juma was not happy by Kingi coming to join KK, because he saw a threat that Kithi, who was vying with power, was coming out and split his vote. So KABOGO coming to Azimio right now, I don't welcome it. Let him just go to let him just go and try his level best. But in Kiambu, Wamatiangi is likely to win. Thank you.
Yeah, straight to Ndemba.
Thank you, Makiadi, and greetings all. I want to start by responding to some of the statements that have been said. On the issue of zoning, number one, we need to appreciate the competing interests. There is the individual politicians' interest, there's the member parties' interest, and then there's the Azimio interest. So if you consider the individual politician interests, politicians pursue politics for various reasons. Some of them use it as a, as a bargaining chip. They go by, increase your bargain, and you'll be paid out. The more you cry, the more you look like you're relevant, the more you're likely to gain from it. For some of them, do that. Individual parties also want to, there's the perception that there are different parties within Azimio, and some of the parties were formed just at the time when Azimio was being formed. So they also want they also appreciated and liked the idea that they are likely to have their roots in different parts of the country. So that is also an interest that is, facing Azimio and maybe Kenya Kwanza. I don't know how Kenya Kwisha is gonna have more the Azimio, and now the general party interest, that is Azimio as a whole, is facing that the interest that now when we come to tell you that you step down, where is your interest as an individual politician? Where is the interest of your party? Because maybe your party is telling you don't step down because we still need our presence in that place. And then of course there's the general Azimio party, Azimio interest. Now, the relevant positions, like Makiadi said, for Baba are the MPs, because he will need a majority in parliament for him to be able to push some of the the agendas of Azimio. Now, if you don't have as many MPs, you might face a lot of problems. So that is the main agenda. We have 48 governments, the main government and the 48 counties, county governments. The governors will need many MCS who can help them on their side. So if you have an Azimio governor, but the MCS are all over, he is not likely to get a lot of help within, and the legislations within the county need a lot of support from the MCS. So the governor will need a lot of support from the MCS. Now, unfortunately, in the previous working, we have seen that MCS can easily be compromised, and that we have seen in some county governments like Migori, where the MCAs didn't say nothing, even when the funds and the resources were being plundered. They never even brought any. When they were just about to impeach the governor, I hear some money exchanged hands. So the MCAs have shown a tendency to be compromised. And I think what we need to push for, which I tend to agree with what Makiadi is saying, in as far as the MPs are concerned, I think Azimio needs to do the host. I'm sure they are aware of that. They need to do a lot of soul searching so that they make sure that as many as Azimio MPs make it to parliament. For the governors, I want to agree with what Makiadi is saying. I mean, let's have the governors go. This thing that Njiru is saying, that if people lose, you have to give them something. No, I mean, if someone goes to the ballot and they lose, you don't owe them nothing. I mean, they went to the ballot and they lost. The part at which they are able to bargain is right now when you're telling some to step down. That's where you can tell someone, okay, fine, you think you're strong, you can step down, then we can give you another position. But after the ballot, if the person loses, whichever party they belong to, they have to go back to what they were doing before they thought of vying. They cannot have
I mean, you cannot have your cake and eat it. You're told to not to vie, then you still go ahead and vie, then you lose and you think you'll be given anything. I mean, choose one thing. You go to the ballot. If you win, fine. If you lose, go back to what every other Kenyan is doing. That is what I think is the position. So this thinking that we'll have 1,000 of people who have lost and they have to be rewarded. No, I don't think that's where the negotiation is taking. The negotiation is taking place at the point at which we think that you are talking to you and you stepping down will be relevant as far as our winning is concerned. Now, the other thing that they are trying to avoid is a situation like what happened in 2017, and I think Guru raised that there are some places where NASA lost with a very small margin. And that means if those political parties would have negotiated better, probably the other candidate would have lost. So let's consider those situations. But I liked what there's Tom Wolf. Most of us know him in opinion polling. He said that in Msambweni, the person who won was polled to be, I think, number 3, but he later came and won. So what is the relevance of, and that is something also you've been looking at, what is the relevance of opinion polling in deciding who is supposed to go to the ballot? So if that's the only thing that is going to be used, I also think it is also not so fair. I want to say this, for the individual political interest, the person who has gone into politics and is interested in pursuing the position of leadership, if it were for me, I would allow them to go to the end. If they win, that's fine. If they lose, then they'll know that they have lost. So I would wish for some of those people who have already, not to be a burden, because if you start talking to all those people, if there are so many, then they are burdening you, and probably you'll have to take a lot of time to try to see where to put most of them. Some of them who probably know that generally they are going to lose, but they will stick onto it because they want to be promised something. So they just need to be let to go on, and we see how it turns out. Voters will decide on whoever they want to come in. But for parliamentarians, I think for purposes of Azimio government, we need that. Look at the last 5 years. What level of when parties, I mean, even the ODM governors, how far has ODM or Jubilee gone to even implement or push them to do some of the things, even policies of Jubilee? Very little. The places where the county that the governor did the best, I think, like Kipia County or Nyandarua County, where Moredi comes from, he's the one who performed best, and he was an independent. So you realize even when we are...
Nyandarua is Kimemia.
Oh, sorry, Laikipia, right?
Yeah, if that is Muridi. Yes.
Laikipia, he did Moredi. He was an independent candidate, governor, and he did pretty well. So it means, and even places where governors misbehaved, the party could not do anything, So this issue of saying that we need governors, I think while it is good for optics that we control these many county governments, but a governor is like, he has his own kind of ways of thought. The only time they come, there are things that have already been set in the constitution, how the county government relates with the national government. So there's very little control in terms of party as comes to, the county government. The Sifuna thing that someone has said, I think he has left. It was actually the Jubilee party. They had a negotiation, and from that negotiation, all the parties were speaking onto how to organize Nairobi County, and all the aspirants for the seats in Nairobi were there, and they agreed on which ones are supposed to go to Jubilee, which ones are supposed to go to ODM and stuff like that. So it emerges that actually Bahati was also aware of what took place. But indeed, politics being politics, he probably was advised that you need to keep making noise. You can achieve something out of it. I don't know what will happen, but that is the position. It's not like he wasn't aware. He was aware, but politics is politics. You never know what is going on behind the curtains. He knew that even the Jubilee chairman, Nairobi chairman, said to that effect that Jubilee has no candidate in Mathare. Mathare is for ODM. That's what they said. And Shebesh, because that's on the meeting that they had the other time, they were given the mandate to go and speak to them. But it's politics, and it's not easy managing a coalition. Finally, the negotiated democracy is good, but it is very, very tough. So we must brace ourselves as a party and as a people, because as I said, politics is about interest, and many people have different interests. So I think before the 72 hours elapse, we will see a lot of movement. And I think it's important that we appreciate that as the rifts keep shifting, eventually it will settle. Where they will agree, they will agree. Where they won't agree, we'll accept. And then we move on and start campaigning. I mean, continue campaigning now proper with the candidates that we'll have known come 30th. Thank you. Back to you, Maken.
Okay, Ndemba, I'll play a video later. The video about the meeting that was there in Nairobi. But I would want you to take over. I think the next person is Adam, and then it will be an open forum. But before that, let me see. There's one video here. I don't know if it's going to play.
So this is where we have reached in this country. You have crooks who are now aggressive, fighting the systems. You have a fake academic paper, and you have the guts to call the CEO EACC. Wewe unanimaliza. You get the point? I've been called. The good thing is that the top leadership of this country, the main presidential contestants, they never interfered with the commission when we talked about the names. Nobody called, nobody, but some of those people who are lifted, they call and say, unanimaliza. And you know the guy doesn't have a degree. But people now are taking advantage over the legal systems, and that is why we say we should not give up. We should support IBC, we should support ESCC, we should support the judiciary, and we should support the citizen, because the citizen, I think there's an element of ignorance that the citizen don't know that they are the most powerful people through the vote.
Yeah, I actually wanted to play that video because this is the person that is supposed to be actually exposing the leaders that have fake papers, but he's running to the press kulia kwa wananchi. Sijui anataka asaidiwe na nani. Anyway, Ndemba, take over. I'll play the other video when it's ready.
Okay, thank you. Adams, tafadhali.
Thank you so much, Mr. Themba and the entire panel. I'm Jamboni. Okay. Now, I just wanted to jump very quickly about what we call negotiated democracy. Like you said, negotiated democracy is tough and it's not easy to deal with. Whatever is happening in Mathare constituency is they're trying to use negotiated, they want to use a negotiated democracy over already existing negotiated democracy, because zoning basically is negotiated democracy. They already zoned Mathare. And that boy, the crybaby Jubilee candidate in Mathare, not that he can win. He can't really, Bahati can't really win. But you know, when he runs, he's going to give a leeway to my friend in UDA called Billion of Jiwa. Billion of Jiwa is my friend. I know him. He runs is in the Jubilee ticket. If he runs, he's going to eat into the Azimio votes, leaving a UDA candidate to propel in between. And that is so dangerous. Not that Bahati is going to win. He can't win, but he's going to just mess it up. So when he's being offered a position in government to go take something, maybe I don't know whether it's gonna be. It can be like the other boy who was given a card board, the other comedian. But he's it feels like he can really do something. But then the zoning that took place in Nairobi took place in 8 constituencies. And some of these people, some of the MPs, some of the people who were given direct tickets, basically from ODM, have just gone down to relax, like then relaxed mode. One of them being Anthony Oluoch of Mathare. The guy is so much relaxed, he thought that he got it all until Bahati came to start shaking him up, and now he's a worried man. So I think what Jubilee is going to do, what they are supposed to do, they are going to definitely they might deny the guy the certificate. Of course, he'll cry as usual, but it may force them to deny him the certificate by just revoking it. So his name might not appear in the ballot. So by and large, negotiated democracy is hard. I have seen Raila Odinga taking a lot of time in the north, meaning things needed to be done well at the north, the northern Kenya, the northern part of the country. So, but so far so good, they've done well, and I think they're still continuing to do well. And the northern Kenya looks like I don't want to say a battleground, but it looks like a swing area. It's a swing region where it can go either way. Not that they are scrambling for votes, because there are no more much votes over there, but they want to get these members of parliament and the governors in their box. But now in terms of votes, there's no much votes there. That is why they're spending a lot of time. So when it comes to the 6-piece, 6-piece is a very, very controversial thing, such that if you ask somebody in the current political dispensation that we are in right now, it is really hard to explain what it really means 6-piece. Because basically, according to our normal, the normal 6-piece means one party taking it all. But in this scenario, it is so much confusing, such that when somebody tells you to come to the podium and they're campaigning that let's do 6-piece, you wonder how. Because, for instance, in Nairobi, there is nothing like 6-piece. What they mean 6-piece is voting anything Azimio. So I think that is why, and this has been affected basically because of zoning. Because even Raila, somebody told me yesterday on Saturday that he told me, Adams, why are you so much advocating for 6-piece? Yet Raila Odinga himself is not even going to vote 6-piece. And I asked him why. Then he told me Raila is going to vote a Jubilee governor, himself is in ODM, and some other people in some other positions. So even Raila Odinga himself is not voting for 6 piece. But I had to try to explain to him in terms of when they mean 6 piece, in terms of I mean, the coalition that is Azimio. But deep inwardly, I know what it means is a bit different from what it really means the other way around. But for Jubilee, I mean, for UDA, they are also in the same quagmire. But with them, when you look at the way they behave, even though they're in that alliance called KKA, but their political dealings, the bigwigs, the bigger chunk, the bigwigs of the KK alliance are pro-UDA. The rest are just spectators. The rest of the parties are just spectating. But when the UDA talks, when the Kenya Kwanza Alliance talks about 6 piece, they mean UDA. That's what they mean. But in our side, when we say 6 piece, they really don't mean Jubilee, nor ODM, nor any other thing, or DPK. They just mean vote anything Azimio. That is the meaning of 6 piece. So in our current political dispensation, the meaning of 6 piece is defined by each and every political formation according to their understanding and how their supporters understand it. What it means 6 piece in Azimio is different from what it means 6 piece in KK Alliance. So by and large, I think we need to understand the common mwananchi, because it is sometimes people ask out here, people ask you, they tell you that you people say that we need to vote everybody to go and help the Raila Odinga up there. Yet, up there, where they call up there in quotes, the people being voted up there are not even helping him, but that is a bit below the belt. So I think it is like it is written here, it's being a headache. It is a headache, yes, but I think zoning and is being negotiated. It will work, but because of our laws, it will not break the parties or the formations because the time has elapsed. So it may work, but in some places like Madare, they need to be really, really, really careful. Plus some other areas like even Kisii region. If it was my own opinion, I would really advise the good professor, teacher, Professor Ngeri, to consider something else, but it is hard. It's a hard knock. So negotiated democracy is good and bad in that it may help the weaker candidate to be the winner. So if negotiated democracy, zoning or negotiated democracy, if not handled well, either side can help the weaker candidate propel to the winning ticket, hence become the member of parliament or governor or senator or anything. Otherwise, I see Mr. Kuze having his hand up, but I think I'm just done. I don't want to go much deep. Thank you.
Demba, before you take over, let me play that video that you wanted, and then you can...
Elsewhere, the Azimio La Umoja coalition party is tonight grappling with the delicate balancing act of convincing some perceived weak candidates to defer their bids in favor of stronger contestants and avoid losing seats to Kenya Kwanza contenders. However, some of the candidates vying for various positions under the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya coalition have decried the planned rationalization to tame sibling rivalries that could split votes in favor of their rivals. The Coalition Council is scheduled to meet tomorrow to deliberate on a report compiled by a committee established to handle the situation.
3 days after the Azimio Council held a meeting to deliberate on modalities to harmonize candidates and consolidate their support ahead of the August polls, the plan has received backlash from some of the candidates who claim to be targeted by the rationalization plan.
Bahati is vying.
Mathare Jubilee parliamentary candidate Bahati Kioko, who has been prevailed upon to step down in favor of ODM's Anthony Oluoch, has dismissed calls by the Nairobi ODM senatorial candidate Edwin Sifuna and Gender Chief Administrative Secretary Rachel Shebesh that the coalition had settled on Oluoch as the preferred candidate.
I have talked to Jubilee Party and it has made it clear that is propaganda. And the only person that should communicate to me from the party is my party Secretary General, Honorable Kioni. Shebesh does not speak for Jubilee Party.
Sifuna and Shebesh, while attending an Azimio Nairobi delegates meeting in Ruaraka, called on Azimio-affiliated candidates in Mathare to step down and honor the Nairobi zoning agreement, where both Jubilee and ODM were to field candidates in 8 constituencies each, while Wiper was to retain the Embakasi South constituency.
Hapa Mathare ilisemekana kwamba tumeachia ODM. Sasa Mathare na Mheshimiwa Shebesh yuko hapa ataconfirm. Mathare we have only one candidate. Na ni wa ODM na anaitwa Anthony Oluoch.
Tumeongea na Bahati not once, not twice, not 3 times. Nataka kuambia watu wa Jubilee, huyo kijana we have offered mpaka kazi. Mpaka kazi. Kwa sababu kama ni Jubilee, hebu tuseme hata sisi tuko na mipango yetu.
I don't know nani amewapea hiyo mandate. Nani anaambia Shebesh na Sifuna. Who is Sifuna? And then Sifuna is saying he wants to give me a job. Who told Sifuna I wanted a job?
The zoning headache has also hit Samburu, where the ODM Samburu East candidate Lenas Leshore has dismissed calls to withdraw from the race in favor of KANU's candidate Jackson Lekumontare, who is the current sitting member of parliament. In Western Region, Azimio Council member and Democratic Action Party leader Wafula Wamunyinyi has urged 4 candidates affiliated to Azimio vying for the Webuye East seat to consult and support one candidate in the race.
Even hapa Webuye East, lazima tuwe makini. Tusipigane tunatupoteze. Lazima tuangalie ya kwamba yafaa kama nyumba ya Azimio tusaidiane tupate ushindi.
Katika zoning hiyo mimi naomba kwamba watu wa kike tafadhali wasiguzwe. Kwa sababu kwanza si wengi. Katika DAP Kenya tuko tu wawili.
The jittery comes a day before the Azimio Coalition Council receives a report from the committee formed to harmonize the candidates, which is chaired by the Coalition Party Secretary General Junet Mohammed.
Okay, there you go. I think nitaanza na Bo Papa, alafu nikuje kwa Kuseo, then Njiru, alafu tuende.
Asante Mtemba. Now, mine, I'll just very, very brief. You know, I have this knack for smelling betrayal, and I can assure you that boy Bahati is a mole. He is a mole. I have no doubt about it. And in the next few days, you will tell me so. Number one, Bahati cannot be productive in parliament. You cannot compare Bahati to Oluoch. In terms of making laws and legislating, I highly doubt anybody can evaluate him. He is not going to be productive in parliament. And what we need in parliament is productive legislators who can do justice to what it means to be in parliament. So this boy, if the way I see it, I have smelled a rat, and I'm very uncomfortable, because if you look at what he has done, other than the meeting that we have just seen on Citizen, the boy has gone to all social media platforms because he knows he has a lot of following because of his work. He's a the work he does in the music industry. And it is now viral. You go to something like Nairobi Gossip, he has put up a very long video. In fact, it is almost, he's losing respect. And he knows what, so he's even threatened that Sifuna will know what the youth can do. This is not somebody who is not level-headed. Somebody must be pushing this boy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kuseo.
Yeah, yes, I'm just trying to weigh in on this. Some of us, we call it sibling, this and that. But some of these things are not sibling. Some of them are by design. And I borrow quite heavily from what Papa is saying. Earlier, there's some time back, I think last week, when I said that one of the strategies for KK is to buy people to interfere with this. And they are not buying them so that they go to their side. Oh, no. They are buying them to do exactly what you see the likes of Bahati are trying to do. So that, for one, it paints you as, as let's say, maybe like now dictating or being unfair. But at the end of the day, you'll see them now in the hope that this sympathy thing, that they'll get sympathy and now vote the other side. And it will not, from what Bobby is saying, it will not be long before you hear that the fellow, he may not even move to KK side, but you'll hear he is supporting the person on the other side. Because personally, I do not think that Bahati stands even the slightest chance, even if he was to contest. You would not see anywhere near. This is Nairobi, and anyway, I think you've gotten my point. The other thing I wanted to say is the KABOGO issue. The KABOGO issue, apparently, I don't know whether some of us are aware, PK is not in, but it had been left to the central region team, strategy team. And whatever you see happening, the current governor and all the KABOGO, all the people you see are having input there. It is a teamwork kind of thing. So it is not going to pit, let's say, the way Richie was suggesting that this one want to be governor, this one want to be governor. It is not. You would not do that. If that was the case, for your information, Nyoro is very, very close to Azimio team. There is no way KABOGO will come in and get support when Nyoro is running. Oh, no, no. So it is a collective team, and I think even Mama Martha Karua had some already have inputs in what they think should happen there. Well, I think that is all I wanted to say.
Okay, can I add something? Okay, Demba, can I add something?
Yeah, good.
Okay, yeah, before Julia comes, sababu naona hata Julia anataka kuja. So my first comment is nimekuwa nikifuata siasa ya gubernatorial candidate for some time, and there is some unique thing which I've monitored since from 2013. In the counties, campaign teams are assembled within the gubernatorial candidate. So you realize that the people want to become senator, the people want to become MPs in the area, they solidify within a certain gubernatorial candidate. Now, such that you see that a certain gubernatorial candidate is anchored by other candidates down there, whereby so that's what I've been seeing going the way, and I even see it even in my home county. Like we have that people want the governor taking the lead in the county, and that's why I'm saying, like, for example, if we have two governor candidates who are Azimio oriented, it will bring confusion especially to the MPs and the people who are vying for senators who want to embed to this governor. So that's why, like, if you have one strong governor candidate, embedment will be easier. Anyway, that one is subject to interpretation, but that's how I've been seeing as early as 2013, people surrounding themselves from the governor candidate. Number two, this issue of Bahati. You know, this issue of Bahati is a very small thing. I don't know why even we are talking about it here. It's very small. Why? Because this is a Jubilee thing. It's Jubilee to sit down, have communication with the affiliate parties, and they look at their agreement. If the agreement was Jubilee to have a candidate in Madare, they go ahead and have a candidate there. But I think, or from what I understand, is that there is a memorandum. I don't know if that memorandum has been done official or not, but from what I hear, and I think we have also to be honest and be real on what we are saying, I have heard that ODM is having 8 positions, Jubilee is having 8 positions. So why do we want to break that deal? It is simple. Jubilee needs to come out clear and tell us their 8 positions are which one. But Jubilee is causing a lot of confusion in Nairobi. They have to stand and tell us what are the counties where they are fielding people, not counties, constituencies. What are their constituencies? ODM needs to tell us which are their constituencies. And they need to agree. And if they cannot agree on Madare, are we going to agree anywhere else? If Madare thing is becoming contentious, where else are we going? This one is like we are trying to introduce bushfire. So that's why I'm saying this is a Jubilee issue. They need to come out clear. The Secretary General, the chairman, whoever the election coordinators, they tell us we have somebody in Madare. Madare is a contested area. Let everybody fight. Let them tell us. But why are they leaving this young boy alone to fight? It's wrong. Instead of leaving this boy to fight, let the governing body come and tell us the reality. But it's wrong to subject this boy to fight alone. And I'm not seeing them fight. I like for now, I'm seeing Shebesh saying, to me, Shebesh, I don't think is within the governing council of Jubilee. So I want Kioni and the other guy, Kanini Kega, those key people, they need to come. If Jubilee, they are not supposed to have a candidate there, they will withdraw that certificate. Otherwise, this dishonesty might start too soon, and it's wrong. That's my contribution.
Okay, Julia.
Okay, thank you, Judy, for echoing my points. I wanted to reply to Christine. Christine, I really don't care whether it's Jubilee or ODM. My problem is this washing their dirty linen in public. In fact, I hadn't watched that clip, and I'm more disappointed even with Bahati. I'm really disappointed. And even Sifuna should not have taken that fight to the public, and Shebesh. I think, like Jiru is saying, Azimio has its leadership, so they should sit down and decide. And Bahati should also not be allowed to do the tantrums he's doing. So these fights that is really bad for Azimio members to go around saying, area near ODM, ama near Jubilee is really a bad thing. It's so divisive. That was my point. So I think that, like Jiru has said, that really the leadership of Jubilee and ODM should sit down in a round table and give instructions to all their people, like stop calling press conferences and say, Sini ODM, this is our zone, Sini Jubilee. I think that was my point, because it's going to divide. Because definitely if they got that, even Azimio is going to lose in Madare, because there are people now who are on the side of Azimio and they are supporting President Uhuru, who just need instructions that this is our candidate. He's not bringing ODM brings the old rivalry in Nairobi. So, but if they get instructions, this is our Azimio candidate. We are not saying ODM candidate. We are saying our Azimio candidate. They will support him. But now, if that thing goes to the public, it's not a good. That's what I was against about. Then, so I hope, like Njiru has said, I hope Jubilee will call Bahati to order, and Sifuna and Shebesh will stop washing the dirty linen in public, and they can agree. And I think that was clear what Njiru said, that they agreed. I think the agreement, I'm not sure I stand to be corrected, that the zones where Jubilee had candidates winning in 2017, we have the Jubilee candidates. Where ODM had candidates winning, we have the ODM. And I don't know, Njiru is saying 8-8. I don't know. I stand to be corrected. I don't have that information, but I think that
8-8-1. 8-8-1.
Okay, yeah. So I don't see where the controversy is. And going to what Bob and Kuseo are saying about Bahati, I'm almost buying that. When I didn't see that clip until now, I don't like that young man's behavior. I'm almost buying that maybe he's a mole. Maybe I'm a chotewa. I'm saying maybe. I'm not sure. I stand to be corrected. Then, Njiru, again, thank you for echoing my point. My point was, Mr. Themba, people in Kenya don't care sometimes about separating the governor and the MP. They need directions. They don't care. They don't care thinking through that our governor is good and the MP ni huyu. They need guidelines. They need governor ni huyu, MP ni huyu, MCA ni huyu, women rep ni huyu, senator. That's the thing they do. So if we are not decided on who our governors are, it is going to trail down even to our MCAs. I've seen it happen in Central. Me, I'm telling you, I have voted for MCAs whom I don't even know how their faces look like. Because sometimes I get tired of thinking through. Because you go there, you have 7 scripts of 7 papers to fill, and your only interest was making President Uhuru win. In fact, my only interest has been making Uhuru win. All the others, I really didn't give a damn. I'm sorry. That's how Kenyans behave. And I should not have behaved like that. I'm sorry. But why I even didn't give a damn is because I don't know them. They are all birds of the same feather. I mean, I don't even know their behavior. So what guides me? The party. Simple. So if you come to Kirinyaga and you tell me, Julia, you voted in Kirinyaga, Azimio candidate to a governor ni huyu, MP ni huyu, just give me simple mathematics. That's what I'm going to do. But now if you want me to go to Kiambu and try to figure out between KABOGO and Nyoro, then I go to the MP, I'm still trying to figure out the most likely thing, the people down here will suffer. So we need some guidelines. We cannot say that we don't care about who gets to governor. We care because who gets to governor is going to affect even who goes to what MP and the other parties. Even though we want that negotiated democracy, we have to care who gets the governor. That's my point. So if we got to agree about Kiambu and KABOGO, something got to be done because those voters need guidelines. Then Kenya's voters don't care. They don't have the details of these people. They don't know who behaves what, who is what. So at this point, they are depending on the coalitions. They are solely depending on the coalitions to instruct them what to do. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Njiru, for airing my point.
Okay, thank you. I mean, umetoa maoni, tumesikia. Guru sema.
This issue of having negotiated democracy. Nairobi is a very tricky area, and Nairobi has its own way of doing politics. Those who understand Nairobi politics, the likes of Commander, the likes of Ngumo, and this Makandara MP, they know how politics is played in Nairobi. It's actually very highly negotiated. It may not seem so on the surface, but that is what it is. And beyond there are even rural populations that migrate to vote, particularly in Starehe. That's how commander managed to hold on to his seat for a long time. And it is also believed that even last time, it's only that young man cried so much. He had been beaten. So I believe that this boy, the musician, is acutely aware that maybe as there is a significant population coming from his community. I would believe so. And maybe based on that, he thinks that he can muscle his way through politics. It may not be that it is the overwhelming majority, but it has ability to dent the ambitions of others like Aruoch. How the political party will wriggle out of that one will be very tricky. They have to do something, although I would tend to also think that what somebody saying here, that he could be a mole who has been sent to particularly just cause havoc. Because why should he go to the, if he is really committed to the political side that he supports, why should he go and make such a negative publicity through the social media? If he doesn't, if the purpose is not to spoil, even not just in that constituency, but across the board, to show that maybe there's not it's not a good formation to be in. And it is not far-fetched when you look at the kind of politics that we play. Also, I think I blame the political parties. When you invite some of these people, charlatans, you know, by just being popular through music does not place you in any position of leadership. Honestly, we have to, I don't know, democracy is democracy, yes, but look at the kind of jokers that have made their way to parliament, the rights of KJ and the rights of this Starehe MP. They have been a disgrace, honestly. You know, and maybe it's time the political parties particularly to start being a bit more prudent in inviting some of these fellows to their ranks, because at the end of the day, why can't he then go and stand as on his own if he is that popular? Why can't he become an independent candidate? I mean, he's popular. He's used his career to, you know, to get the publicity that he wants. I believe, and I would tend to think somebody who sent here, he could be a spoiler sent from the other side, just to cause havoc and spread. You know, spread bad ill will and that kind of thing. It is not far-fetched that he could be an agent. You can't put it past the opponent to do that. And then I also could blame the older political leaders, the likes of Kioni. I don't know whether they are short-sighted or what. They should be very careful when they are dealing with some of these young boys. However popular they may look, because they could end up even spoiling what they already have. I think that is my submission on that one.
Christine.
Thank you so much, Temba. I just want to contribute on KABOGO Nyoro issue. I just wanted to say that I believe in politics, there's no weaker candidates. The Kenyan population will vote according to what sometimes our party leaders or presidential candidates that we love tell us, or the path that they show us. I can give an example of my county in Siaya, somebody like Oburu Odinga for Senate. It's not what we would like, but because we have to go as per what the party is telling us, we'll vote for him. So unfortunately in Kiambu, what I want to say, William KABOGO, I'm not for the idea that even if he's a stronger candidate, Azimio should support him. Nyoro has stood with Azimio all the way. He has stood with Azimio even when Raila was still having a hard time climbing Mount Kenya. Nyoro was just by Baba's side. And I believe if Baba and Matakarua can have an input or a say to the people of Kiambu, I believe majority of population can be swayed. Secondly, I don't trust KABOGO so much because even after being betrayed by William Ruto in the last election, I didn't expect KABOGO to still work with William Ruto. And he went on working with William Ruto until right now, he's coming to his senses that, oh, we are not in this Kenya Kwanza, I'm on my own. Now he wants to come and we are here just because we want Azimio stronger candidates. We want to put our weight behind him. Then where is that party loyalty? What is the reward of being loyal to a party? So I don't support KABOGO. I think with all due respect, Azimio should die with Nyoro to the end, you know? That is as per me, but I stand to be corrected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christine. And with that, I think now you can start taking our closing remarks because we have been here and I think we have exhausted, at least they are never exhausted. We just give our views and tomorrow we pick it from there. Thank you, DA, kwa wale ambao wanatujoin kwa comment section. Penya Gaka, DA, Kahugu, Merore, Yufi Motiano, Black, President J, na wengine wote. Asanteni sana. So I think I'll give you all at least a minute to give your closing remarks on the debate of today, and then we move on to the other part. Tuanze na Adams. 1 minute for that.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to echo what my sister Christine just said. You know what? I disagree with her a little bit because I wonder why she feels that certain areas people should be faithful to party choices, yet other areas people should not be faithful to party choices. I think by and large, we've made strides as a country and we've moved from this euphoria of the party. We are supposed to look at individuals because at the ground we look for development. So in as much as we belong to a party, let us go for people who are ready to work and deliver for the people. It's the government for the people, by the people, for the people, not just voting for parties which by the end of the day just loot us and we remain poor and poorer. Otherwise, I think all is well, and we need to be more liberal enough and foster ahead. The case of that boy in Bahati, I don't know what can be done to him, but Jubilee is supposed to be due diligent. Let them just not give this boy the certificate, period, and that case is closed. The ratio of Nairobi was divided or zoned into a ratio of 8-8-1. Jubilee, ODM 8-8, and Wiper 1 in the Embakasi South. And that's it. It's a deal. It's a done deal. Let's not go back and forth. Thank you so much and God bless.
Santi, Julia.
Thank you, then. But I want to agree with Adam. I think Jubilee is wasting our time in Nairobi. So I think they should just tell Bahati, Samahani, and we move on. And about I will stick on the thing of let's there be guidance for Azimio voters, whether on who we're going to vote for, governor, MP, women rep, and senator, and all that. Let there be guidance. We need a strong house. We need a strong house even in the counties. Now, Black is saying that KKA sorted out this thing a long time ago. Black, there is no KKA. It doesn't exist. It's just UDA. And UDA has just one leader whose name is Ruto. So he didn't have a problem in deciding that. Otherwise, I don't want to be in Baba's shoes or Uhuru's shoes if he's still working with Baba. I know he's working with Baba because I think it's an uphill task to decide to do this zoning thing. It's an uphill task. But really, I trust those people. I know they are intelligent and they are wise. I think something is going to be done. And we are going to know whom we are voting for governor, for whom we are voting for for MP, for women rep and senator, and so on. And to my fellow Azimio supporters, please support Azimio. I'm sorry to say this, but Baba needs the majority of members of parliament and the senators. He badly needs that. So forgive me for asking you to support Azimio, because you're gonna do this, even if you don't like the face of that member of parliament. Please just support Azimio. Kwa hivyo nawaomba mvuke sakafu, kwa maana we are on the winning side. You can't waste your vote. Join us as we take Baba to State House. Asante Demba.
Thank you, Guru.
I'll say that the political environment, particularly in Central, is very interesting. The wave that seemed to have been there is considerably gone down, and it's given an opportunity to good candidates to make their pitch. Some few months ago, it was not possible because such statements as that if you don't come with UDA here, we don't want to hear you, have disappeared, and therefore people are now seemingly focusing more on the personalities, and we are going to have very interesting outcomes in this zone. Particularly, let me just be particular. In Kiambu, I think the number of MPs could go half-half, and other zones. So, like Julia said, the issue here is to maximize on the number of MPs, because the government will need MPs to pass registration, and the number of MPs does matter. So I think where compromise has to be made, it will have to be made. Where some strong hand has to be used, has to be used. I think the young boy should just be shown the door. If it was me, I would call him to the political parties' offices and tell him this is the party line. After all, the political parties have a right to also make decisions regarding the representation. It is not about individual. It's only in Kenya where individuals have a much leverage. But if you go to South Africa and other places, you have to toe the line of the political party, the ANC. If they tell you this is it, that is it. So I think that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, your final comments.
Thank you, Temba. I want to agree with Julia about being given direction. I would still want to, because sometimes we look at loyalty. You've seen what loyalty does, especially second term of Uhuru. There are people that were very loyal to the deputy president, and Uhuru survived just because of the handshake. The ODM backed him up. So for me, I would still, in some places, Kenyan voters, we never know about performance until those people reach there. There's no member of parliament, like, you know, you're voting for somebody 100% sure that he's gonna perform. But we need a loyalty, that somebody that you know will stand with the head in good and in bad times. About Bahati, okay, just to clarify that, when you see when I was talking about Nyoro and KABOGO, Nyoro has been loyal. It's different from Simbarati and Sam Ongeri. All these two people have been very loyal to Baba, and it's a very difficult decision to make. But when it comes to Kiambu, with all due respect, I would still go to that person that has been loyal all through. As for Bahati, I'll still say it's time Jubilee come forth and give us a way forward. And you could hear even from his statement, Sifuna talked as an ODM Secretary General. So we expect the Secretary General of Jubilee also to come and give us a way forward. Otherwise, we don't want jokers in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Papa.
Yeah, I think I've I've exhausted what I wanted to say. I just want to finish by saying that these are the dying hours of the campaign period, and we all know how the DP has been conducting his campaigns, and even from the by-elections that he has participated in, he is somebody who will use money to ensure that weaker candidates get into parliament, where he can sway them because he knows he has big, deep pockets. So I don't even want to discuss that boy, because I've gone through social media, and that boy is what you call poison. But I'm glad that that statistics show that the youth are only about 10% of the voters in Mathare, and I don't think they would want a joker. So that has given me a lot of comfort. So for him, I'll just forget about him. And now what needs to be done is, this is home stretch, just to focus, deliver the message, and continue recruiting voters on our side. Stick to our manifesto, ignore tantrums coming from UDA, and we'll be home and dry. I think I don't know whether Makiadi is here. Yes, Makiadi, we will need to come back to, for that discussion with Jose. Jose is not here, because I've seen somewhere where people like Black and his team can use the what I was talking about, where during the voting, striking out, there's a loophole in that thing when somebody has voted. So I think you'll need to find time. We need at least 30 minutes of brainstorming. Thank you very much.
Akiadi.
Thank you. Mine is brief. First of all, Bob Papa, I'll tell you that however much you try to keep the IBC system proof from interference, it all depends with the goodwill of the IBC staff, because they can even decide to sabotage the whole system by not charging the gadgets. So when you think about how you're going to protect the whole system from hacking, people may decide, the whole polling station, they will not charge their gadgets, and they come to the polling station the next day with their gadgets uncharged, and you start to look for other means of voting. So this thing, the voting thing, the making of a system that is tamper-proof all depends on the goodwill of the people that work for the IBC. And so I don't think there's a way we can, even if we brainstorm that, I don't think there's a way we can even come up with suggestion to actually protect the system. They did this in 2017, and maybe they had something to hide that we don't know. Chebukati has been asked this several times, and he has maintained that the system will work. So we are going by the word of his mouth as our surety. Now, I was observing the deputy president signing charters. I don't know how he's going to be held accountable if he ever won. Every day when he signs charters, you fail to understand, does he really have a manifesto? And so I'm looking, I think they said they'll be producing the manifesto by the end of this week. I don't know if it's on 28th or when, but I would want us sometime to have an opportunity to interrogate all these things that he has been saying by the roadsides, all this money that he has been promising people when he campaigns. I would want to interrogate that when it gets down on pen and paper. Now, on the issue of negotiated democracy, I've always maintained here that Azimio needs quite a good number of parliamentarians, both in the Senate and the National Assembly. And if it takes Baba or Uhuru Kenyatta or Kalonzo Musyoka to, make somebody realize the need of having enough parliamentarians, then let it be. They should actually rein in their parties and make sure that we don't lose seats easily like we did in 2017 and 2013. But having said that, on the issue of governors, I think Kisii, Nyamira, all those places, let whoever wants to go ahead and vie until, whoever wants to go to the ballot, let them do that. Let them do that. In Kiambu, if KABOGO wants to go head to head with Wamatangi and Nyoro, let them do that, because we will be reducing the baggage that would have been brought to the national government. I've said here so many times that some of these people that are running for governor seats have been in the national government at very, very high positions, ministers. So I don't know what they will be given to satisfy them. People like Ongeri, what do you do with Nyoro? What do you do with Sonko? If you tell Sonko to step down for our ODM candidate. So let this guy go to the ballot, waende wakapigania huko, ule mwenye atashinda ashinde, mwenye atashindwa ashindwe, and then we can work from there. Lakini parliamentarians, hiyo ndio kitu ya maana. Finally, kama vile ninazoea kuwakumbusha tukiwa na Julia na mantra yetu hapa, Julia ni wakuvukisha watu sakafu, mimi ni wakukumbusha watu wapime suti. So hashtag watu wapime suti, tujiandae kuapisha baba. Thank you. Ndemba.
Asante Makiadi. Ndio tunafululiza kwa Maura.
Okay, thank you. I wish politics was a straight line whereby things would just fall in place. But I think that is not the case. When we talk of loyalty, let's consider this case. There was somebody who was with the Baba for over 5 years. Maybe he has been supporting him. Then kutokeze jamaa from nowhere, he has not been with him for so long, amekuja, and then we try to do some opinion polls. Alafu tunaona huyu jamaa ambaye amejitokezea tu opinion poll yake inasema 80%. Na huyu jamaa amekuwa royal sana kwa baba, ako na 20%. What do we do about that? Will we still continue saying that let's lose this guy who has popularity of close to 80% because of loyalty? That's a question, food for thought. My conclusion. We are now at the end of everything. We now want to change governance. What are we looking for? Leo nimesikiliza, kuna jamaa nimesikiliza, I don't know, that professor is from Strathmore where. Kuna jamaa anakuja na anaongea story ya economy sana. I will just request everybody go and listen to the discussion which that guy was having. Our country has some economical issues, some of them which have been introduced by corruption. And please, even as we vote and elect people, you might not know everything about these people, but please, kama mtu amewahi tajwa pahali ameiba pesa, hata kama ni shilingi 10, ikuwe ni pesa ya kanisa, ni pesa ya wapi, mtu hana maadili, let's not reason about them. I still wonder why us Kenyans, we are supporting people who have scandals. I think Kenyans, we need to wake up. This idea of saying mwizi wetu, it's bygone. These are the people who are killing our economy. Alafu tunakuja hapa tunasema unga iko bei gani nini. Please, for heaven's sake, don't elect thieves. It doesn't help you. It only helps that individual. And in any case, electing a thief, you are just actually punishing yourself. Why should we punish ourselves by electing people who have no character? Please, ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity. Wakenya, we have a tendency of regretting the second day after voting. Second day after voting, unakuta Mkenya akijiuliza na tumefanya nini? We have an opportunity. We have regretted for so long. We vote people, we say, why did we vote them? Please, you have close to 2 months, 3 months to evaluate them. Look for all the information where there is. Look for stations which are talking about people. Mutembei is offering us here a place where we can analyze some of these people. Mumesikia kuna wale ambao wanaitwa wezi hapa. Mmesikia ambao kuna wengine hapa their character is not good and we are still talking about them, they still have support. Please, regrets in September will be very expensive. Thank you.
Thank you all for your contribution. Indeed, there's nothing useful to add. So I go with what you have said. Time imefika sasa ya sisi kuweza kufunga. We meet again tomorrow from kawaida time 9:30 East African time, and it goes up to 8 this time. I think it's around 4 a.m. in the East Africa, or 5. I don't know, something like that. And for the people in the comment section, asanteni sana. We really appreciate your comments and keeping the show going. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei TV, official handles Mutembei TV, Facebook Mutembei TV, Mutembei official, Kunambili Mutembei official, Mutembei TV, and then Mutembei TV on YouTube. And also, as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, I don't sichoki kuambia tafadhali msubscribe kwa my channel too, ni Themra and Lulu Show on YouTube. If you haven't subscribed, tafadhali nenda pale. It is the channel for my daughter and I. Just do normal stuff, simple stuff, the daughter stuff. So go there, subscribe. Asanteni sana kwa wale ambao wamesubscribe. Kama huja subscribe, tunakungoja usubscribe ndio uweze kutupush. Asanteni sana. Now, our normal closing rituals. I start with Makiadi taking us. We have, I know Christina has never been here with us when you are closing. We close, we have said that we discuss so much about politics and mostly about things that we differ on, but we want also to appreciate the areas that we come together as Kenyans, the uniting aspects of Kenya, because after 9, Kenya needs to remain united. So we do that here as we close. We look at the symbols of national unity. One of them is the national anthem, and the other one is the Constitution. And also lately we started looking at the manifesto of Azimio that was released. So we want to start by the Constitution. Tafadhali Makiadi.
So we are still looking at our constitution, and today we are looking at Article 89, which talks about the elimination of electoral units. We'll read, because it's quite a long one, we'll read only from 1 to 4, and then tomorrow we'll finish up with the rest. So number 1, it says there shall be 290 constituencies for the purpose of elections of members of parliament for Article 97(1)(a). Number 2, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall review the names and boundaries of constituencies at intervals of not less than 8 years and not more than 12 years, but any review shall be completed at least 12 months before a general election of members of parliament. Number 3, the commission shall review the number, names, and boundaries of wards periodically. Number 4, in a general election, if a general election is to be held within 12 months after the completion of a review by the commission, the new boundaries shall not take effect for the purpose of that election.
Thank you. Today we were to proceed on with our opportunities in the growth of agriculture. I'll look at the opportunities. It's up to number 8. I'll read up to number 4, just like Makia did, then I finish up to number 8 tomorrow. The opportunity to reform the sector through improvement in innovation and entrepreneurship, mechanization and improved infrastructure, exporting processes and value-added agricultural produce, storage and marketing to eliminate post-harvest losses. Number 2, the opportunity to expand to new and untapped fields, crops and products. Number 3, the opportunity to increase productivity through commercialization of large idle government land. And number 4, the opportunity to expand research and development and utilization of results in farmlands. So tomorrow you look up to number 8. Then as we continue looking at the Azimio manifesto, we have looked at the 10-point agenda. Now we are going into details. Yesterday we looked at our East African anthem. So today we want to look at the national anthem. And Adam Suko hapa leo, you'll give us first answer, Julius answer 2, and Christine's answer 3 of the national anthem. Haya, twende kazi.
All right. E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
I'm sorry, Temba. It's been a while since I was in Kenya. I don't even remember stanza 3.
Okay,
I'm so sorry. Forgive me, but I'll work on it from tomorrow.
Okay, Christine, let me help you.
Thank
na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Usijali, Christine. That was a baptism from Themba. Themba, I don't know what intention he had, but it was baptism of fire.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bob, for standing in for me. I'll work on it tomorrow. Sitapatikana tena.
Usijali, hauko peke yako. Kuna wengi hapa walipatikana, wanaongea sana mambo ya Kenya, lakini hawajui hata wimbo wa taifa wa Kenya. Mmoja wao ni huyu Adams hapa, alifanya hivyo, lakini kutoka hiyo siku alienda akaiangalia yote, anaijua yote, na inakuwa hivyo. So you're not alone. We try as much as possible. Kuna vitu ambavyo vinatufanya tuwe na Ukenya. Unaona, kama unasikia Watanzania wanasema Utanzania. I love watching the parliament proceedings, that Tanzanian parliament na South African parliament. So Tanzania parliament, they wanatumia lugha ya Kiswahili. Napenda jinsi wanavyo, wanaweka mijadala yao kwa Kiswahili, kwa lugha ambayo inaunganisha wote. Kenya na parliament kunakuwa na shida kidogo, parliament proceedings zinapo, when they are being broadcasted, ni kwa sababu wa Kenya waweze kujua ni nini inafanyika. Now kwa sababu tuko na pia gatuzi ndogo, devolved government, but even in the devolved government, they are not transacting their day-to-day business in a way that can benefit the local mwananchi to participate in policies. So unapata kuna vitu vinafanyika vingi sana. Hata debate on the bill, new constitution, was done in English in local county government. That disadvantages maybe some of the wananchi who would have loved to participate. So sometimes it's good for us to appreciate, tunapo package hii information, ni vipi tunaweza kupata ile lugha ambayo hata inamfikia mwananchi ambaye ni mwananchi wa kawaida. Ndio maana tukasema hapa watu wajue kwanza vile vitu ambavyo vinatuunganisha kama wa Kenya, kwa sababu tunameet hapa kama wa Kenya in spite of our differences in persuasion politically. We need to look at those things that unite us and make us Kenyans. The national anthem, symbols of national unity, the constitution. We are even going through the constitution so that at least most Kenyans can get to know, what are some of the things that are provided for in the constitution. Some of these issues we are facing right now, it's because of lack of understanding, either intentional or by default. Now, after hayo maombi, kwa kawaida sisi hapa Christine tunasema tunataka watu waende walale kama wamepumzika na wamefurahi kidogo. So tunaingianga another session. Sasa tunaacha mambo ya siasa kidogo. Tunaanza kujuliana hali. So Makiadi, leo wimbo ni upi? And Christine, if you're free to leave or you can stay.
Alafu Themba, nimeona leo kwa comment section, the best thing to have happened in the comment section today is Yufi Otieno. I would really love to dedicate.
Adams, don't start. I've
been following you.
No. Adams, we have a bone to chew with you.
Relax, Adams. Wacha Makiadi atupatie wimbo, alafu tunarudi kwako. Kuna vitu vingi sana hapa unafaa kusikia. Makiadi, twende.
Leo tunaenda kwa Oswayo, yani Kiswahili. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Nadina, umeimbwa na Mbilia Bell. Nitasoma tu mstari wa kwanza pale, stanza ya kwanza pale kwa sababu ni wimbo mrefu, lakini wengi wenu mnaujua. Wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hii. Sema, jua ni moto, tena ni mwangaza wa dunia. Jua, maji, mwezi, nyota, upepo na udongo ni uzima wa binadamu. Alafu inaenda sasa kupiga pale chorus, Nadina yo, Nadina yo yo, Nadina yo, Nadina yo. Tuombe Mungu Baba yo yo, atuhurumie dhambi zetu mama. Hata uko kwenye dhambi, rudisha roho nyuma. Hata weni wa shetani, jua yu alikuumba. Tumsifu Mungu Baba, hata mara moja ujuma. Nimemaliza stanza ya kwanza.
Hiyo ilikuwa dedication kwa yule ambaye anaitwa DA, alikuwa amesema anataka apigiwe na Dina. Na unaona imekuja leo na smile kabisa kibao hapo Dia. Unaona hata vile ambavyo unasikia mpaka Dia amepiga makofi pale chini. Alafu Adams, ulitoka hapa eti unaenda kutumia nani? Kutumia Yufi barua. Kutoka hiyo siku haujarudi.
Nilimtumia email but yeye alikuwa anangoja kwa posta kwa sababu there was a scarcity of stamps. So I decided to use the email, but then the email address was a wrong one. So I'm here to get the right one today.
Ile kitu mimi namshuku Adam, I want you to confirm because please confirm to the panelists and our viewers that you are not on the campaign trail of Wajakoya, because Wajakoya has been doing crazy things like lying on the top of a vehicle. And you hinted that
sasa nani wewe wachana na mambo ya campaign kwanza. Huyu Yufimo Otieno Adams. Yufimo amekuwa kilia sana hapa kwa sababu kutoka ulipokosa kuja. You've been away for 1 week. Hiyo imemuumiza sana, amekuwa kingoja urudi hapa. So tunashangaa kwani ilikuwaje? Julia hivi tuseme ulikuwa serious, ulibwaga papa, ulimwacha kwa mataa ama
yes.
Unaanza taka rerun?
Deal fate sealed.
Sealed how? Did you donate him to
I don't know, he's on the offing. So yeah.
I'm a free agent. I'm a free agent right now. I'm accepting applications.
Because Adams, after coaching him, we coached him the other day how the American life. Unaona, tulifanya kazi ngumu sana mimi Themba na Makiadi. Alafu jana anaanza kuuliza sijui nani alikuwa wapi to account for the hours. Tukamwambia here in America you don't ask women to account for their time away. So he's kind of a slow learner. Alafu akaanza kusema ati yeye mara ni fisi ana meno na sijui nini. Sasa unaona watu wenye hawana meno Makiadi na Themba au watu bwana unachoka.
Sasa papa sasa what do you have to say, kwa sababu Julia amesema wewe amekuacha kando sasa. So what do you have to say, kwa sababu hata nani pia Mise Linet wa Bomba, tafadhali tafuta Mise kutoka tupatie Mise, hujamrudisha hapa tena.
Mimi ni free agent na saa hii niko huru, ni independent candidate. Mimi ni kama independent candidate. Nitatafuta wafuasi, nimekuwa kama Kabogo, nimesema I'm on my own. So I'm welcoming applications, and applications must come with references, and ndio tuangalie vizuri nisifanye makosa ile nimefanya.
In the meantime tunachukua request za nyimbo kwa sababu list ya Makiadi bado haijadili. Naona die ametosheka. Makiadi Makiadi leo umenyamaza, ni kwani umewekwa box?
Oh, Makiadi, you mean you are mesmerized kuona DA? Yani umeshikwa kabisa. I mean, Mbaka, you frozen, you don't have the words.
I have a problem with my connection.
Makiadi unadanganya.
I have a problem with my connection. That is why you see
sasa wewe umekuwa kama Adams. Anasema ati imera ikufika.
Wewe Yufimo tena uko wapi? Mbona umetoroka wakati Adams amekuja? Adams kulikuwa na nini mbili. Kulikuwa na operation rudisha DA karudi. Operation letter Adams, wewe ndio umefika. Sasa simuoni Yufimo pale kwa comment section.
I don't know amenda. Wajua hizi email sasa zingine you can finish.
I mean mimi sitaki maneno ya watu ya scapegoats, hapana Adams. Wacha maneno. Tumia poster.
Poster ni poa.
Ndemba peana love song bwana. Wewe umeitisha love song. Ndemba tupatie love song.
Hapana, wacha kudivert.
Love song will be meaningless to you. You are man solo. What will you do with that?
Mimi nilikwambia mimi ni veteran bana. Mimi snap of a finger and I am back to
the only happy person. Danny Darius ati Kibogo amemumunya tu mifupa hawezi.
Mimi namtetea Linet wa Bomba, ndio anaitisha love song ili aweze kupata usingizi mwema. Sasa
Linet wa Bomba tafuta Mise umlete hapa. Unaona sasa wewe ulichukua Mise umempoteza, is all coming back here anymore. Sasa ona sasa vile umeanza kuleta nini?
Mise is nothing wrong.
Mise is akona stress, lakini Linet was so interested. I don't know why Mise is a slow learner. What is wrong with Mise Themba?
Slow but sure.
Niliwaambia unajua ule ni moto ya makaratasi, haiwezi choma nyumba. Sasa unajua akiingia ligi ambaye hajazoea, frustration zinaingia.
And now Makiadi is hiding from DA. Makiadi, what is wrong with you?
No, I'm taking requests here. Ndemba said watu watume requests zao. So ninaona request moja hapa.
He's a happy man.
Request moja hapa imetumwa, inaitwa Bohodiko ya TPOK Jazz, ndio naandika hapa.
Safi, unaona sasa watu wako serious. Unaona watu wako Christine, unapenda Lingala ama unapenda gani? Tunaweza hata imba ya gospel.
Lingala nilipenda kitambo, but saizi napenda Ohangla.
Makiadi hapa
sasa mimi nilikuwa nimetuma Adams atuletee Musa Juma hapa.
Sasa wajua Makiadi, I was away, so kwa hiyo email yangu nilimtumia if nilitumia Yufino email, na hiyo email ikaenda kwa wrong address. Nilimpatia kila kitu alete hapa. It was so much detailed. Na Yufin alinipatia wrong. So
Adams, you are so annoying.
So Yufin nipatia
Sasa
nakuja.
Oh God.
Mimi hata niko tayari. Mimi nataka kusuggest ya kwamba sijui kama Christine atataka Onyipa paje kama anataka namna gani Makiadi utaweza na vitu kama hizo.
Sasa
Emma Jalamo ndio my favorite.
Makiadi, I'm going to dedicate a song to Ifin Otieno by Fire Test, the most popular Lingala. You know that woman, Fire Test?
Yeah, but unfortunately, you're not bringing what we send you to bring. We want you to bring us Musa Juma na unasikia iko anaitwa Jalamo ama Jalango.
Emma Jalamo.
Emma Jalamo.
Hiyo ndio moto.
Huyo ndiye alimba Amos nini? Ama si Amos ile limbo namna gani? Adams, nisaidie bwana.
Christian anajua limba aje?
He's the one taking after Musa Juma, I believe. He has sung a lot. He has sung Silas Jakakimba, Siaya Dala.
Oh,
and he has released a new one, Azimio. Right now, there's a new one, Azimio, where he has really praised Raila, and it is so nice.
I will bring one tomorrow. Makiadi, this is the last.
We don't want that for praising Raila. We want the one that talks about two people, especially those who are partying.
Okay.
There are so many. There are a couple of them.
Julia, who is parting from the other?
Sasa unaona Papa Bob alisaidia Christine kwa maombi. Sasa ameanza kuuliza hata yeye alete wimbo. Papa Bob yani hivyo tu.
I told you Demba. I told you. Baya atafika hapo.
Hautulii hata wacha Christine akaenjoy day one.
Demba utafanya ni blush and I'm past that.
Demba. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, unajua mimi hata nilikuwa nasema kama hata Christine angekuwa yuko ugaibuni saa hii hata ningemwambia tukutane kuche. Unajua kuche? Christine, do you know kuche?
I know, and wanasema paka mzee pia ukunywa maziwa, and I believe experience pia uko nayo.
Wow. Bob sasa anaringa amepata point.
But that is the clearest if that statement was to be true. Unasikia? Sumu yako ni supu ya mwingine.
Bob, Black amesema we ni hyena, we ni fisi.
Sasa ile kitu imebaki Ndemba ile kitu imebaki ni kuita Father Danny Darius. Unajua wakati alikuwa hapa akatoa baraka inaonekana haikunini mzuri. So tafuta Father Danny Darius sasa akuje tena mara ya pili.
Sasa unajua ile kitu imefanyika hapo Christine. Huyu Papa Bob kama vile umesema utampa nafasi. Umchunge sana, ni jamaa ambaye ako na sifa zake ambazo zimeenea.
Na pesa mfuko ikoje?
Wewe kwanza unajua, wacha niseme kwanza, unajua kama umeshawahi kuingia kuche kule Nyayo Stadium, unajua entry ya kukaa kwa hiyo meza lazima iwe ni single malt whiskey ambaye inatoshana na lazima uwe na jina yako iwe na title. Uwezi ingia tu huko ati wewe ni Adams tu, sijui Julia. You must be doctor, engineer. So unajua then you can engage.
Say Adams na Julia. Vile nimekukataa lazima utumie jina langu.
Sasa unajua Papa Bob kuna kitu moja ambao unafanya ambao pasi kufanya.
Wanasema kuna multiparty kwa comment section jamani.
Kuna kitu ambacho Papa Bob anafanya saizi ambacho pasi kufanya. Unajua Christine ameuliza mfuko vipi. There is a statement that anaitwa this professor professor from Nigeria. Give me his name. Wole Soyinka. He said a tiger does not announce its tigritude. It pounces. Ulipoulizwa swali, usijibu kwa kuongea. Onyesha.
Nikupe namba Bob. Nitume namba.
Bas, hey. Adika amesikia anasema ni Siaya. You know, that is the difference between you and the Luo men. Luo men, you get annoyed, they tell you, baby, go for holiday in Japan. When you come back, we talk.
Sasa mumefanya Bob hapa sasa. This guy will not be here tomorrow.
Bob
hapa utamuona hapa. Unajua alikuwa anatisha Julia anaenda vacation mapema. Sasa saa hii amepatikana, unaona vile ameingia baridi.
Najua mimi ni Nyaugenya pia.
Nyaugenya. Dala nkanye. Acha sasa niingie hiyo lugha.
Wewe acha bana, hapana. Tunaongea Kiswahili, hapana stories za kwanza tiozi.
No, iko namba anapewa, ulize hizo baadaye. Chukua namba bwana.
Basi namba. Tulia. Mambo ni
amejua.
Are you scared of your life? Mbona unaogopa sasa na ulikuwa unajifanya uko na meno mingi?
Unajua, wacha nikwambie Julia, wacha nikwambie, unajua nilikuambia ya kwamba mambo ni mosmos. Ukiona sasa I've made step 1. The rest is history. Wewe tulia Julia. Mimi nikikwambia step 1 alafu the rest is history.
Sasa lakini kuna kitu Julia, unaona sasa uliacha mbachao kwa mswala upitao. Sasa Papa Bob amepata mara hiyo. Sasa wewe itakuwaje?
Mimi niko so popular. Hebu soma ma comments uko. Bob was already fighting.
Julia, usijali, siku hizi ni kushare.
Siwezi share Bob.
Sharing is caring.
Bob Christine, Bob ni multi-party. Bob kesho utasikia kikondelea macho watu wengine hapo. Alafu to add it all anasema ati yeye hana meno. Sasa wewe unawezaje kuishi na kibogoyo kwa nyumba moja?
Yes, hapo one man's trash is another man's treasure. Sasa hivyo tu. Sasa unaona Adika amekuja leo, unajua opportunity strikes once, doesn't strike twice. Papa Bob naye ndio huyo, jana alikuwa kwa heartbreak, leo amekuwa kwa celebration. Unaona, that's how life is, that interesting.
Leo nimeonekana nimepata my jaber. Nimekuwa nikikosa jaber mwenyewe.
Yaani Bob wewe kama kuna mtu wako na bahati Makiadi, Bob alipata Julia votes zikamwangukia on Sunday. No, on Saturday. Was it Saturday?
No, that is what spoiled him then. Then where do you muharibu na hizo votes?
Votes zikamwangukia Saturday. Akasurvive Sunday. Sunday akapata heartbreak. Monday ndio huyo amepata a new catch. How can someone be so lucky?
Easy come, easy go.
Easy come, easy go. No. I don't let go that easy. I don't let go that easy. And remember, do you think it was by coincidence that when we were going through the national anthem, I just came in immediately to say, you should understand experience, bwana.
Umeanza ile sifa, unaanza kujisifu hapa. Kesho unaweza patwa na heartbreak. Tulia mkubwa.
Tulia tu.
Bob, in where we come from, there are specific words which are meant for women. So you don't just stop. You be selective with your words. That is why people from our place can win and woo any woman. Julia knows. She went to school with them. So that is why she analyzes you and makes a judgment. So don't say so many words, use specific words. Don't just call her Christine, call her with the right terminology. Then she'll be out of the world.
Jaber, ama
that
ni
is
gani?
good education, Adam. Adam, unajua juzi tunaongea 2 hours hapa na Themba na Makiadi na Bob, tunaongea ukitaka kuambia mtu hivi unamwambia hivi. So jana from nowhere Bob is asking me ati pesa ya mwanamke ni tamu, namuuliza unasema pesa yangu ama pesa yetu? Sasa I'm like, where did that come from?
Wewe Julia wacha kuchoma. Naona sasa wewe unataka kuchoma. Mbona unataka kuchoma?
Makiadi, I want to make a request. Makiadi, tomorrow I'm requesting Christine to be available. There is one song by Fire Test. Christina, I want you to play that song. Very, very nice. Very nice. So that is my request for tomorrow. Anything that you have
Would you
planned
allow
put aside
me to
for now?
dance as Makiadi will be playing the song?
No, that is for us only. It's not for the public. That is for me and you only.
You know, Bob has never been taken this fast. So he is a bit wary. He is a bit jittery.
No, the excitement in his voice. You know, he wants the dedication to flow like he would even want for the next 5 days. Nyimbo die tu anatoa ma request. Na zinaenda tu kwa Christine peke yake. Unaona hata ameona hata hakuna. By the way, Christine, Bob has never requested a song that fast. Today he has jumped into the request so fast. Sijui kwa nini.
Bob, I'm loyal. Count on me.
No, look, you guys need to advise. You guys need to advise Bob rightly. When you come out of one relationship, you have to take time to heal first. You don't just from one thing to another. You just jump like that. Bob, you have time to heal.
When you're heartbroken, Bob, don't buy that advice from Adam. Oga will rudi soko.
You see this exactly. That's why I'm telling Adam. They want me to continue sulking. I have no time for that. You know, I have to move on.
You have no time, but you know, it be 6 months.
Bob, I feel you. Bob, I feel you. Alafu when I don't come to the show, you're them bameanza. Sasa Bob Julia hajakuja. Sijui nini.
No, by the way, Julia, I know you were a bit uncomfortable for the past few days, I could tell, but now you are free. Bob ameenda tiari finally. Hii kitu imeisha kabisa. Now you can come here and spend as much time as you can.
Makiadi.
Yes.
Makiadi, you know, you only know the value of something when it's already gone. So I believe Julia will regret.
No, Christine. I don't. You know what you feel. Unajua mwenye Kiswahili kinasema nini? Aliye kuna msemo unasema it is only the wearer of the shoe that knows where it hurts.
Yes.
No, Julia, don't worry.
Been so painful. This shoe is.
Julia, don't worry. You know, we give our old toys to the unfortunate ones. So.
Are you saying Christine is unfortunate?
Temba, you are here. You know what that toy means here. It's a very valuable item. Don't you ever mock a toy while you are here.
Ndemba, hiyo line ya toys ulikatazwa juzi na Pastor Danny Darius.
Danny Darius alisema niachane na hiyo. Na Papa Bob, kuna wimbo moja unafaa ujue sasa, now that tumepatana na Jaber. Kuna wimbo inaitwa My Jaber. Unameta ukishuka chini natetemesa.
Then I think I really helped Bob. Bob nimekusaidia sana. Kama if I hadn't put you on sale, ungesaidika leo kweli.
Unajua hata kusema ukweli nilikuwa nafikiria nimefinywa sana. Ni vizuri bwana ulifanya. Kumbe hii freedom ni tamu hivi. Unaona vile sasa hii nimeenda nimefika Ugunja. Unajua Ugunja? Sasa hii mambo si haya bwana. Wachana na hii mambo mingi bwana. Tena ni karibu tu hapo na nyumbani. Navuka tu kutoka
Wacha tufunge show kabla uongee sana uachwe tena kama
enda urihas kesho utakuja kuimba hapa ya Maroon Commandos inaitwa Christina Dada Christina
unaweza endelea kuongea hivi Christina aseme huyo.
By the way, you guys, this is fun. Sikujua chenye na miss.
Yeah,
this is fun. Yani ninapata mzee na one day. One day.
Just like that.
Kwanza nataka kujua Christine, where are you voting? Are you voting there or here?
Christine tafadhali, kuna watu ninakuomba usiwasikize huko kwa comment. Hao ni haters wale tuliambiwa. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Black, huyo usisome hata comments zake, hata usimsikize. Kuna mwingine anaitwa Linet wa Bomba. Hao pia usiwasikize tafadhali.
Unajua Temba, it's only a fruitful tree, a tree that bears good fruits, ndio unapata mawe inatupiliwa.
I told you guys that the only thing that happens in the comment section is Euphin Otieno. The rest are scam. The only good thing in the comment section is Euphin. The rest are scam.
The only thing that
I'm going to send her a priority mail, by the way.
So Adams Euphin anataka dedication ya wimbo. So kesho tuko na dedication 2-3. Kuna moja ya Adams kwa Euphin, kuna moja ya Bob kwa Christine, na kuna ya Makiadi kwa DA. Alafu kesho tunakuwa na Linet pia atuletee Mise pia atoe dedication. Alafu Julia ako free agent sasa.
Mise has not let go. Mise has not let go yet.
Mise I donated to Linet.
Mise was not a donation, it was a top up. I think Julia donated one and topped the other up.
Temba, unaona hiyo mambo ulienda kuongea, ile mambo ulienda kutamka, mimi naona imeanza kutajwa hapo kwa section hii ya comments. Sasa wewe ndio unafaa upunguze mdomo. Hiyo mambo inatajwa huko sio mzuri. Nimeanza kutaja vifaa hivi sijui vya nini.
Sasa unajua mimi, you cannot blame me for your interpretation of what I say. Unajua sasa I cannot be responsible for your interpretation of what I've said. Wewe ndio uko na akili chafu. Mimi niko na akili safi. I cannot be held responsible for your interpretation of what I'm saying.
Why are you thinking bad words in your head? What is wrong with you? So Bob, unafikiria bad words kwa kichwa yako kwa nini? Zemba did not mean what you are thinking.
I don't know what even he's saying.
I'm reading from the comment section. You know, it's not even me. That's why I'm wondering what does Evelyn Nyambongi mean?
Comments ni tamu kushinda hata hii debate. Comment section ni tamu sana.
I told you Bob Papa must mention Evelyn. Umemsikia.
Wewe wacha tufunge kabla Bob hajaribu na vile leo anaenda
kulala. Wacha kunichomea bwana. Wewe. Richi. Funga hiyo mdomo wako. Unajua mdomo wako ni chafu. Then can we close this show?
No, wait first. There's somebody saying something about Bob. Some comments the Black Bob.
Black nimeambia Christine usisome comments za Black tafadhali. Black ni hater. Yeye ndio yani mtu wa kuchocha, anaweka maneno, yani anataka muone, yani usikia duniani kuna wengi sawa na bahari. Sasa Nyangumi ni huyo Black huyo hapo sasa.
Sasa kuna pambana Nyangumi tena wale wa hatari.
Lamek Mwibanda, tumesalimika sana sisi hapa, ni raha tu. Evelyn Nyambongi, asanteni sana. Jamani, wacha tuache Bob aende sasa akasherehekee, manake the first time nimeona mtu ambaye kuna bahati noma. Anapata
kuomba wewe ukasherehekee
in 3 days.
Mimi nilisema donate Bob and give me say free.
Na mkiona Bob amekaribia kioo hapa, mjue amenasa kitu. Kwa hivyo signature event ni utamwona amekaribia kioo na ameakisha taa. So he's
hata
happy.
vile alisaidia Christine mara moja bwana, mpaka yani nasema yani Christine apewi hata nafasi atafute hiyo wimbo wa taifa bwana. Yani Bob alifurahi tu hapo ndio nakuja hapo.
Bob, how are you feeling?
You're making me blush, but I also smelt a rat. His response was so kind and so fast. Thank you, Bob.
Bob, kwani nini yake imehang?
Bob.
No, Bob ametoroka. Ukiona amefanya namna hiyo, that is what he does. He has to go compose himself.
Bob, I have an advice for you, Bob. When the deal seems to be so good like this, think twice.
Wewe unataka think twice kitu gani bana?
Hiyo ni statement ya haters, Adam. You are a hater.
Yeah, Christine hao watu.
Adam, let me assure you one thing. I am extremely comfortable. Sina ushaona nikiwa na raha hivi. Yeah, ndugu yangu. I am a very happy man today. So wewe wacha kuniharibia.
Makiadi, analyze that statement. Body language.
No, I told you, when you see Bob close to the mirror, you know he's happy. So don't spoil his mood. Na Adams umeambiwa uko uende ukadeclare status yako. Iko watu wanalia Adams declare status yake kama anakubali multiparty.
Tuko Azimio. People are asking a wrong question. We are in Azimio.
Azimio ni nyumba kubwa. Ukiingia kwa Azimio
nyumba kubwa.
Una party 26.
He who wants one party aende UDA. Sisi tuko Azimio. Nyumba kubwa.
No.
Yes.
Before you close the show, wait. Have you heard Adam's response? Hiyo dilikuwa shida yetu na Bob. Hizi maneno ya watu wa multiparty. Umesikia amekwambia kama unataka
you cannot have your cake and eat it. You are either in Azimio or in UDA kama moja. Can you?
Yeah. Wewe nje. Mimi hata ninashukuru sana. Mimi nataka leo Christina lale salama, kesho tuonane tupige siasa. Mambo ingine sitaki kujua.
By the way, leo nitalala poa, Bob. Thank you so much. God is faithful.
Let's get back
bless you too when you get.
Leo sishughuliki na toy.
Baya Christina amesema ni Mungu alimweka hapa mpaka saizi. Okay. Wacha tuachie hapo kabla Bob achome. Bob akiongea atachoma. Wacha tukutane kesho. Tukutane kesho.
kesho. Good night, good day.
Good night. Bob, good day. Hao wengine wote good night. See you.
Bye. Iti.
Good night.